No.
Number 5, C.J.
Jaden
Stroud.
Daniels.
Oh,
no.
Wow, they've already got Jaden 5.
Well, I think C.J. was up here last year.
Yeah, so I had a dream. I had a dream last night that Jaden Daniels struggled. I don't know why I had this dream.
Because of C.J.
No, I think but I woke up thinking, you know what? I could see him struggling this year. I could see where he thinks it's going to be easy, and all of a sudden some teams have taken some things away from him.
I don't know. What I've heard from Cliff is that he's a worker.
I trust he's a worker.
And we haven't seen him on a world tour this offseason.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if he can work as hard as he wants to. What he doesn't know yet is that teams are already gearing up to play him differently than he saw. So what we're going to find out is how quickly he processes the changes teams are making to him, and can he play chess?
Are they better this year with Debo?
I mean, if he's healthy, yeah. If he doesn't act like a creep. They don't have Terry McLaurin. Well, Terry McLaurin's out right now. Terry McLaurin wants more money. That's a huge issue. Huge. That guy's great.
Yeah, I think we're assuming Terry McLaurin's going to get in there.
I am.
Yeah, I am too.
Who doesn't? I mean, I'm also assuming, and this is a whole separate conversation I'll say for the next segment, but I'm also assuming that 30 of the 32 second rounders who still aren't signed in mid-freaking July are going to get in camp. This is an incredible story. Right. And I tweeted something about it. It's already got like 4,000 likes, responses. People are in fights with me. Well, I'll just say it now. What Nick Caserio did and then the Cleveland Browns did has caused more disruption than I've ever seen in the history of football as it pertains to getting players signed. Never have we seen anything like this.
Okay, let's stay on the quarterbacks, and we'll do that tomorrow. We'll do that. Okay.
This is one of the
All right, so Matthew Stafford is 6th. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with Justin Herbert 7th.
In the regular season, he's a 7th.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and now he's got some more weapons, which is going to be it's going to be nice. Jared Goff 8th, Jalen Hurts 9th. I think Jalen I think Jalen should be getting a little bit more respect. I mean, he's got the Super Bowl now. He's had a couple of Super Bowl appearances. He does have a great team, coaches, GM. I don't know that anybody's better than his GM. So I get it, but I just don't think we give the dude enough credit. And I like Jared Goff more than Justin Herbert too. I would probably put Jalen 7th, Jared Goff 8th, and Justin Herbert 9th. What has Justin Herbert done? I mean, he's a regular season whiz and nothing, and then
beat Trevor Lawrence in a shootout. Very few people are able to beat Trevor Lawrence.
He lost.
Everybody
Trevor
does.
Well, but very few people.
It was who was quarterback?
The Chargers had a giant halftime lead and blew it in that overtime game.
Yeah.
I mean, in that playoff game.
Trevor came back?
Yeah.
Yes, Trevor threw like 4 picks in the first half.
And it was Justin who threw like the 4 interceptions or whatever?
No, Trevor threw the 4
Trevor
picks.
did it in the first half.
Yeah.
Oh, Trevor was the one who made the comeback.
Yes.
And then that was it. And then his career ended.
And then the Texans made Justin Herbert look, the secondary made him look bad. He made him look bad.
That was the worst. Money Smith, who does the play-by-play, said it's the worst he's ever looked. Money has done every game since Justin Herbert came into the league. He said, I've never seen him look that bad in any one single game.
You can credit the Texans defense, but you also, that's another postseason game where he collapsed.
He looked really bad and the Texans looked great. It was a combination of the two. It wasn't just Justin was bad. It was the Texans were really good, but he was also bad.
Yeah. And then they got Baker Mayfield 10th. Did you see Baker shotgun on a beer with fans at the Americans the golf tournament?
That's on brand for him.
Yeah. I mean, he went over toward the ropes and the guys were like, hey, shotgun this beer with us. And Baker Mayfield shotgun the beer with us.
So I got to say, Mayfield went from being not likable to likable.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think I'm out of line by saying likable. And I got to meet James Gladstone, who's the new GM of the Jacksonville Jaguars, a young guy, like in his mid-20s, mid-30s, I think, really young. And somehow, I don't know if it was Jeff Schwartz was talking to him or my son, or I can't remember how Baker Mayfield came up, but Baker Mayfield's name came up and he goes, man, we like Baker, because James came over from the Rams.
Oh.
And he goes, oh man, Baker Baker's a real likable guy. And I said, oh, that's right. He was with you guys where he was there for like a week.
No,
And
the
you guys ran
first week
4
he was
plays
there,
and
right.
you won the game,
Right.
somehow. And he goes, yeah. And he said, he's really, we had no issues with him. We found him to be really professional. And I think Baker's one of those guys that got humbled.
Yeah.
He was a pain in the ass coming out. I can tell you they had issues at the Senior Bowl. He left. He was filming his own documentary about himself in this draft process. And one of the scenes is he's looking into the ocean where they're getting a shot by. It's just so cheesy thinking about all this stuff now. And I think he went to his place, and some of the veterans didn't care for him. He had an issue with, it wasn't great with Jarvis Landry and more importantly, Odell Beckham.
Yeah.
Odell Beckham was a real problem for him in the room. And I think it's just a matter of
and he was with the Browns.
It wasn't
with
great.
the Browns.
He was doing all those commercials before he had ever really done anything. Baker got humbled.
Yep.
And I think that really helped him. I think it really helped him as a person and as a guy who needs to lead other grown people.
Yeah. No. He's much more likable now. Honorable mention for the quarterbacks, CJ Stroud and Jordan Love. CJ, apparently there's an article here about CJ bulking up this offseason. He says, I came in pretty early with assistant strength coach Clint Martin. There's always a risk to working hard. So it was a great offseason. I think I got that done. But apparently the general soreness in his throwing shoulder caused him to miss spring practices this spring. It was caused somewhat by the extra work.
I'm telling you, I want to tear down that statue. I know people are against tearing down statues, but I want to tear down a statue.
CJ statue?
No, general soreness. That's one general I cannot get behind.
General soreness. That was. Did you dab? Yeah, you dabbed. I knew there was a dab coming.
You had to know the dab was coming after that one.
Coming after general soreness.
Mm-hmm. The worst of the Confederate generals.
But let me ask you a question. So the extra work left him with general soreness in his throwing shoulder that caused him to miss practices. That's not what I'm looking for.
What would be even worse is if the Astros came out and said, CJ Stroud has some general soreness in his shoulder.
What?
That'd
be way worse. That would be way worse. How much better? Okay, so CJ says he's losing body fat and he's gaining strength and he's gaining muscle. But I don't like the general soreness thing. That thing.
Just working out too hard. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Okay.
He'll work out less during the season.
Then we're going to work out less. Then.
Yeah, we'll work out less during the season and be fine, right?
Well, let's hope so. Or rest for the shoulder in the offseason.
The problem is general soreness will now be attributed to Cam Robinson.
Yes. Well, he'll have a lot of general soreness because of Cam.
CJ sat out Wednesday's practice because of general soreness. Oh, it's because he's working out? No, because Cam Robinson's playing left tackle.
Right. I'm very, very grateful of my progression, but now it's ball time, and this offseason will be very important. Getting back with my throwing regimen and with my guys in LA. So I got those things done, and I'm grateful for it. All right. I just don't love, lifting heavy weights when you got general soreness.
Yeah, I don't know if he needs the bulking up thing is always, that's always a tricky one because everyone thinks that's going to make them better,
more durable.
They can withstand more pressure, but it also can slow you down. It can have an impact on your throwing. Donald Hollis, this is years ago, but Donald Hollis was working when he was with the Raiders. Formerly, he went to my high school, Lamarck Soliday, was quarterback at Rice, played in the NFL, and his strength coach with the Raiders was a guy who'd come over from the Chicago Cubs, and he had Donald, who was always a bigger quarterback, like a kind of a bulkier, stronger quarterback. He had him get down from where he was, I want to say like in the 230 range to 218, and he said because your arms, and he worked on really elasticizing the arms. And he said it had a big difference. He was throwing harder, like it was less weight, less bulk, gave him a more live arm. So I'm not sure. The bulking up thing is always a little bit of a worry to me with quarterbacks, depending on how they do it.
Comparing CJ to Donald Hollis, but okay.
No. I'm just saying it's bulking. He did have 7 interceptions in one game.
Yeah.
And then I think Donald told me that it was Gruden as head coach. He's like, getting yelled at and screamed at and said he's going to pull him out. And I think he said something like, "Leave me in one more for the record." Like he tied, tied it at 7. And smart ass just like, "Let me go for the record." That's not.
That's funny.
That's not.
Donald's a
what
really
Coach
nice
wants to
guy,
hear.
though. So
No, he is. He's
he's a head. He was head coach here in one of the high schools. St.
Yeah, the whole
St.
Hollis.
Thomas, I think.
Kenny, Will, and Donald. I know all of them. I mean, Donald
Yeah.
married his high school sweetheart,
Nice.
who
That's
was
so
in my
sweet.
Kim
That's-
Christnick, who's in my grade, whose dad Marvin played for Longhorns.
It was St. Thomas.
St. Thomas.
Yes.
Yeah, he was the head coach there. I don't know
Really?
if he
I
still
didn't
is.
know that.
Is
I
he
never
still?
No,
knew
he's according to Wiki, he's currently employed in the oil, gas, and energy sector.
He went for money. He went for the money. He went to live.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Live.
Okay. Well, not really.
No.
He's not working for the Saudis.
No.
Although,
well, who's
He
to
went
say,
to
John?
live.
Who's to
You don't
say?
Who's just who is
who's to
this?
say? If it's oil,
Yeah,
chances
you
are.
never know,
Could be.
do you? Yeah.
If it's electricity, it could be Champion. It should be Champion. Champion.energy/1560. Been with them for I don't know how long, since 18 years now. Love what they've done for me. Never had an issue with them. Always felt like, well, this is fair. You know what? Because a lot of times you might be watching, you may be, looking at your bill going, what? What the hell is this? Well, I'll tell you what the hell it is. It's not at Champion Energy. I never said that. I've never said, what the hell? How much is this? This is crazy. Never said that at Champion Energy. So good. I love Champion Energy. Been there forever, and I hope you do too. Look, if you're looking for an electricity company that you can count on and one that isn't going to just gouge you to death, champion.energy/1560, champion.energy/1560.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So Lance started talking about this in the last segment, is the second rounders. 30 out of 32 have not signed.
Including Houston Texans' own Ariante Ursery. Which is ironic because this has all been caused by it started with Nick, and it's an interesting argument that takes place back and forth. I've had way more engagement on this post than I ever wanted, frankly, and I'm tired of talking to people about it. But it's 30 of 32. I said the Texans contract with Jaden Higgins has completely disrupted signing prospects like nothing we've seen in the history of the sport. 30 of 32 are still unsigned, and we're coming up on actual camp. Like literally, the Texans are getting ready to start. The NFL is getting ready to start. And 30 of 32 second rounders are unsigned. And the reason's because the Texans, Nick Caserio, gave a fully guaranteed second round deal to Jaden Higgins. Now, the thought process is that they're turning the, top 38 picks, Nick's mind, top 38 picks are like first round picks. They should be fully guaranteed. I don't know why. I don't know where anyone in management would say that. I mean, they're getting the brakes beaten off of them by quarterbacks, including Nick Caserio, who will be having to pay CJ 60 to 70 million. Once you get to that number, the concern nowadays is a guy has to be very driven because they can just kind of quit. I mean, they can maybe not try as hard, and they're still going to get unbelievable generational wealth out of that. So you really have to have a lot of desire and want to keep fighting, because you're not really waiting for that next contract when you're making that much money. So Nick Caserio goes, well, you know what? We're going to give Jaden Higgins. We like him. We have a high grade on him. It's not like the Texans got out leveraged by Jaden's agent. Pretty quickly they signed with him and gave him a fully guaranteed deal, which sent shockwaves around the NFL, much like the Deshaun Watson fully guaranteed contract. So what happened was, the Cleveland Browns signed Carson Swessinger, the linebacker from UCLA, who, by the way, was a one-year starter at UCLA. He was a phenomenal special teams player, and I think he's a really, really talented player. They say that for some reason, Chip Kelly just wouldn't play him, and he was ruining early on, and he was ruining before Chip took off, he would ruin the opposing offense as a scout team linebacker. And, but he got a fully guaranteed contract, and that's it. And the Texans won't even give one to Ariante Ursery, their own second rounder. So 30 of the 30, and the teams are saying, what are you doing? These guys hit at a 33% rate. Remember Charlie gave us that stat years ago. Yeah. I'm sure it hadn't changed a whole lot. 33% second rounders are hits at about a 33% rate, much lower than you would think.
Yeah.
And these contracts are becoming more heavily guaranteed, but the whole thing has not been guaranteed until now. And so now agents are saying, well, wait a minute, I can't let my guy sign a deal that's not guaranteed. I'm going to look bad. I'll get recruited against. Like, agents are on the line here. They're on the hook here too to get the best deal for their clients. And a guy who got drafted ahead of Jaden Higgins is going to get a deal that's not fully guaranteed. Well, that's just simply not going to happen. So, a lot of fans are that these billionaires are taking that's not my concern. The Players Association, look, the players and the owners, neither one of them is going to lift a finger to help you when you can't pay your medical bills. They don't care about you. And I'm not trying to be ugly. I'm just saying. So that's not my concern. I don't care. I'm looking out for my family. They can look out for theirs. I'm not trying to put a cape on and be Mr. Owner or Mr. Player. The owners, I already have my own personal issues with, some of the people at, NFL Network getting squeezed because the owner, we've had our stuff cut, and that comes from the owner. So I'm not going to be Mr. Owner. But what I am saying from a business standpoint, it doesn't make sense for you to fully guarantee a second round contract all the way when basically, the first 2 years with signing bonuses, the first 2 years are basically guaranteed. But now that it's been done, people are saying, well, that's it. It's the new precedent. And now high schoolers are getting fully guaranteed deals coming into college. So it's the new precedent. It's the way you have to do it. Well, number one, That's stupid for anyone to fully, quote unquote, fully guarantee a high school player's quote unquote NIL contract because they can leave anytime they want. So these aren't really they're not really fully guaranteed until there is a contract that is truly negotiated where a player can't leave. These aren't going to be fully guaranteed. These things are a little bit fluid, and the numbers that you read are not real much of the time. But to get back just to the second round thing, Nick Caserio has created a tremendous amount of problems for the other teams in this league because they can't get their second rounders in. And second rounders are counted on. While they may not hit at a huge rate, some of them are going to become future starters. And some of them will be starters right now this year. And some of them may become, offensive or defensive rookies of the year, potentially. And so I think Carson Swessinger, for example, is a great long shot bet for defensive rookie of the year. Because he has he's got an injury to Akusa. What's his name? Akusa Mora, the linebacker who came out of Notre Dame, who is at Cleveland, who's really, really good. He's out for the year, so he's going to get to play a lot, and he is a stat creator, Carson Swessinger. But I don't know what's going to happen now with the NFL moving forward. Like, I don't see owners and general managers. This is not what Nick did is not going to create the new standard for them unless teams at the top collapse or teams at the back end collapse and say, fine, we'll give you fully guaranteed. And you may say, well, what's the problem? Just kick in and give it to them. Well, the next thing to come is the third rounders are going to want their contracts fully guaranteed. And that hits at an even lower rate. And the thing I would argue is that when you're guaranteeing those contracts, there's always, it doesn't just happen in a vacuum. It could have an impact on veterans. If you're guaranteeing these contracts and guys who are really bad players, you're just stuck with them for 4 years. There's nothing you can do. And you have to cut them and pay them anyway. That could have an impact on a veteran somewhere who could get paid. I just always believe in taking care of the guys who are playing the sport right now and doing stuff for you now, and letting the NFL rookies, prove themselves before they get their second contract.
Well, I'll tell you this: Ariante shouldn't get a fully guaranteed contract. Ariante's got a lot to prove. Ariante should. I'm not his agent, but the Texans killed it. Nick destroyed the second round with that contract.
It's still 30 of 32.
Yeah.
This lets you know this is the NFL saying this is not the new standard. The same way NFL team said Laramie contract is not the new standard. Not everything that happens is a new standard, and the NFL is going to fight against it. Why? And you can have this argument about whether or not NFL contracts should be fully guaranteed. I get that. You can have that argument. It's a dangerous sport. The arguments on one side are once you're vested, you've got pension, you've got insurance, you got a lot of things, for the rest of your life. There's a lot of very, very favorable things, and those are for the guys who make it. And just because a guy gets drafted, I don't know that means he should automatically be in the club of getting everything. But I mean, I think I'm still a meritocracy based person. I still believe that the best players, the best players, meaning NFL guys who can last in the NFL 4 or 5 years or more, they should be the ones who get taken care of the most. That's just my feeling. I don't care what happens. And now I would also argue, if I'm the NFL, hey, with NIL and profit sharing, revenue sharing on the college side, why should we have our feet put to the fire with guaranteed contracts when you're getting revenue sharing in the college level? I mean, these players are going to start getting paychecks now on that college level. My son Alec found out the hard way. He was going to get paid for camps, like $1,000 for working all the football camps. He was there for about 3 weeks, and it comes out to very little money, like minimum wage at best.
Yeah.
And he got $1,000 last year. This year he got 5 something. He worked just as hard, and it's just rev share.
Yep.
We don't have enough money anymore.
Yep.
And so he got cut, and he works for free already. So this is the one time he was going to get paid for something for the last 3 years, and he ended up getting just over.
Well, maybe John Daspit can sue him. Can sue Alabama.
You'd have to sue all of college football.
Well, that's fine. John Daspit, go get it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if there is somebody who could sue college football, maybe it would be John Daspit. I mean, probably not one you're going to win. John Daspit is a winner, though. I can tell you that. I've seen some of the cases he's had. He had one case when I first met John. He was in the middle of a case. It was like a train, something happened where a guy had to jump off a train because he was going to get his legs crushed from an oncoming train where they were connecting the two cars, and someone didn't see him. And it's a huge mistake that was made. And the guy ended up with severe injuries, a lot of hospital bills, and it took a while. And John Daspit had to tell the guy, listen, it's going to take a little while because we got to fight for every dollar you have coming to you. And that includes, you got to really find out what the injuries are, the CAT scans, the CT scans, the MRIs, the x-rays, get everything taken care of, all the surgeries, if that's needed. The physical therapy has to be accounted for. And a lot of times that will last for several months and sometimes several years, depending on severity of injury. And then your pain and suffering has a number associated with it due to someone else's negligence. And he will take the time to fight for you. You are not a number. He's not trying to just get rid of this case and move on to the next one. That's not how John Daspit approaches it. He approaches it as though you need to have the best settlement possible and something that is fair for you. He's not worried about the insurance side. He's worried about you. John Daspit will fight for you and fight hard. 713-CALL-NOW is his phone number. 713-CALL-NOW or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
8:43 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John is in town. You get to step into some warmth now. Well, actually, it's been a lot of rain.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of rain.
But we're good now. So I don't think it's going to rain anymore while I'm here.
It may not.
We're good.
We haven't. It's been a wet summer. It has not been a dry which is fine with me. I'll take a wet summer over those 111s rolling at you about 30 days in a row with a heat dome over the top. But So hopefully it stays like that. You know where I went? It's not doing an ad necessarily. I went to that it's called Home Run Dugout out in Katy, and my son, I had 2 birthdays. Alec turned 21 and my wife was all bummed. Wait, you got to take you have to have a not a shot, but a toast. You have to toast with me and your dad. And he's like, no, he's not a big drinker. He's like, no, I'm not doing that. But I appreciate the offer, Mom.
Thanks, Mom.
She was all bummed out. And so I had his birthday, and then Snacks turned 17 on 2 days
Snacks
later.
is 17 already.
Yeah, he turned 17 2 days later. And me and him were scrapping yesterday. My new thing is he's in jiu-jitsu and he's getting strong. He's starting to lift and he's getting a lot stronger. And he'll just be laying there somewhere and I'll just jump on top of him. And he loves it. He's like, yeah, it's on now. And he's pretty good at jiu-jitsu too. So I've got to really try to use the weight advantage and size and strength advantage on him. Cause once he starts clamping in, it's a little bit of a problem. But so we went to this home run dugout place and, it's one of those, it's kind of like a golf simulator, but it's a baseball simulator and you've got all the different stadiums. So we were at Minute Maid and the ball shoots up in the air.
Reed Ryan's thing.
Is it his?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool because it shoots up in the air where we were. We had never done it. We ate there. We went for Alec's birthday and you have these bats and, you just smack it into the screen and it shows you how far it's going. And you can, there's a lot of things, but I tell you what, like out of nowhere, Mason is like bombing everything out of the park. It's the worst when you get beat by your kids.
No,
worst.
Don't do it then. I mean, I stopped
Snacks
playing.
like you guys sucked in baseball. How are you? They have good swings now. They're like hammer. I'm like, where was this when you were?
Yeah.
I said, you need to go back and get. I said, Snacks, you need to go back to like 11-year-old and go 10 and 11 and tell them you still got eligibility left to go play. This Sebastian could have ruined the league. You could have been. Where did this come from? You guys don't even play baseball. They have real swings and like. How are y'all hitting it? You look like good bat speed and everything. Of course, he was also using one of these tiny, like 28-inch bats that they have there. But we had a lot of fun, which made me think I want to go back to that. Remember that golf simulator that we were at?
Yeah.
It was way
Daniel's
out there.
Place, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We went and played.
I may want to go do that. Alec is going to go to East River 9. I'm going to take him out there and play golf with him. He went to
we're there Friday.
He went and hit golf balls at Wildcat the other day. Nice. And I told him he and I can go play Wildcat, but I think we're going to go to East River 9 first and play. I just don't know if it's dry yet. I mean,
where?
East River 9.
Oh, yeah.
If it dried out.
Yeah. No.
Think so?
Wildcat, the highest elevation, closest to the sun, and crowned fairways. Right? So
it's dried up.
You're driving on Wildcat every day, okay? Every day. That's why I love Wildcat the most, because it's not cart path only.
Yeah, I know that's why
you know what the scourge of man is.
I know it's why you love it.
It's one of the worst things that man has developed. I mean, a lot of diseases, but also cart path only is right up there with them. Yeah, that's what I think. 713-780-3776, the number to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Did you see this video of Ime and Fred?
Yeah,
boxing.
Yeah, not each other.
There's some guys, he's got the pads and
dude. Ime strikes me as a guy you do not want any trouble with at all. And then the boxing just sealed it for me. He's a thick dude.
Somebody told me
he looks a lot bigger than Fred. Like he's a lot bigger person than Fred.
He's a big guy. Yeah. Well, he was a player, and Fred's a guard, and he was I don't know.
Have you seen the video where he supposedly the one guy said, "Man, Ime low key was locking up Kevin Durant," and there's video of him, defending Kevin Durant a couple of times. Let's be honest. And it's when Ime was a player, and it's kind of wild seeing young Kevin Durant. Young Kevin Durant was fast, man. That dude could move. Like watching that video, I realized, oh man, he has really slowed down. He is not the same speed and actually looks skinnier now than he did when he came out, or when he was in the league for a few years.
So Kevin Durant responded and said,
he responded positively. I thought he was going to annihilate this kid.
Good film study. I ain't going to lie. It was a wrestling match. I looked over to the ref one time and he was like, stop all that effing crying, in reference to Ime. He was an OG, so he sounded like my uncle when he said, I had to lock him real quick. In fact, Ime was part of the Summer League broadcast between the Pistons and the Rockets.
Yeah.
Not a great night for Reed Shepherd, but whatever.
No,
he was better
they looked
against
like crap.
He was
actually.
better.
You came after reading the chat.
Yeah,
he looked
he
like
sounded
crap.
like Israel.
I know.
The person, not the country,
Mhm.
just to be clear. But Ime, during the middle of the Detroit game, sat next to Tom Crean and some other guy. I don't know who this guy is. And they asked him about this particular back and forth on Twitter.
As well, have you seen the clips circulating on social media of you locking up Kevin Durant?
I've never locked up Kevin Durant. I'll just start with that. But if he misses a shot, it probably has nothing to do with a 6'5" guy trying to contest him. And so, I remember obviously him coming in as a rookie and saw the growth that he had from year one to year two to year three. And obviously he's carried that through his whole career. But working with him in Brooklyn and Team USA was really good for me to see the day-to-day development. I think those things would be big for our young guys to see as well. One of the hardest workers, extremely diligent in his craft, and obviously very competitive on the court. So that'll continue to rub off on our guys like Fred and some of the other vets did.
What did he say? Because I was watching it. I was watching the game, but I couldn't hear it. I was in the bar, and I was just wondering what his thoughts were on Reed Shepherd.
I don't know if they asked
game.
him. I don't have that clip. I didn't see that anywhere.
Untouchable.
No,
His nickname is Untouchable.
He was untouchable in KD trades. I'm not sure he's untouchable in all trades.
Yeah, he looks touchable to me.
Well, the Pistons touched him up, and he complained about it. There's a clip of him.
Hey, cut the crap, guys. Cut the crap.
Talking to the rep, the
Mic'd
female
up,
rep.
and he goes, "Hey, I need to dribble and shoot. Look at my arms." He pretty much showed his arms. I guess there were scratches. He goes, "Look, I love the physicality," is what he said first, but I need to be able to shoot and dribble.
He had a conversation with the female ref for a while.
Yeah, he wasn't thrilled with what the Pistons allegedly were getting away with.
No. It was that was listen, Reed, guess what? It's a physical game, bruh. That's what's going to happen in the league with you, especially. If they feel like you can't handle the physicality, guess what's going to happen? It's going to get worse. So you're going to have to deal with the scratches on your arms and play better.
Here it is. This is, as you said, he had a conversation. He was mic'd up for the game, I guess, coming off his 28 points in game one. Let's mic up Reed. This is Reed Shepherd mic'd up.
I love the physicality.
Okay. Think too much?
But when I shoot, man,
I got you.
I have to be able to shoot the basketball.
Yeah, 100%.
And dribble.
Yeah, got you.
Yeah, I mean, I would say shooting and dribbling is pretty important if you're going to be a guard.
Yeah.
If they're not letting, you know what? I take everything back. Reed Shepherd had a bad game because of the officials.
I mean, he got up a lot of shots.
I'm not worried.
Lots of shots.
I know. I'm not worried. No, he can squeeze off a bunch of shots. He is not afraid to shoot.
No. And I'm okay with
but
that
I
as
am
long as
not
he's making
taking
them.
any calls from
So
Israel
you take shots
until,
and make them, you're good with.
yeah.
You won't enter the group chat saying negative things if he makes all his shots.
If he makes his shots, then I'm good with it.
So you're not coming
But you
in
know
the
what he
glory
didn't
boys
do?
saying ugly things about
You know what
Reed
he
Shepherd?
didn't do there?
He did
though?
not make a lot of shots
No,
against the
he
Pistons.
didn't make a
no.
lot of his
Our
shots.
Lord and Savior Reed Shepherd. You are not going to say
Well,
something ugly about
Lord
him.
and Savior
And,
is a lot.
and did you see a
Rockets
couple
Twitter.
of his air balls? They were really, really bad.
Yeah, because he got hit on the arm. Obviously,
he needs to be able to
Just not
shoot.
listen
The
to this?
scratches.
Man, well,
he had
he had as
scratches.
many turnovers as made field goals. 6 and 6.
Hey, yikes! That's not a good stat.
No.
That's not a good stat.
1 assist.
At the point guard, that's a tough.
He did have 4 steals,
1
though.
and
So he was
6.
active defensively. He did have 4 steals. But a turnover to assist ratio of 6-1. Normally, we don't do that in reverse. But
1 to 6.
no, turnover to assist,
Oh,
I said.
okay.
6-1, turnover to assist
Right.
ratio.
Okay.
Not great?
No. If you want to put it that way, he had a 6-1.
No, that's why I prefaced
Right,
it by turnover to assist.
Right.
But hey, get those 19 shots up. It's better than, well, it was better than watching Nate Williams. They told Nate Williams to go bye-bye. But it's better. I'd rather see Reed get up a lot of shots than a Nate Williams get up a lot of shots.
Yeah, but Nate was making them better, wasn't he?
Well, not anymore. Not for the Rockets, he won't. They
No.
said bye to Nate Williams.
Well, and he was their best player the other night.
Well, maybe they said, "Hey, Nate, you're too good for summer league for the
But-
Rockets. Go play someplace else."
So is Cooper Flagg, apparently.
yeah, they're going
They
to shut
pulled
him
him.
down.
They
Yeah.
pulled
Just,
Which-
am I the only one that thinks Ime has a little bit of Bill Belichick voice where he just talks like this, real low, soft, like
He's got
Oh.
vocal fry too.
Belichick.
I don't know about Bill Belichick.
Well,
Voice.
Ime does that. I never locked him up. No
Well,
And you notice you know why Kevin Durant was respectful on that when somebody says Kevin never takes that okay. But Ime's his coach now. He had to he came with a little different energy.
Yeah.
Oh, good film study.
Even still, I think that they're buddies. They were buddies before.
Yeah, but he ain't gonna say something like, please, Ime couldn't lock me up. He's not gonna say that.
Right.
Because you just don't want to take the chance that you're pissing off Ime Udoka.
Well, and Ime handled it well. Yeah, I never.
Well, because it's true.
Well, it is true.
Come on.
Yeah. All right. You know what else is true? What I keep talking about Chastain Ford, what I keep saying over and over and over again, transparency. To me, it is as important as it gets in the car buying world. Okay. Because there's a lot of it's not always transparent out there. Not always, people. What I'm telling you here and now is there are a lot of car dealers that they just want to mark up as high as they can. They just want you to pay them as much as you possibly can, not caring about the car buying experience for you, not caring about the life of that car, the monthly payments. No, what they want is to gouge you for as much as they possibly get. They have meetings about this. No. Don't let them leave without upselling. Get that air in the tires. Really? Air in the tires that we're going to upcharge them for that? Tinted windows, sunroof, all the things that we need to upsell. Nope, not a Chastain Ford. It's not what they do. What they do first is ask you, where do your payments have to be? That'll be one of the first questions for everybody that goes in there. Where do your payments have to be? Because they want you to have the best car buying experience that you can possibly have. And that means every month when you're making that payment, can you handle it? Here's the deal. Handle it. You will handle it, be able to get the best car you can at the price you're looking for with no markups, no add-ons. It happens every day at ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex community. And Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Well, how can he be when he and look, I'm his agent. I'm not letting him hit the field without a contract either.
Yeah.
I'm not risking that.
No, hell no. No.
So,
But I don't know that you can make many demands right now.
no, that's the problem. I don't think a lot of people understand. There's no real leverage for the players. I mean, ultimately, you have a limited amount of time for you to make your money in the NFL, and the teams have the leverage on this. Now that could change. I just there are going to be some teams who will let their second rounders sit out the whole season and lose an entire year of their. They still have you still have your rights, so it doesn't make any sense. We'll see what happens. This is an interesting battle. I don't really have an opinion on it other than to say I recognize that Nick Caserio doing a fully guaranteed deal with Jaden Higgins completely disrupted the marketplace. And I don't know what the solution is now because these are typically guys who are going to be counted on. Second rounders are counted on. The Texans need a left tackle. They need him in there getting reps at camp. They need Ariante Ursary in there in camp because you're right. He's not going to get reps in the regular season.
No.
Not without it. It's hard enough when you miss rookie camp and you miss all. Like, what's he going to do? What's he going to do? This is going to be a wasted year, but at least you want him in there getting the mental reps, getting some reps on the practice field in camp. It's really important for him because they're probably hoping he's their left tackle of the future. He's a second rounder. That's not nothing. He's a top 50 pick. Like there is hopes that he's going to be the left tackle of the future, obviously, or right tackle of the future. But I just know that, I don't think Cam Robinson's the final solution. So if it's Ursary, you're in a tough spot because if you're Nick, you gave a contract out that now is keeping your other second rounder out, and his agent has to fight for this. Like his agent has to fight for a fully guaranteed deal. But at the end of the day, his agent probably needs to back off and get his guy in camp because in the long run, it's more important that he learns to play the position quickly. And you're not going to do that if you're not in camp. Like he can't afford to miss a camp. Ursary has to eventually come in.
No. He'll be so far behind if he misses camp. He'll be so far. He won't play it down. He won't play it down this year. Not that I don't know with the veterans that you brought in, with Brown and Robinson and Fisher has a year, and if need be, you can't put Ariante Ursary out on the edge and let CJ get. You can't do that.
No.
So yeah, he needs to get as many reps as possible. Otherwise, he's going to be holding a bag all year, just holding the dummy the pad all year long, while everybody else is practicing. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You agree with this? Okay, because we just did the quarterbacks. I don't even know if I want to. A Bleacher Report put out their top 100 basketball NBA players of all time. He had Michael 1, LeBron 2, Kareem, Magic, Bill Russell, Shaq, Duncan, Bird, Wilt, Steph, Kobe at 11. Steph at 10 is stupid.
Why?
Because Steph should be way higher.
Okay. I respect that. I thought you were going to say it's 2. Steph has proven himself.
Steph
What more
is-
can he do?
Steph changed the game. Steph has won championships. Steph has been one of the great players in NBA history. Not that any of those guys aren't, but Steph has done more than Larry Bird did.
Championships. Yeah, I mean, he has.
Yeah.
He's won championships, right? He has changed the game, but it's more than that. He's a shooter of just he's the greatest shooter in the history of the sport. He's tremendous as a scorer. And he's been a winner. He's won an Olympic gold. Well, the Olympic gold medal shouldn't matter for NBA, but he's all NBA player. He's a multi-time champion. He's an MVP. Like what box doesn't he check? If you start having people, well, he's not a two-way player. No, come on. We have a lot of great players who weren't two-way players really. Who weren't able to. Steph is not a great defensive player, but he more than makes up for it with being an elite offensive threat.
Elite.
And a guy who teams had to literally, like he can play the one or the two, he can play either guard position, and you had to have entire defensive concepts structured around how you're going to stop Steph Curry. We know it because we saw it with the Rockets. The Rockets had to figure out how they were going to defend Steph Curry. When you have a guy who has to be game planned for, and not just in a small way, but in a major way, or you can't beat them. I mean, Steph Curry is one of the all-time rocket killers. All-time rocket killers.
Oh, God.
It doesn't matter. Forever, he's been a rocket killer. So I've got tremendous respect for him, and I do think he belongs in the top 10 of all time.
Yeah.
Easily the top 10.
Oh, easily. I think top 5. Top 5.
You can make that argument.
Yep. No,
Now, some people are going to say it's a matter of where you value. Other people are going to say, hey, listen, I know Bill Russell or Kareem, or they'll go to the bigs, Olajuwon, and they'll say they had like Olajuwon. I could make an argument for Dream, 2-time champ, was an MVP, had an impact was the number one scorer
at a time when
rebounds,
centers were
blocked shots, assists, like
fantastic position.
Steals. Dream chalked up a ton of. You can make the argument depending on how you want to argue it for a lot of different players. I don't know if championships. I mean, I don't consider Charles Barkley one of the top 10 players of all time, for example. There's just getting to be too many players.
Yeah.
LeBron has to be in there. Kobe, I guess, has to be in there. For a lot of people, they say Kobe in there. But I mean, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had an unstoppable shot. Wilt Chamberlain is the most dominant player Wilt Chamberlain changed the game too. And I know who he played against. Wilt Chamberlain could have played in today's era. 50 years later, Wilt Chamberlain could play. Trust me.
He doesn't have the titles, though. I mean, he didn't.
Yeah,
He didn't
that
win
hurts
as
him,
much
but
as-
that's back
right.
when they only had like 8 to 10 teams,
Right.
and there was no free agency. The Celtics literally had the same team every freaking year.
I wonder what Laker fans would think of Magic being 4th and Kobe being 11th. Kareem
Depends on their age.
Kareem, Magic, and Kobe. That's and Wilt, 4 Lakers up there, and in the top 11.
Mhm.
But Wilt played in a few different places, and so did Kareem. But yeah, I don't know. Not Dan Holden says Kobe at 11 is ridiculous, or no, Dustin said that Kobe at 11 is dumb. I don't know. I don't know who I'm replacing with. I'm certain, and I'm moving Steph up not my chart. I think Steph is a top 5 player in the NBA history, and yeah, Wilt changed the game. Bill Russell changed the game. Kareem changed the game, but and Michael changed the game with his athleticism. Although Dr. J was there before him, I don't know that we've seen a bigger change in basketball than what Steph Curry changed. How Steph Curry changed it.
And Steph was doing things like we've never seen a guy that could get shots off like him.
Yeah.
You couldn't give him any room to breathe at all, or Steph would kill you. He was clutch. I mean, he's a high volume scorer. He's a clutch player. He played within a team structure because there were games where he would just take over when he needed to, but it's not like he was AI who was taking, 27 shots a game or something like that. He just did what he needed to do. Did you see him at the golf course when they had that basketball goal up and he was shooting from like 30 feet away on that goal? Yeah.
Yeah. And then the little kids, he took pictures with. He's great.
Yeah, he seems like a really
seems like a
likable
genuine
dude.
guy. Aaron Rodgers, not so much.
Nah, not likable.
Not so much. He got into it with a fan the other day who he wouldn't sign his autograph. He ain't signed. And you know what?
He's kind of known for that, by the way.
Yeah, well, kids, okay. but adults, I'm with him on this one. You're an adult. Stop it.
What about a selfie?
Huh?
What about a selfie with them?
Yeah, I guess, but leave him alone. I mean, leave him alone. What is that? I just don't get it. I don't get the pestering of athletes and famous people. I just don't get it. I just don't understand it.
What are you talking about? You pestered. Whose wife was that, Dell? The pitcher. It wasn't Phil Maton's.
Well,
wife.
he didn't pester her.
No.
He was very excited about her husband.
Who?
And she noticed it.
Yeah.
I don't know which.
Who was that again?
I don't know. Some middling Astro starter.
You were on the road.
I was like,
you were on the
I'm a
road.
big fan.
See, you're.
Oh, you did
her.
talk to her. I forgot.
Yeah, he did talk to her.
I didn't.
Who was the
pester
pitcher
her.
again?
I said one thing to her.
Who was the pitcher? Is it Graveman? Or?
No, it was a starter. I forgot who it was.
It was a starting pitcher.
He was in Boston. There for a playoff game, I think. I forgot who it was.
Was it Janice Kikuchi?
Janice Kikuchi. Janice.
I don't know.
I don't know. Is that her name?
I don't
Is he
know that.
married?
I don't know that he has a wife. I bet you her name's not Janice.
I'll bet
Probably
it's not
not.
Janice.
It's
too.
probably not. Yeah.
It
No
could
one's-
be though. You don't know.
No, but
Yeah,
but
technically
forget
you
it.
don't know.
Even if you throw out the fact that he's Japanese, how many Janices do you know?
Not that many, but
No.
maybe he married a 50.
Especially younger.
Yeah.
Like,
She's
she's gonna be younger.
She'd have to be like 63 years old
Yeah.
to be Janice.
Yeah,
Kikuchi.
I don't know if you marry a woman named Janice
Maybe
at
he
his
likes
age.
those gilfs. I don't know.
Well, not to marry.
Gladys Kikuchi.
Oh, you're not seeing any
I'm not
Gladyses.
sure.
You're seeing no Gladyses, although some older names are coming back. Chelsea named her daughter Eleanor.
Eleanor.
Is she going to be called Ellie or Eleanor?
She's a
Probably
full-on
Ellie.
Eleanor right now.
Probably.
Okay.
She's
Oh,
a
yeah?
full-on Eleanor. Yeah,
Not Ellie.
they're bringing back
I'm
some of the old names. Are making it back. Not Frank.
I'm sure Ellie.
Like the guys' names are always going to. Moms are always going to want to have their little Austins and Quinns and whatever.
Brad Peacock? Was that the pitcher in
It
question?
was Brad Peacock.
Brad Peacock. Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot about
Love
Brad Peacock.
Peacock. Yeah.
You
loved him.
obviously love him. You were hounding his wife.
Yeah. I was like,
I
that's
love
her
him.
Can I
husband.
have your
Love
autograph?
me some Brad Peacock. I mean, hey, not a lot of people said that to her. Okay. So she should have been happy with me.
She was not, from
No.
what I remember.
No. Apparently she was just like,
What do you mean you
Weird.
love Brad? I barely love Brad. What do you mean
Yeah.
you love
I
Brad?
mean, who could love Brad like that?
Well,
Me?
well, you very passionate
I
about
am.
your love for Brad Peacock.
I was. Yeah.
Overly so, apparently.
Yeah. Wait till I meet Devin Booker's wife.
Well, he has to get married first.
Oh, he's not married yet?
No, the back and
Dragging
forth.
his feet. Let's go.
Well, he's only
Pick it
28.
up.
The back and forth between him and Kendall. His wife might be Kendall Jenner. Just they might get married like 3 years from now. They still date back off and on.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So maybe when you meet Kendall in LA,
When Bob Dylan leaves her?
no,
Timothy Chalamet?
no, that's Kylie.
Oh, that's Kylie.
Kendall.
Oh, she's the better one.
Kendall is the one who dates.
Kendall's the skinnier one, right?
Although Kylie's more like what you would have expected of a Jenner,
Yeah.
as opposed to a Kardashian. She's reverted back a little bit to maybe what her natural self would have been like.
Kylie?
Yes.
Well, she still got the.
No, sure, but she is not.
Yeah.
She still
You
added
say it
some.
like it's a bad
Well,
thing.
she added curves, right? I don't think. They
I
were
believe
originally
so.
there.
But if you look at her now compared to maybe her Travis Scott era,
Oh yeah, it's a little different.
it's a little different.
Well, her Travis Scott era versus her little Timothy
Her Chalamet era, yes.
a little different vibe.
Yeah.
They're both skinny
Oh,
little
did
guys.
you see the internet is none too pleased with Travis Kelce's new look?
What do
How
you mean?
he's transformed himself
Since he's
for
with
Taylor.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, he had the I go to a black barber haircut when he was dating a black woman.
Right.
And
Okay,
now
it's just
now
co-
he's got
it's called code switching.
Yeah.
Okay?
Now he looks,
whiter.
I guess.
Yeah.
Sure. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
He looks more traditionally tight-endish, I guess I would say. White tight.
White tight end.
He fits in with Greg Olson and George Kittle. Less so a Darren Waller or Kyle Pitts now with the haircut. He fits in more with the guys that tight end you.
I got a feeling this is gonna be one where he locks in on that. I don't think they're gonna break up.
What?
Yeah.
You're predicting a Taylor Swift relationship goes to the very end?
Wow.
Yeah. And that's rare. That's that's like saying I mean, if he does break up, we know a song's coming. But
Well, to be fair to everyone involved, like unless you get married, every relationship, I guess, is a failure. And even that one can be a failure if it doesn't last the test
no,
of time.
sometimes it's an amicable parting,
Listen.
Dale.
No, but people will call it a failure. Like she's in her mid-30s. She's dated people. It's normal, honestly. It's just that she's really famous, and she gets to sing about it. Like an unmarried woman who's 35 years old is not crazy.
No, but
let that man rebrand his hair.
I don't think.
I
think you might be right. I don't think he's going to end that thing for sure. First of all, he doesn't want all the Swifties on him. Secondly,
yeah, you don't want that.
I mean,
they are a
he's
wicked
a
group.
good earner, but he ain't her.
No. What's worse?
That's a different lifestyle now.
The Bayhive or the Swifties? Who's worse? Because Beyonce's are rough too. Well, hers or the Swifties? Because the Swifties or the BTSs.
Well, generally, the Bayhive seems to attack regular people because they're outside of the Jay-Z thing when he apparently
that's Beyonce
cheated on.
Beyonce's fans are the Bayhive.
Yeah, outside of Jay-Z, who apparently did some things he shouldn't have done in his marriage. They've been together for years now, and the Bayhive will go after individuals and maybe female artists. The Swifties will go on attack for any man who may have wronged Taylor. And there've been a lot of famous boyfriends over the last 15 years or so. So I would probably, if you're a famous guy, the Swifties are probably your biggest issue.
Yeah.
But if you're just a regular individual who may have said something negative about Beyonce, then the Bayhive is a dangerous front.
Yeah.
You better stay away from them. Me, I love them both. I think they're both great. Women empowerment, so on and so forth. Please don't come after me. That's all I'm looking for.
No, I don't want any piece of either of them.
Longtime listener Jared says, my stepdaughter named her daughter Lorna, and I taught with a 23-year-old named Mabel.
What?
What? I'd like to know where that came.
No.
23-year-old named
There's
Mabel.
no 23-year-old named Mabel. Come on.
Yeah.
Stop already. There's no such thing. Not even back at the turn of the century, 1900s.
Mabel.
Not in 1903. There were no 23-year-olds.
Tell you, they're
named
bringing
Mabel.
some.
So
they're bringing some old school stuff.
I'm
back.
watching the Gilded Age, which is about the turn of the century, in some ways.
There's a Mabel in there.
There's a Gladys.
There's a Gladys. Yeah.
Yes, but
Absolutely.
I haven't seen a Mabel as of yet.
There's no such thing. You're immediately 60 years old if your name's Mabel.
Not now. I'm telling you, for women, for girls, they're bringing old names back. For guys, you're not ever going to see. Frank is done. That's really not coming
Frank
back.
is done.
Yeah, you can't name a little boy Frank. Name one little. Hey, what's your little boy's name?
I got a daughter named Frank.
You'd have to say Frankie.
Yeah.
Like you can't just say Frank. Like here's a 2-year-old. Hey, what's your 2-year-old's name? Well, that's Frank.
It's Frankie.
It's off-putting to call a little boy a 2-year-old Frank. You have to say Frankie. You can't say Frank.
So here's some of the
say
names
little Frank
of that era that are probably long since passed. There's a Bertha in the Gilded Age. There's a Gladys. There is a Agnes. Do we know any Agneses?
I'm not hitting any of those.
What?
Well, that's what
just by name. Just the name alone is gross.
Well, it was
Agnes,
Gilded.
Gladys,
The Gilded Age.
Bertha. Who else?
What did I say?
Terrible.
Gladys, Bertha, Agnes. What about a Ada?
Ada?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that
That's all
today.
right. Yeah, that's all right.
A
Ada, you could see.
A Marion?
Marion.
Yeah. Well, you had Marion Jones.
That's true.
Is it Marion?
No, it's
Marianne?
Marion with an A. Marion.
Yeah, I can see that.
Marianne.
Marion.
Gladys.
No.
Show me a hot Gladys in history.
I can't speak to that.
Bertha. What goes with big? What goes with
Big
Bertha? I actually said it. Big
Yeah.
Bertha. And why? Oh, there was a driver called Big Bertha, right?
Yeah.
It was the that was one of the first big head.
Yeah, that
it was the
changed
first big head
Big
driver.
Bertha changed the game.
Yeah.
Big Bertha changed it. It went from you could buy a driver, and now today you just have to rent them because they're so expensive.
Is there that they're
God,
that expensive?
they're ridiculous. They're ridiculous. Drivers are ridiculous right now.
Really?
Yeah, they're the first ones Big Bertha, actually, absolutely. Everybody had to have a Big Bertha when they first came out. And then because you could hit it far. They started the giant head drivers. And
Callaway pre-owns.
Yep.
Here they are, Big Bertha fairway woods.
Yep. And then they put those gigantic irons out too. The Big Bertha irons. Oh, I had them. Yeah, you could if you couldn't possibly miss the ball because
I can get you a Big Bertha, John, a 3-wood for $128.99, like new.
Like new?
Well, it's used.
Thank you. Yeah, like new. What about new and used cars over at Gulf Coast Chevy?
Oh, Gulf Coast Chevy has pre-owned vehicles. You can go to the website Gulf Coast Chevy BuickGMC.com, and you can go see the entire stock that they have, including pre-owned. We took a look at pre-owned when we were going to get my son Alex vehicle, but we ended up going with a lease on the Buick Envision, and that was a great opportunity they had there. You know, they had at Gulf Coast, they have new programs every single month, and that's what you're looking for is what are the new programs? What's available to me right now? I'm going to give you an example right now, something they have going on for the month of July. On the Buick side, you've got a chance for well-qualified buyers to get 0.9% APR financing plus up to $3,000 in purchase allowances for current eligible non-GM owners and lessees. And that savings goes to the 2025 Buick models like the Envision, the Encore, the GX, and the Invista and Enclave. I'm driving the Buick Enclave. Love the way it handles. It is a terrific 7-seat vehicle. The Envision is great as a 5-seater. That's what my son is driving, and that handles exceptionally well. Buick has really nice vehicles, not just on the exterior, but the interior as well. Check them out for yourself. Buick is exceptional by design, and you can find it out for yourself with a test drive at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here on the show. We got Tony wants to get in here and talk about young girls with old lady names. Tony, what's up?
Yes. So here it is. I've done a little bit of research on this, and Lance is right. And here's the science behind it, John, is that think of all the hot girl names from when we were younger. You know, you got like Lisa's, Stephanie's, and Rachel's. Those now are the grandmothers of young girls now. So they associate for those former hot girl names with their grandmas. So they're going a full 180-degree opposite of that. So that's why you get Mabels and Ethels and stuff like that.
Because the hot girls now they don't want that for the grandkids.
Well, you got it. He said what he said.
Yeah. Mabel, Ethel. Yeah. Just, I don't know. And if you're going to, I don't know. I just don't feel like you're going to be hot if you're that kid that you name Ethel, she's just going to be an Ethel. I kind of feel like, you know.
So you think
names
the
matter.
name will cause whatever that person was supposed to look like to morph into the name?
Yeah.
Where do you stand on an Olive?
Olive?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got some
better
potential.
with Olivia.
Sure.
That's Olive's got some potential. Yeah.
Olive oil.
Well, I don't know about
That's
that.
Olive.
Just Olive.
Huh.
Then you immediately think, well, what would you think?
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide,
Do you think
butterball.
that when you hear olive, or do you think?
No, I think the other way.
You think too thin because of olive oil?
Yeah, because of olive oil.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, no. Olive, no. I don't know. Gertrude kind of sounds
Gertrude.
Like, yeah. Well, that's
Have you met a Gertrude?
There are Gertrudes out there.
Younger than 70?
Especially in his country. Gertrude.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know. I've been watching the Euros for the women. Have not heard Gertrude mentioned as a name for the German national team.
Gertie. I bet there's a Gertie.
Yeah, there's a Gertie.
A Gert or Gertie, for sure.
Uh-huh. No question.
Gertrude. Yeah, they'll eventually bring that back too.
No question. 713-780-3776. I didn't pitch a tent every time I talked about Brad Peacock.
Good Lord.
Okay?
You don't have to repeat everything that's written to you.
Well, that's what Art said.
I know it.
Art,
I've
he's
seen
a
it.
bad person.
I saw it, but
You
I didn't
saw
bring
it?
it to the show.
Yeah. No, right. I mean, you don't have to do. I mean, Art, clean it up. Clean it up, please.
So I'm looking at all the German women on the roster.
No Gertrude?
Not a Gertrude. Nope. A Carlotta.
Oh, Carlotta now. I mean, that sounds.
A Selena.
See, Carlotta and Selena, they sound like they do stuff.
I just don't know what they look like. I'm just looking at names, so I can't speak to what they do or what they don't do.
Should not have done this.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't. They just don't. I hate the way people are throwing Sophie Cunningham around in these games.
Oh, just beating her up?
Yeah. I mean, she's
what?
Poor Sophie. I guess she got thrown to the floor and she
Sophie.
got back up.
Poor girl.
But she was going to get her ass kicked after this.
She knows. Do you know she's like a black belt in Taekwondo or something like
Is
that?
she?
Yes. Go look that up. That's the joke, is that Sophie Cunningham is hoping that she gets into a fight every game.
I mean, she got thrown to the floor and people got in between them.
You see
I
how
don't
good,
know.
by the way, you see how good Angel Reese is playing?
Yeah.
Like 24-17, 26-14. Like, she's got really good numbers right now.
Did you see when she got drafted in the WNBA All-Star draft?
No.
Caitlin Clark was one, and who was the other? I don't know, some Kelsey or something from another team. From the Lynx. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Anyway, they went through the starters and they picked all their and then they went to the reserves, and like she got picked like 6th out of the reserves
Mhm.
because Caitlin kept passing on her.
Well,
Yeah.
sure.
I mean, if you ain't gonna like me, I ain't gonna put you on my team.
Yeah, what's the point?
Okay, so this bothers me. This is why I have a hard time with Taekwondo. That's why it's called a belt mill. Sophie Cunningham does have a black belt in Taekwondo. You know, my son is in Gracie Baja Jiu-Jitsu. He's been there for a year. He's gotten 2 stripes on his white belt. And he's really coming along. Like, they will not give you anything unless they think you're good enough to. Sophie Cunningham earned her black belt at the age of 6. If you can get a black belt by the age of 6, because you do your testing where you do the and then that's not great. There's some great Taekwondo fighters. They've got some violent kicks and all that stuff. You can't be a 6-year-old getting a black belt. I can't take that serious. I could beat the piss out of any 6-year-old. Lance beat up another black belt. There I am. Another championship over a black belt.
Where would you rank that as far as career accomplishments, beating up a 6-year-old black belt?
Well, I'd leave the 6-year-old part out and just say Lance beat up a black belt.
Right.
Because it would be true.
But they were 6.
Yeah, but you don't have, then don't give them black belts.
Okay. And I say,
you got a black belt and you're 6 years old, you got to come see me.
Getting a black
I'm the
belt,
boss. What is it called? The boss level? What is the kill screen? Not the boss level, but the in video games.
I know what you're talking about. It's not coming to me. Yeah. Do you think getting a black belt means you can beat people up, or you achieve something?
Okay, John. When we grew up, if you're a black belt, you got to be the badass.
I know what it suggests, but is that when you ask someone in martial arts what it means? It means you can. Does it mean you can beat people up?
No, it means that you're dangerous.
Mess with them.
Don't mess with the black belt. Period. If you hear somebody's got a black belt, now if you tell me this 6-year-old girl has a black belt, I'm going to have to assume that she's the most deadly 6-year-old that's walked the face of the earth.
Yep.
But you have to accept that my son Drake was in Taekwondo. Now he's an actual Muay Thai kickboxer. But when he was in Taekwondo and they broke a board and he went around, but this teacher is in Sugar Land and it was such a racket. They're like, okay, wow, he's got a chance to move up. He's got to go to his testing. So if you'll give me $65 for the testing fee, he can try to get his next belt. And I'm like, wait a minute. Doesn't he have to fight some kids or something? Doesn't he have to earn this through combat? No, he's just testing. He has tested do the different moves, and then he tests but you also pay for it. I'm like, wait a minute. And you also need to be paying us monthly. We're going to draft that out of your checking account. I'm like, hold on a second. He pays to test to get a belt? So theoretically, he could, if I keep forking out that money, I can buy a black belt for him?
Pretty much.
Yeah, but aren't there degrees of black belt? Like you can be a first degree.
Not in jiu-jitsu. You're either a black belt or you're not in Gracie jiu-jitsu. You're a black belt or you're not. And if you are one, you better be able to beat everyone. You better be able to beat those brown belts. And the brown belts are rugged. I'm in there watching these guys and I'm like, yeah, even 2 months, I'm probably not doing
so
this.
you can be a sensei once you've gotten a 3rd degree in black belt. So Sophie Cunningham is not a sensei.
She's a 1st degree black belt.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There are levels to black belt.
Oh, okay.
So you're not even a master just because you have a 1st degree.
Okay.
So maybe the 6-year-old as a black belt doesn't mean as much as you think.
Well, it never meant anything to me. A black belt 6-year-old, all I could think of was, I just don't know if I can take this serious. Because black belt, growing up, you just think, first of all, everyone thought Bruce Lee was the toughest person that's ever lived, period. And that he could knock your heart out with one 2-inch punch with his fingers.
Bruce Lee,
boom, and then you have a heart attack and you die. Yep.
Sure. Yeah. What John did. Yes.
You could snatch out your heart and show it to you before you die.
That's what he did.
Mm-hmm.
He was.
Yeah. His fingers could rip in through your skin through your breastplate and pull out your heart.
Yes.
That's black belt stuff. Not kicking a board with your feet and you break 3 boards and you get a green belt now, as long as you pay your $65 testing fee. Bruce Lee paid for no testing fees. And Bruce Lee's dad is like, Bruce, I'm just telling you, they keep deducting money out of our checking account every month. We need you to get to the black belts.
Well, here's more for fodder for you to not take black belts seriously.
Wait.
I
take almost all black belts seriously, except the one where kids can.
By the way, a black belt only indicates competence, not even expertise. According to
what?
Yeah, it's supposed to be about discipline, dedication, but it doesn't really mean expertise, particularly first degree. It's like, oh, you're competent in these skills. You get at a certain level, you get a black belt.
Oh,
so it doesn't mean as much as you've always thought.
Well, I always thought
like
black.
that.
Well, I can tell you in most martial arts, if you get a black belt, you're a serious dude or woman, and you have been in some scraps.
There's some black belts out there right now.
Yeah,
listening.
I guarantee you, we could get a black belt
Yeah.
to call in, and they would tell you to shut your dirty
I'm just
mouth.
going.
Yeah, you're filthy mouth.
I'm not saying they aren't badasses. I'm just
If
saying.
you're a black belt, 713-780-3776.
We don't have time. We got news of the weird coming up.
Can you beat a 6-year-old girl who's a black belt? 713-780.
Should a 25-year-old black belt be able to beat a 6-year-old
Should
black
we
belt?
even take Sophie Cunningham seriously as an enforcer now, since she was a black belt when she was 6? Did she keep going?
I don't know.
I can't give her this. I can't just say, oh, she's Caitlin Clark's goon because she's got a black belt, when that's what I just kept thinking. She's a black belt. And then I realized.
When's she ever going to use her skills on the
Well,
as
she
an
did.
enforcer?
She pushed that girl's head. And
Yeah,
threw it out of the
she
ground.
did look kind of physical then.
Was
I will
that
admit.
black belt stuff or just
I think that was just.
Why is this a
the girl
scrap?
was on the run and she just let her and threw her to the ground.
just shoved her to the ground?
She got shoved to the ground. She got thrown to the ground the other day though, and the girl was laughing at her. And Sophie got up, wanted some, but everybody got in the way. I mean, I would like to have seen that. If she's a black belt,
How often is that noise made?
all the time.
Not
Every
often.
year. Yeah,
Not often.
Beyond people mimicking Bruce Lee, how often is that noise made?
that's what you do. Are we okay with?
That's more. He doesn't usually do that with anything. Usually but that's what Bruce Lee would do.
He did.
When Bruce Lee did it, he was like, "Oh, I need to
man.
get out of here."
Everybody was like, "Oh, karate, oh, totally sweet." Are we okay with Klay Thompson and Megan Thee Stallion?
Oh yeah, if you missed it, everyone, those two are dating.
Yeah,
What?
Hard launched over the
Yeah.
weekend.
yeah.
Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson,
Yes, and Megan Thee Stallion.
Megan Thee Stallion.
Yes.
Is that
Man,
li-
isn't his
Are
life
you
good
mad?
enough?
Is that a light skin win, Dell? Are you upset?
I'm not
Are you
mad.
happy?
I don't ever get upset about that unless it's Josh Allen.
Josh.
I don't
Allen.
like Josh Allen dating Spider Gwen or Haley Steinfeld. Because I don't like happiness for a Buffalo Bills quarterback. But other than that, I don't care whoever's dating who. I don't care.
That's odd.
Why?
I thought he was calling Josh Allen light skin.
No.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Josh Allen.
Whitey, you don't want Whitey.
You just don't want her with somebody you like.
No,
And that's like with me with the
hold
Dua Lipa
on,
thing,
no.
and I'm happily married.
Josh Allen has caused me enough misery over the last half decade. I don't want him to be happy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
And
What do
did they
Guess
get
what?
married?
He's got
They
money.
got
Yeah,
married,
they are
right?
married.
Some guy.
I'm not pushing back on it shouldn't happen. I'm not surprised it happened. I
I
just
don't-
don't want it to happen.
But do you think Megan and Clay are going to get married? I just don't see.
I don't
marriage in the
know.
future.
I don't know.
I
You
don't know.
Yeah, I know.
You don't know.
Russell
I'll go ahead and put
Westbrook.
I'll put a little something on it. I'll bet you there's a better
listen,
chance Travis
This
Kelce.
Travis Kelsey thing has lasted a lot longer than I thought.
Yeah, that's why I think it's
Ugh.
going to.
Russell Wilson got Sierra,
Yeah.
so who knows?
Yeah, but he's got
He's got what?
good boy game.
Well,
She was looking for a good boy. She had enough.
You think Megan Thee Stallion may not be looking for a settled individual to be with now?
How much older is Clay than her?
didn't somebody say is Russell Wilson really black? Is that
I'm not getting
He's got a
involved
white
in that.
mom, but
yeah? Okay.
Megan, I don't know how old.
She's 30.
And Clay's like 35, 34, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a
Something.
giant age gap. Let
No.
those two be happy, Lance.
Yeah, he's 35.
Yeah.
He's 35.
That's a reasonable time
No,
at
that's
30.
yeah, absolutely. That's reasonable.
And if she wants to date a multimillionaire 4-time champion, so be it.
Yeah. I mean,
And maybe marry him, so be it.
yeah, but how's his jumper now?
Probably
It's
wet.
good?
It's good enough that
Yeah.
he still gets
He's
paid
got a
millions
wet
of
jumper.
dollars.
He's got wet
Don't
jumper.
do it. Don't do it.
Whoa.
Don't do it.
Wow.
Don't do it.
Wow.
Was she in that video?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, Megan was in there with first it's
Cardi.
Cardi B, and then Megan comes in. I'm gonna do a choke. I'm gonna do a choke. You're gonna make on the back of my throat. And I'm like, hey.
Whoa.
My daughter's listening to this.
Why would your daughter be listening?
She shouldn't be, actually.
No,
Even the clean version's dirty.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What clean version of wet can be on radio? What clean version?
I don't listen to.
It's not a clean version. It can't be. The subject matters. There's nothing clean you can do with the subject matter.
What? Parking something in a garage is not clean?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, but I think that's a euphemism.
Big
Is
Mac,
it?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Mack truck inside this little garage.
Yeah.
Just because you rhyme it doesn't mean that in the video. And Kylie Jenner isn't in that video.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Did you not see that video, Dell?
I
You might want to watch
I
it.
probably saw it like once. I don't
mean,
remember it.
now grown people like me can see the video, and that's fine. I still need my daughter seeing it.
No.
Is
Nope.
it-
Hearing it.
Would it be
Now,
the greatest?
I can, as a grown person.
Would it be the greatest
look at the video.
compliment if a woman associated you with a Mack truck?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, calling it getting the euphemism. The whole thing is a euphemism.
So
there's snake references.
yes, would you prefer saying you have a bubble or you have a Mack truck?
Oh.
Not a bubble.
Well, you say that about yourself.
Yeah.
It's because my wife says that's because she gives me the Taylor Swift treatment.
What is that? What?
Pancake booty.
Why do you keep
she
attacking
does.
Taylor Swift?
Because you say pancake
Stop!
booty.
I don't say it about her.
John, is
No,
he lying?
he
What?
says
He's
it about-
afraid of Swifties.
He
Well,
says
yeah.
it-
You're afraid of Swifties
Well,
is
yeah.
why you say it. You always say
Yeah.
she's got a
No,
pancake
I
booty.
don't.
You said it twice today, I think.
He said that.
I'm pretty sure.
I've never said
I
it.
heard it somewhere.
No, you didn't.
He does this. He always
Yeah.
does the movement for flat.
Right, yeah.
Once
The
again,
universal movement
prove
for
it.
flat booty.
Prove a time where I said that about her.
I can't because John saw it and he is my reference.
Yep.
John didn't see it.
I
He's just
saw-
going.
I saw-
Don't
I
you know how
heard you say it.
Don't you
I
know
don't
how John
remember.
operates? Depending on who we're talking about and who's being slandered, he goes with that.
Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. Doesn't matter. If you're being slandered, I'm on that. I'm on the other side.
Yeah.
It's true.
Tomorrow it'll be you.
Yep. Yep. Certainly will. 9:54. Time for me to talk about AirTeamLTD.com. AirTeam is heading to my house, as a matter of fact. I was a big dummy. Well, I haven't been there in a while. And guess what? When they tried to turn the air on, we haven't lived there in a while now. Nobody had lived there. So we didn't try to turn it on. Not working. Not the new ones that AirTeam put in. It's another one. And holy crap, got to put that in now. And AirTeam, I fully trust AirTeam to do the best job. I mean, I got me a great price. Listen, it ain't cheap replacing air conditioners. So I advise you to do this. Have AirTeam come to your house and make sure that everything is in great working order, because a little thing could ruin your compressor. Ruins your compressor, and you got to replace it. And right now, you got to have air conditioning. You've got no choice. So guess what's going to happen? You are going to have to replace it. I'm having to replace mine, and it sucks. But you know what? AirTeam is making as easy as possible. They're providing a guarantee for 100% satisfaction on every single service, all of their cooling systems. I'm telling you, they've got every different product that you could possibly want, and they've got the great people who are so knowledgeable. I'm telling you, they are awesome. You're looking for the best way to get that. Well, first of all, don't replace it if you don't. Get AirTeam out to your house to make sure that your stuff is in great working order. 713-936-5346, 713-936-5346, or airteamltd.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Dell Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
says Grok's hate speech came from it being too eager to please. Do you feel like hate speech is really pleasing to the
Well, you
ear?
want to explain to people what happened?
Yeah. So Grok, apparently the newest version of Grok, which is his AI feature that answers questions, was pushing anti-Semitic tropes in the new release. Yeah, and they're like, and so they took it down. And one of the big issues with AI that I've been told and I've read about and listened to in podcasts is that they will try to be there's a name for it where they try to please you, but that doesn't mean the answers are accurate. They're trying to give that gets positive feedback from the user. And so now trying to please, who exactly are you trying to please with anti-Semitic tropes?
Well, it depends. I mean, do they have pro-Palestinian tweets? And so then Grok said, "Oh, watch this.
Well, this is really
I can help you out."
I think this is more about the
massive
amounts of Nazis that have just started populating X. I see them all the time. I'm like, holy crap! This is
a lot of
real
Nazi
thing.
stuff going on.
Oh my gosh!
Your people making a comeback, huh?
Wow,
they're not my people.
Wow.
Well, Germany.
No, the Bavarians left. We left. The Austrians left.
Well, I don't want to get into what happened then, but Grok at one point, nice job by you, John. Grok at one point was taking shots at Elon, and some of the things Elon likes. So people believe that in response to all the crap that Grok was doing to check Elon, that they went in there and switched some stuff up, and then you got this version.
Well, he would make a comment, and they'd say, "Grok, is this true?" Like, no, not really. This seems to be a manufactured whatever. So Elon's like, "Oh no, my own Grok
they hate me.
Even
they hate me.
My
now.
Grok is fact checking me.
Even my Grok hates me now." Apparently, did you guys see the like back in the day, chimpanzees used to put grass in their ears?
No.
And it became a fad kind of a thing with chimps or something.
Something went viral with chimps?
With chimps, yeah. Back in the day, they used to put grass and sticks in their ears. There's pictures of it. They got sticks in their grass in their ears.
Why?
Well, now they've changed it. They're sticking grass and sticks up their butt and walking around.
Oh.
Okay. Do you think this is going to catch on
in
the human
chimps?
world?
I don't know about the.
Why are you
human
walking
world.
around like you got a stick up your butt?
We'll see. And because
that's where it comes from.
I
wonder
don't
where
think-
that saying comes from, Dale. There it is.
I don't think humans need any help or any motivation to put stuff up there.
You're probably right.
I feel like we hear about people winding up in the emergency room. Yeah, I don't think they need any motivation.
Richard Gere. Remember that?
Well, that's a rumor.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a bad one.
But everybody knows it immediately.
Yes,
right?
everyone has heard it.
I
Yes.
bet now, if you're a certain age, watch this. You've never heard this one. What if I told you Rod Stewart and Nelton? No, is it Elton John or Rod Stewart? You've heard the Rod Stewart one.
Rod Stewart, yeah.
Oh, that was
the pump stomach.
Hey! Just say yes or no. I just said you heard it, yes or no.
I heard it.
Yeah.
Everybody's heard
You
it.
heard it by the time you were
Everybody heard
By the
it.
time you were in third grade, you heard it.
Yeah, right.
And I didn't need to hear that stuff in third grade. Can I just have a
No.
childhood? Can I just watch Monday Night Football without hearing about some fake story about Rod Stewart? Yeah, just what else?
No, don't.
Oh,
need
it's
it.
10:02.
Yeah.
What, Grok? Should we go? Yes, it's Sean Mapes.
It's not
show
even
now.
10:02.
Thanks,
That
Rob.
clock is
It's
slow.
Sean Mapes' turn. Sean hates when we go
It's
long.
10:04.
Oh my God.
Yeah, look at it on the TV.
Oh my God, it's 10:04. We gotta. I mean, I'm working overtime. I need extra money for this overtime I work. all
Well,
the time.
Todd was roaming around here wondering when your show would end, so
It's-
ask him.
Well, it's ended now, and it's going to end with a little word of advice. Do your fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. How about that? Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. But do your fantasy draft the weekend before at the DraftKings Sportsbook and watch college football. You got college football on all day, right? You do your fantasy draft. You could do that even on Sunday, whatever. You could go there Saturday. They've got all kinds of great specials for you, wing specials, drink specials. There's different packages for your fantasy football draft. You get 12 guys. You guys are all at the casino. Bring the wives. Beautiful hotel, restaurants, nightclubs. I mean, what? Bring the wives and have yourself a big time doing your fantasy draft. That's what, 3 hours and a whole weekend you're at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. What? But you got to do it. You got to go to the website, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, goldennugget.com/Lake Charles, goldennugget.com/Lake Charles, or goldenNuggetLC.com, and go see all of the different packages that you can get for your fantasy draft. It's awesome. We're going to do our fantasy draft there. Starts with on next Thursday. We're gonna pick our first contestant that's gonna play with us at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Get there, goldennuggetlc.com.
ESPN 97.5.
I assumed you knew.
Bye, bitch.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says Walmart is voluntarily recalling more than 850,000 Ozark Trail 64-ounce stainless steel insulated water bottles over potential injury hazard. The bottles were sold for approximately $15 each and have been on the market since 2017. Warner Brothers' Superman generated $122 million in domestic ticket sales during its opening weekend. Internationally, the film's estimated global tally currently racks up to $217 million. The Wall Street Journal reports Kraft Heinz is planning to spin off a large chunk of its grocery business, effectively undoing a 2015 merger that's now
Welcome into the show. And yeah, this will be a segment that's let's say reasonable, because it's 10-10 already. So we'll try to make it reasonable, get out of here at a reasonable time, and then probably really start the show, thanks to John and Lance and their nonsense. But what isn't really nonsense, it's actually bothersome, is that the Astros, after a great week now 2 weeks ago, spent all of last week losing to the dregs of the AL. They lose a series to the Rangers. They get swept by the Guardians, and it's punctuated by Hunter Brown's performance. And Hunter Brown hadn't given up 4 runs or more in back-to-back starts since he found his sinker last year. That's how good he's been. He gave up the 4 yesterday, led to the loss to the Rangers. Evaldi gets the win. So after what had been a dominant first half for him and the Astros themselves, they fall back to earth a little bit. 5 games up, they got the Mariners coming out of the All-Star break. So all of a sudden, that series takes on a bit more importance. It's not a giant series. It's, of course, if you get swept, then all of a sudden there's a race. But 5 games up, probably not what we thought coming off the domination of the NL, but it is what it is. Zach Short, the only one who did anything yesterday. The lineup and the lack of pops really caught up to them over the course of the 3 games. And hell, they were a couple of plays away from getting swept. And that's with Hunter Brown and Fromber going in this series. Of course, Lance McCullers didn't have a good outing to start the series and kind of set a tone, and we went from there. So you drop that one. Your lineup's banged up. You're looking for help, and we got the word from Dana Brown that Yordan will be evaluated or reevaluated on Thursday. And of course, it's the typical Dana Brown thing where he says, Yordan feels pretty good. He's, pain-free. Okay, let's see what happens when he actually has to swing a bat in a relatively vigorous fashion. The morning show, the discussion was whether Yordan would make it back. I think they both put it at about 50-50 that he would play again this year. That's not comforting numbers. Now, we know they are our resident doctors. They are the Dr. Nicks of the station, so take their word for it. But 50% is just a reaction to Yordan's absence. He's been gone since early April now? Is that what it's been? Has he been gone that long? It's been a long time either way. I don't remember exactly how long Yordan. It can't be early April because he was bad.
I think it was early May.
Early May, right?
Yeah.
Because he was bad long enough that we were not acknowledging it and saying it was a thing.
Yeah.
Early April was
I
suggested.
think he's played like 30 games.
Yeah, he was bad for a while, and now he's been unavailable for a while. Yeah, his last game was, you're right, not early April, early May. May 2nd is the last time we saw Yordan out there. So I guess we'll get more clarity or less, depending on if you can trust Astros doctors, starting Thursday after he gets reevaluated. Well, I guess we'll hear from Espada and Dana Brown on that. So disappointing into your first half, but got a fairly comfortable lead. Hunter Brown pitched yesterday, so he won't be pitching during the All-Star festivities. That's cool. One guy who won't be there either is Paredes. He's got a family matter to attend to, so after being named to his first All-Star game, we played that sound from Joe Espada last week on the station. He won't be available, so you'll have Hader. I guess Brown will be there, and we'll see if Pena makes a trip. He's still clearly banged up. We'll see if he actually shows up for the festivities as well. So what do you take from it? You can just throw it under the category if that's just baseball. That's just baseball. And then you push it aside and move on. Don't take too much from it other than you need some health. You need to find a way to get guys back. Just the timetable seems so uncertain that you don't know when a couple of your best guys. Jake Myers, don't expect him back for about 3 weeks. That came out. They won't even really broach the subject for 3 weeks, so they're going to be more cautious after he re-aggravated his calf injury. So the approach they probably should have taken before he got hurt again is the one they're going to take now, where Jake's just going to be on a shelf for a while. So you're going to see more Trammell. We'll see if Chaz can come back. He has struggled in his rehab stints, his rehab appearances. So that's a guy who is probably closer, it feels like, than anyone right now. You just have to see if he's ready to go when he does get back. think of Chas McCormick as your savior. I know that comforts you, but it's all you got right now.
I mean, you said I guess he's the closest one. I think he's the only one making a rehab start. So
I just assume
he's making enough rehab starts to have a batting average that we're like, ooh,
it's not good.
At least he's healthy.
Yeah, he's with the Space Cowboys right now, and he batted leadoff over the weekend. So I guess get him as many at bats as possible, and we'll see when Chas is ready to go. The actual performance on the field suggests he's not ready, but at least he's actually swinging the bat and can make it through games.
Yeah.
So
he hasn't had
good.
a setback.
Yeah, so we'll take that because we haven't seen Chas since May 29th. Long-term injuries for everyone involved. No one actually uses the 10-day IL for what it's intended to.
For 10 days.
10 days and
miss
come
a
back.
week and a half.
Yeah. The Astros use that as a placeholder before they eventually put you on the 60.
I was going to say that normally they've been moved to the 60-day and then so they can open up a roster spot, and Chandler Rome parenthetically says this doesn't change his return date at all. Like this is just to get him off the roster.
So a lot of 10-day retroactive to whenever they initially miss time, and then eventually they get upgraded or downgraded in that case to a longer stint. So as it stands, with injuries playing a huge part in how that lineup performs, look to Chas McCormick as your next semi-regular to come back.
I mean, at least he's a guy I've heard of.
We've heard of. He's actually had playoff plate appearances.
Yeah.
That's my standard of.
He was good in 2022.
It's a long time ago now. That's my standard of should this guy be in the lineup. Has he hit in the playoffs before? Okay. You're welcome. I welcome you back.
I would even say, like, have I heard of his name before?
Before he came up for the Astros?
Yes, before Brian McTaggart tweets that he's now on the Astros. Have I heard his name before? Sorry, Kennedy Corona. Do you fail that test? I have heard both of those names before, just not together.
Yes.
In fairness.
That's true. I've heard of, hey, can I get another one of those? A Corona?
Yes.
And certainly I've heard the name Kennedy in a number of places. Never together, as you pointed out. All right. So Astros, banged up Astros, did not play well over the weekend or even over the course of the week. But you enter the All-Star break just fine. And we'll see how they come out of it. Probably with a lineup very similar to what we just saw. But maybe other boys just need a little time away.
Yeah, maybe Chas. Come on.
You think Chas? Well, Chas could be back by the time they play the Mariners.
Yeah, it's what, Friday? He has until Friday. Or is it a 4-gamer? I think it's 3.
Yeah, maybe Chas is the one who's back and thrust right back in because they got no other options. So you're right.
Get ready to bet 5th for the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
Chas
Well,
McCormick.
I know he was leading off for the Space Cowboys. Fifth is not such a bad place to start. The way you're hitting with the Space Cowboys, maybe suggest you should be hitting 8th or 9th.
And when he played, when he was healthy on the Astros, he batted 8th or 9th every game.
Well, it's time for an upgrade. You fail upwards, Chas. Don't worry about it. Yeah, speaking of the lineup, it was Paredes, Smith, Altuve, Christian Walker, and then Caratini, Trammell, Dubon, Hummel, and Short. That was your. So from. Yeah, Caratini's fine.
Caratini is like the pivot point.
Yeah.
Caratini is like the player where.
And Dubon, he's there because I guess that's just how you want him stacked in the lineup. But honestly, Dubon should be hitting above Trammell, but it's just how they decide to do it. But yeah, Caratini, as far as, that guy has some pop. And to be fair, Christian Walker, by his performance this year, not because of his status, should be lower. He fits, unfortunately, with the Trammells, the Hummels, and the Shorts of the world, which is
I mean, honestly, Cooper Hummel or Christian Walker, I have to think about it, Game on the line.
Ooh.
9th inning, bases loaded. Who do I want? Give me Cooper Hummel.
It's been a bad year for Walker. The fits and starts, you might see like a over the course of 3 days. Oh, look, he's turning it around. Nope. Well, he's not. He's not turning it around.
Every once in a while.
Yeah, that was a thing very early in the year. And I said it in jest, but not that much in jest. Hey, hit him where they ain't, Christian Walker.
Mm-hmm. And he's still like, no, I won't.
Stop telling me what to do. Is what he's responding.
Every 3 days, I'll hit a home run.
But for the most part,
I'm sorry. Once a week.
Yeah, every 3 days is a little much.
I'll hit like 2 home runs in a series, and then I'm out.
The people will get excited,
Yeah.
thinking it's time for a turnaround. Oh, you guys really turned on him, but well,
Let the disrespect or let the apology be as loud as the disrespect.
the apologies are more frequent. Actually, they won't be. No one ever apologizes more. But right now, the disrespect still reigns until he proves otherwise.
Playing the last 45 seconds of this conversation.
I mean,
I just said I want Cooper Hummel over him in a plate appearance that matters.
It's not disrespect if there's some validity to what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean,
Zach Short's working his way up there too.
He did hit another home run yesterday. It's not our fault that you wouldn't call it your big offseason acquisition. I guess now, but at the time, you got a real first baseman.
He was the biggest.
Yeah, you got a real first baseman. Now the trade for Tucker has turned out better than you could have imagined outside of Wesneski.
Ended up getting 2 better players.
Yeah, outside of Wesneski. But that trade has worked out well. The signing of Christian Walker has not, but maybe he most of all needs some time away, and he'll come back a different guy.
We're just hitting all the
I'm leaning into all the cliches for a reason,
and all the same things that we said about Jose Abreu.
Yeah,
where it's just send him down. Year one, Jose Abreu wasn't that good. It took him till June to hit a home run, and then he had like a IL stint of just basically like, hey, let's have him chill for a little bit. And he came back and he was like better, but still not all that good. And then year 2 was a complete disaster. So
I just want to get these all out of the way today because for the rest of the week, at least during the All-Star festivities, the Astros and where they are in the standings, whatever, it's not
probably won't come
up. So let's get them all. Do we need to throw any more tried and true baseball things into this segment about why they're fine or why trouble's on the horizon? Because
reinforcements are coming.
In the fashion of who?
Guys coming off the IL. Eventually.
Eventually. Thank you. Christian Javier's pitching, despite your accusations that he was either missing or dead. More reporting about he won't even pay to bring back Kyle Tucker. He's going to pay for a clone.
People do that.
The Javier one, I think, producing a clone.
People do that. Look, I saw a movie that people do that in.
Let's talk, since you brought it up. How expensive would it be to recreate a major league pitcher as opposed to just some random? I don't think you can Google it. I think we just have to guess.
Cloning cost?
How much does it cost to clone a person? Does it cost more than $200 million to clone a person? Because if it does, then
the first one that comes up is the cost to clone a pet, such as a dog or cat, is currently $50,000. So not that much.
Well, that's a dog. Based on the I can't trust.
What do you think?
AI
it's like
over
twice as much
for
a
but
human?
Also to make sure he's a major league caliber pitcher as well. Because I saw cloning in Superman, and sometimes you miss a little bit if you don't go all in. All right, we'll go to break with that while Sean tries to figure out how much it would take to clone Christian Javier. And not just like Christian Javier, but Christian Javier healthy and pitching on the major league level. How much would that cost? See if you can Google that. Give AI overview those parameters and see if you can find an answer for that. We'll go to break with that. Certainly, if you want to join us, you can, 713-780-3776. There's a lot more to get to outside of the Astros and what was a disappointing week last week, and Hunter Brown struggling yesterday. A lot of basketball stuff. Rockets had a couple games in Summer League. Reed Shepherd had, let's just say, a middling performance if you combine the two games. We also found out Jalen Green's thoughts of being traded, and Fred VanVleet has decided he didn't just want to get slandered by Rockets fans. He now wants to get slandered by the entire NBA. I'll tell you what that's about, as a lot of Rocket news to get to. Sean and I, till noon, we'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We'll play a quick game of real or not real with Jalen Green's comments. He was in front of a microphone because he made his first official appearance as a Sun at Vegas Summer League, and they asked him about his time with the Rockets. He's very complimentary of Houston, loves the city, but he also revealed something. It's probably not that surprising, but he revealed something about the Rockets and their plans for him. Apparently that had been in the works for, at least according to him, since last year. So we'll get to that, and we'll see real or not real. But let's talk to Eric. Eric, the one who could be blamed for this Astros recent run of ineptitude. He suggested that they wouldn't lose another game, and since that point, they've lost 5 out of 6. What's up, Eric?
I don't blame myself. I blame you because you displeasure of the Astros. Y'all mocked me when I said they could win 100 games. I said they could win 127 potentially, but do you think they can still win 100 games? And I also saw the movie Superman. It blows away the musical Sinners way out of the water. It also blows Ironheart way out of the water. Is DCU back? And Sean, yabba dabba do, baby.
That's not what Willie P says. He does not say yabba dabba do. But thank you for that, Eric. Willie P will probably attack you in a little bit if he's listening. As far as the Astros, can they win 100 games? I don't know what pace they're on, but sure, they can win 100 games, just like they may win 95. I don't know what the pace they're on because I don't keep track of that. It's not really an interest of me. It's mostly about, are they going to make the playoffs and how healthy they are and who's going to actually be on the roster. Unless you have a bet down. And actually, they're far exceeding the pace of what their win total was before the year started. So if you have an over on that, you should feel pretty good. You would just like some of those guys to come back to even strengthen your potential bet even more. So I'm not going to look that up, Eric. You are concerned about it. You can look up what their pace is. It barely matters. As far as
in the last week, it's like they might lose 100 games.
Is that physically? Yeah, it's still possible. Actually, they haven't got
40
60.
losses.
Yeah,
they've 50 something wins.
They don't have. Yeah, they're not at 63 yet. So yeah, they could lose 100 games if they win one out of the every 15, whatever the number would have to be, the rest of the way. As far as your continued attack on the movie Sinner, something you have not seen, by the way, you revealed that like last week when you called in about, hey, is Sinner's good? So remember your bits. I know it's difficult. You probably have so many going on when you call this show, but if you don't even remember your bits, it's hard to take you seriously. At least have some consistency. There's a thing in movies and TV. Like, even if it's nonsense for real life, the rules of the universe have to make sense. The rules of your universe are you've seen Sinners and you think it sucks. But then you say, hey, is it any good? You got to fix that, Eric, if you want to continue your attack on the Ryan Coogler film. I can try to guess what that's about, but I won't. Yeah, and I've seen Superman. It's good. I enjoyed it.
Better than Sinners?
No, it's not better than Sinners. It's a good superhero movie. I enjoyed Lex Luthor. Nicholas Hoult is really good as Lex Luthor. But is it better than
I liked Lois Lane.
I did like Rachel Brosnahan as Lois
With all
Lane.
due respect.
Understood. With all due respect. To who? Me?
To Lois.
Oh, to Lois. You like this version of Lois Lane.
Yeah, my Lois Lane.
Not the who's the last Lois Lane? Not Amy Adams or
although she was good too.
And there's who's the one? She's normally a blonde, but I forgot. In the I forgot what movie it was in. I forgot which Superman it was. I can't really describe other than Kevin Spacey was Lex Luthor in that one.
Oh, I know which one you're talking
about.
Yeah. Also, just as an aside, as we try to remember Superman Returns, Jimmy Olsen, my Jimmy Olsen.
Skylar Gismondo.
Yeah. Also, my guy from Righteous Gemstones.
Kate Bosworth is that Lois Lane.
Okay.
Yeah, in the Superman Returns. Skylar Gismondo. Yeah, he's very funny.
He's the best.
He's very funny. I love James Gunn making well, I won't give it away. Making that version of Jimmy Olsen. I appreciate that. He just, man, this girl won't get off me. It's very funny.
Trying to turn it down.
Yeah. Hey, man. Hey, Jimmy Olsen on a pedestal. All the girls got that man on a pedestal. All right. We'll get to Elliot here. We weren't gonna do the Jalen Green thing, but now people are calling in about things we weren't planning on talking about. So fine. That's fine. We'll do that. We'll get to Elliot. Animal Kingdom of all shows. I've watched.
Oh, was about? I didn't know if it was about the show or
no,
just
not the general Animal Kingdom. No, I don't think it's about hippos versus hyenas or anything. No,
yeah.
I don't think it's about that.
Okay, I was like, we're getting a zoo question.
No, I think it's about the former TNT show, Animal Kingdom.
I remember seeing ads for it in the middle of playoff games.
Yes, I think it's now on Netflix. You may be able to watch it there. Elliot has a question about college football. What's up, Elliot?
Hey, good morning, guys. Sorry to interrupt the Superman Star Wars talk, but I had a question about U of H. I'm an alumni, and I've been seeing they're getting a lot of recruits 5- and 4-star lately, and I'm just curious if you know anything about these players. Is this something to get excited about going into next year, or is this 1 or 2 is not going to really make a difference? They're still going to be a mid to lower tier organization.
Well, the quarterback is very important. And I know what you're talking about. I did see it come across that I think they picked up another 4-star over the weekend. So 1 or 2 probably doesn't matter. But if it leads to 4 or 5 or 6, then yeah, we got something building there. And as long as their NIL game is up to the task, and of course, you got to believe in the coaching staff. It's not like the Big 12 is full of juggernauts. There is a move to be made in that conference by that school if the investment is real.
Yeah. If you start recruiting like this, like you will just rise up just because in the Big 12, so many of the schools don't or can't recruit like this. So that's why you see like Texas Tech, now U of H, BYU. They're the ones that kind of see the opportunity, are really investing. To me, it really is kind of just as simple as the quarterback. I think it's Keyshawn Henderson.
Yeah.
If that guy makes it to the finish line and actually suits up for U of H, because he's been committed for a while, but
since May of last year.
Yeah, we all know the college football, recruit flipping stuff that goes on. So if they got him 100% locked in and he is going to be a 5-star quarterback at U of H, like it's a little bit of just, hey, if I could have 1 5-star, where do I put him? Quarterback. Also, there could be a little bit of Pied Piper effect of once he signs on, then more and more guys want to play with him.
Yeah,
and also being in Houston really helps.
Yeah, you had a 4-star receiver commit over the weekend. I believe recently you had another 4-star athlete commit. So as you mentioned, the Pied Piper effect. Then if you see him if recruits see him on the field and playing well, then subsequent classes, guys will decide to join. And as Sean mentioned, you got to get him to the finish line. People won't stop recruiting him. Now, it's not a new thing now, but thanks to what was deemed the early signing day, but now it's just considered signing day in December. You don't have to hold on until February. So if they can get him to December, I don't know how much the season that's about to take place matters to him. I haven't really heard any interviews from him about whether performance will play a part. I'm sure if the Cougs don't get off to a great start, I'm sure teams who think they can use that against the Cougs will lean into that. But Willie Fritz can hold on to him, then you've got a jump start to what could be a turnaround. Like Willie Fritz has built programs. He did it at Tulane. And I think Keyshawn Henderson will be looked at as the guy to kind of start a new era of Cougs football. They just got to get there. They can get there, then you've got a shot. And quarterbacks, particularly on the college level, they can flip a school's trajectory very fast because of the belief. And if he is a true Pied Piper where guys love him, they want to play with him, that's great. And so far, so good, as he has been an ambassador for the program. And
I think he said he shut down his recruiting. Now, what does that mean exactly? But he seems as committed as a commit 6 months ahead of time.
Sure. Will there be a big push?
It probably will.
Probably. But if he is as locked in as he says he is, then you've got the one.
Also, even
so far,
even without
by recruiting standards,
even without Henderson, now he would super help. But even without him, just Willie Fritz has a track record of like he's going to figure it out. Like he's going to get them out of the basement of the Big 12, which honestly, a school like U of H has like no business being in. So yes, I'm high on the Willie Fritz era in Houston.
I like him. I like what he's done in other places. Seems we've had him on the station. I hope Coach Fritz gets it done. And we talked about it last week how the Big 12 said no to media polls. Well, the Tulsa World said, you can't make us
watch this.
You can't make us ignore it. So they pulled 16 reporters together, and the Cougs were ranked 12th in the Big 12 this year. Arizona State had 8 first place votes. They're the choice to be repeat champion, although they weren't voted to be a champion last year.
Yeah,
famously last place.
last.
And so, should we trust the voters in the Big 12? Probably not.
I rather be voted 12th than first.
If we're going by recent results. Don't vote me first because you guys apparently don't know what you're talking about. So we'll see where the Cougs land once the season begins. But right now, pick 12th by a poll put together by the Tulsa World. Julian, you want to talk about the show Animal Kingdom? We'll get to that when we come back. I'm interested to know why this show that I think has been off there for a couple years now has sparked your interest.
Or he wants to talk about elephants. We don't know.
Hippos being the most dangerous land animal on the face of the earth. Maybe that's what he wants to get to.
Tigers and such.
Or maybe he has just decided to watch Animal Kingdom over again. Maybe he's a rewatcher. I don't know. We'll find all that out when we come back. Julian, up next. Anyone else you want to join us after Julian? You can. 713-780-3776.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
All right, we'll get to the Rockets news that happened over the weekend. And Sean got his wish. Reed Shepherd got up a lot of shots to varying degrees of success, depending on who he was facing. Clippers, fine. I mean, the shooting percentage wasn't that great, but at least 28 points on 24 shots is reasonable. Well, the Pistons apparently bullied him into complaining to the ref and then not shooting very well. As many turnovers as shots made. Not great, but as always, it's just Summer League. But let's get to Julian. He wants to talk about TNT's Animal Kingdom. Maybe. What's up, Julian?
What it is, Turkey. I feel like I don't have any other shows to watch, right? I'm always on the road, so I'm always watching something new, or actually old, rather. And I just started Animal Kingdom. I'm on season 3. I'm so happy that Bass died. I'm so happy that he died. The way he treated his daughter just made me want it. It was like, someone please kill him. And it was pretty nice to see that. Y'all have a good day.
So it's interesting to have someone call in about a relatively obscure show and talk about a plot point as if we all know what he's talking
From
about.
season 3.
Yeah. In the
Bad.
middle. Like, Animal Kingdom's a fine show. I think I've seen maybe up to season 3 where this guy dies. Shout out to Scott Speedman, formerly a vampire in the Underworld series. That's where I know him from. And also in Felicity. But I think that's a bit of narrow casting, Julian.
No, but if there's any show that there's a chance that there's a discussion.
Because why do you think this show in particular?
I mean, you think Joel and Jeremy have seen
Oh, you mean this show?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got what you're saying.
I mean the Del show.
Got it. Well, to your point, I did know what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Again,
anyone else they see Animal Kingdom up there, they're like me, and they're like, this guy wants to talk about Jaguars.
I just think at some point, considering we do have an entire 30-minute segment every week for TV and movies, if it's going to be as obscure, relatively speaking, maybe we segment it to Fridays at 11:30. Maybe. I'm just a suggestion. I'm fine with Animal Kingdom, but I do realize there are other people besides me listening.
I appreciate that it was. I think what I appreciate is that there wasn't a question.
He just wanted to get.
It was just a confessional, really.
Yeah. He
So
was happy a guy died.
And let's be honest, if you're rewatching or watching for the first time Animal Kingdom, like, who are you going to tell about it? Who are you going to talk to about it?
At least on this station, it would be me.
Yeah, or just in your everyday life. How you can't be like, your mom calls and you're like, oh, things going well, whatever. Hey, I've been watching Animal Kingdom.
It's true. It's
bad,
probably a
real bad guy.
Probably a very limited amount of people you can have that discussion with.
This is like a open forum.
I don't know. It feels like
talk soccer. We talk
U of H. You're holding soccer and U of H football at the same level as Animal Kingdom. At least it's local. Animal Kingdom is set in Southern California.
Yeah.
If it was a Houston-based show, I'd understand.
If anyone wants to talk about, was the Mo? Was that the
sure
Mo Amer?
Yeah, I think what's that on Netflix or something?
Yeah.
So Julian, appreciate it. The Jive Turkey thing, not so much. Mostly because I heard it this morning on the John and Lance show. You called in and called them Jive Turkeys too. So you doubled
did he have like an actual Niners question?
Or? No, it was what have you learned, I believe.
Oh, okay.
But he did do the Jive Turkey thing.
I'm just glad it wasn't about the Niners.
Lucky.
We're getting to that time of year. We're getting pretty close.
Well,
I mean, we had someone call in about U of H football,
which I love.
Preview.
I do love that.
Yeah. And I thought maybe we're getting, hey, Kyle Juszczyk says Christian McCaffrey looks great out there.
You mean on that Instagram post of he and his wife or girlfriend? I'm not sure if they're married, as they have a child. You mentioned the 49ers, Juwan Jennings. Hey, I like a new deal or trade me. So there's out. That's out there. I guess now their second receiver, or maybe you want to put him behind Ricky Pierce. So I'm not sure the hierarchy of 49ers receivers now that Debo's gone. But Brandon Jennings or Juwan Jennings, known for big third down catches, converting into first downs.
Good blocker.
That's what he does. He wants a new deal from the 49ers. The 49ers are like, we just traded Debo. Can a receiver just please like his deal enough to finish it instead of demanding a trade or wanting a new deal? Can we please just do that? Can we get through one off season without a receiver asking for more money when he already has a deal in place? The answer for the 49ers is no. No, John Lynch.
Ricky Pearsall's like, well, just wait.
I survived getting shot. You don't think I'm going to be asking for more money for just coming back?
You don't think I'm willing to hold out?
Yeah.
I got shot.
So we'll see if Jawan Jennings, who really has been nothing more, and it's not an insult, it's just how when you have Ayuk and Debo, has really been nothing more than a third receiver.
Yeah, and that's a team with Kittle and McCaffrey out of the backfield.
He's a fourth option at this point, but he wants more money. So we'll see what the 49ers do there it's not the eve of training camp, but we're getting ever closer. And we've got still 30 of 32 second rounders, holding out, including a Texan. Ariante Ursere is holding out, much like the rest of us, the second rounders, because they want, I guess, guaranteed money, thanks to what Nick Caserio did and setting a precedent that no NFL team really wants to match. You've got an entire round of guys deciding we're not coming in. So we'll see if these deals get figured out before training camp or guys expected to play. Maybe not Ursere so much, but on other teams expected to play this year, missing training camp.
I do think it's funny that Caserio's like not fully guaranteeing the other guy.
Yeah, what's the deal there?
We like Higgins.
Well, why does Higgins get it? And
Ursere,
all the other teams dealing with this and all the other players, I understand why they're doing it, but also, hey, we don't do what Caserio does. But Caserio not doing it for Ursere too is rough. It's hard. It's going to be hard to get your other second rounder to go along with not getting it when you gave it to the other guy.
Yeah,
that's tough.
And I mean, at a certain point, Higgins was what, the 35th pick, 34th pick,
something around there. I believe. I'll find that.
I think if you're like in the 50s and 60s, like, dude, just take our contract. just take the
we'll take the
normal
contract, but at fully guaranteed.
Yeah,
like that guy did.
Yeah, take the boilerplate.
So
pre-Higgins, the Higgins does not apply to you.
So top of the second round,
58th pick in the draft.
What about the 36 pick?
I think once you get past like 40, 45, that's when it's like, all right.
So Ursere
you're a half round away.
Was the 48th pick in the draft. Too low to get a fully guaranteed deal.
But Ursere's different because it's like you're the guy who gave him the fully guaranteed deal.
Yeah.
Mike Brown didn't give anyone a fully guaranteed deal.
All the other teams,
Kroenke didn't give anyone a fully guaranteed deal. You did. You right here.
Looking at you, Caserio. It's how do you look Ursere's agent in the face and go, not your guy?
I mean, he was picked 12 picks after the other guy.
Yeah, but still.
It's half the round.
Either way. I
know.
You did something.
Our third rounder's going to start looking for guaranteed
And if
money.
I was Ursere, I'd say, yeah. And I'm going to be paid like I was drafted 12 or 13 picks behind him. I still want all that money get fully guaranteed. I'm not getting paid as much as him because I was drafted later than him.
12% isn't guaranteed. 1% for each pick after Higgins.
It's tough.
88% for a guy that, given my track record, Nick Caserio drafting offensive linemen.
But if
probably not that good.
But if you're Ursere, you're saying you're more desperate for talented offensive linemen than you are for receivers because you have Christian Kirk and Nico Collins, while you have Cam Robinson and Ingram.
Yeah,
you're more desperate for talented guys who can play on the offensive line than you are for receiver.
Juice Scruggs.
So give me my money. Juice Patterson, as we call him.
Oh, yeah, Juice Patterson. I actually meant to say Juice Patterson. I accidentally said the right guy's name.
If you don't know the bit, there's really no difference, at least in our eyes, between Scruggs or Patterson. So we just combine them to stop confusing ourselves. And yet, it still happens.
Yeah, I accidentally just said one guy's full name.
Yeah. So thanks for the Animal Kingdom call. I'm not sure how we got to this, but hey, at least we turned it around and started to talk some football. Let's get to this. We're way off, whatever. So we'll do this and then close out the first hour of the show. If you missed it, over the weekend, Jalen Green was asked about his time in Houston. As I said before, very complimentary of his time. Love the city. He and Dylan Brooks get it, particularly Dylan Brooks. He's like, yeah, well, it happens. It's the NBA. Jalen Green was not surprised that he got traded. He said that the Rockets have been trying to trade him for the last year, at least since last year. So I asked you, Sean, as I posed it initially, real or not real? As far as, is this a thing? Do we believe that Jalen Green was fully aware throughout the last season or so that the Rockets had him on the trade block, or is this him responding to rumors? Like, how open would the Rockets really have been with him? Maybe they talked to his agent because they didn't want to have him surprised. And yes, the agent probably went to them at some point and said, hey, been hearing this stuff. He's got his feelers out. Is my guy really someone on the block? And the Rockets go, you know what? We listen to all offers. Or are they saying, yes, we're actually trying to trade him?
I don't think that they're actively shopping him, you know? Like, I don't think they're calling teams being like, what does it take for you to take Jalen Green?
But they weren't removing him from
exactly. And like he was available the whole time. I think rightfully so. I also think there's a chance that Jalen Green is thinking about or talking about, like you said, the rumors and the, chatter among the fan base on social media about him. They definitely wanted him traded last year. So I think it might be that. It might be more of a response to the social media, coverage of this team where everyone has a picture of the mock draft or the mock trade machine, and he's in it. I think it's just as likely that he's just talking about like Roosh Williams, because I know he's seen what Roosh says about him.
Not complimentary.
No, but I think that it's likely that he's talking about that.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think the Rockets are just going to
I don't think Stone plays it. I think he plays things pretty close to the vest.
Yeah, I don't think he's just very open about, hey, Jalen, if the right deal comes along, we're going to move you.
Also, everyone would know. Like the reporters and stuff would know if his agent knew, and if it was that obvious that they were actually trying to trade him. Like, it would be more of a open secret, like around the Kelly Ecos of the world. And Jackson Gatlin asked Rafael Stone at the end of season press conference, like, about the on-off numbers, and Rafael Stone was still holding the party line of like, well, there's more than just lineup data.
Yeah, we heard that the Rockets saw Jalen Green as a part of their future and a main part of what they want to do.
I think there's a chance that it's like our social videos of like, should the Rockets trade Jalen Green? Like, it might be that he's talking.
Yes.
Not literally us, but just
stuff like that.
Stuff like that.
It's just been in the conversation for a while that he is the most likely to trade for multiple reasons.
Yeah.
And a contract that's tradable and a player who may not be someone who should be considered a long-term option for the Rockets. All those things come together to make him the most likely to trade, because we were talking about it felt like forever that this guy, like, Amin's not going anywhere. Tari, they really love. Reed Shepherd has only been there for a year.
Yeah.
The one guy you would move if you have to move someone would be Jalen, because you're not trading Şengün unless it's for a Giannis type or something like that.
And that even not like this past year where they made the playoffs. The year before when they went 41-41, like, the conversation then was like, could you imagine if they just flipped Jalen Green and draft picks for Devin Booker? Like, it's like, just imagine how good this team would be. And that was like the consensus, or Donovan Mitchell, or just like pick another shooting guard who would have, theoretically was available. Both those guys are still on the same team. But that was the thought about the Rockets 2 years ago now, where it's just, hey, imagine if they just had like a really good shooting guard.
Yeah, Jalen Green. I don't know what Rafael Stone was thinking, but if you are chronicling online like a lot of people, probably us who are at fault for having these conversations over and over again. As we said, I'm sure the Rockets were listening, but they weren't. I don't think they were actively shopping him over.
Trying to trade me.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they were doing.
Yeah. Also, they're trying to trade you for a year. Couldn't get any takers, and then they traded you for Kevin Durant.
It's a little insulting to yourself if they were trying to trade you and couldn't get anything done until Kevin Durant said the Rockets on my list, and now all of a sudden someone really wanted you. I think the perfect answer for the Rockets became available, and they made a trade for a guy they liked. I had my contentions on how much they should like him, but from all the outward words, they liked him quite a bit. And unless it was for someone like Kevin Durant, I don't think they were looking to trade or trying to trade Jalen Green. They just found an opportunity and capitalized. And we'll see what Jalen Green is in Phoenix. He is apparently all in on being there. Talked a lot about how he and Devin Booker are going to be a deadly duo. That's just offseason stuff. I'm sure Bradley Beal had the same thoughts. Just
Sure, Kevin Durant had the same
it's
thoughts.
just what you say in the offseason. Hey, I can score. Devin Booker can score.
Boom. Who's stopping this?
Well,
has anyone ever thought about like two guys on the same team that can score, one more efficiently than the other, and then another guy who has a no trade clause, who in theory is a good scorer?
Yeah, I would say, while I appreciate the confidence, the Suns just had a top 15 player of all time. And while both those guys put up points, they're imminently stoppable as far as winning games. And maybe he's not talking about winning games. He just means we're going to put up a lot of points, and maybe that will be the case. All right, we'll go to break. We'll get to why Fred VanVleet may have just signed up to be the most hated player in the NBA, because that's just how this position goes. That his new one, he has a prominent position now, and now anytime something goes wrong, he will be someone who's blamed, whether it's his fault or not. We'll get to that. We'll get to some other things in the second hour of the show. If you want to get in and call in about obscure TNT shows, you're welcome to do that. 713-780-3776. Sean and I till noon. We will be back. Welcome into the show, or welcome back to the show, excuse me. Hour 2 begins. So I mentioned Fred VanVleet has opened himself up to being slandered by all fan bases as opposed to just the Rockets one when he goes like 4 for 15 or something. He was voted the president of the the NBAPA. He succeeds CJ McCollum, who succeeded Chris Paul, who succeeded Derek Fisher. Apparently, it's a point guard thing. Like the MVP goes to quarterbacks in football. We haven't had a non-point guard since 2006 when Antonio Davis had it. So if you're actually McCollum's more like a combo guard, but smaller guards apparently run this position. And Fred, now anytime something bad happens, well, look at Fred VanVleet. We're going to blame him because CJ McCollum gets blamed for the current CBA.
For the apron and
all that
luxury
stuff.
tax.
They lean into, that's McCollum's fault.
He negotiated.
So,
He agreed to this deal.
Along with all the other players in leadership who decided, yes, this is what we want to do.
Yeah, but he's the president.
He's the president. Yes, it falls on the president. So I don't know when the next CBA comes up, but if it's something that doesn't favor the players or there's a work stoppage, you know who's going to catch it. Fred probably will. See, the thing is, will Fred VanVleet still be in the NBA the next time? Like he's 30-something years old now. And all these guys, I guess Derek Fisher wasn't a star at the end of his time, but Fred is what, 31 or 30 now?
So the next or this current CBA expires
29-30.
He's 31 in 29-30. So
will Fred still be around in 29-30?
Well, they're probably going to start negotiating it
early
29.
Sure.
So like 28, 29. Yeah.
He'll probably still be around in the league.
Yeah, he'll still be around.
So
just like as, third point guard, making the minimum kind of guy. Like how Corey Joseph played for, I don't know, 7 years longer than anyone thought Corey Joseph would.
DJ Augustine.
Like he could be that kind of guy.
Sure. Yeah. Good vet. People want him around. Kyle Lowry's still fooling around.
Lowry's still in the league.
Yeah, gotcha. So
there's a place for him in the league in 4 years from now?
You're probably right about that. So Fred's got a real chance to be the guy who everyone blames.
Yeah.
The next time a CBA doesn't go in the player's favor.
I'm really excited for him.
Why would you take on this job? I guess if your fellow players vote you, you take the job, I guess. But there's a way to say, hey, not for me. It doesn't seem like a very rewarding job because you are at the beck and call of not just the players, but then you have to negotiate with the owners. And of course, there's actual lawyers involved. So it's not like Fred going over contracts himself all the time. It's not that, but he will be the face of anything that doesn't work out.
He's got to touch base with all the team union reps.
Sure.
He's got
not for me, I would say.
No.
I just want to play ball.
Oh, no.
Not for me. But now you have
I got paid $40 million a year for 2 years. I think I'm worried about
it. Now, at least we have the NBA's president or Players Association president in town when he's not working
so we can
out.
Ask him all the pressing questions.
Yes, when there's a big issue in the NBA, Fred's right there to answer them. When he's not working out with Ime in the offseason.
That was very funny.
It was because we forget that Ime's like 6'5". Fred's maybe 5'11". Maybe 6 feet tall, whatever he is.
Fred VanVleet's made $165 million.
And he wants to take on this responsibility.
He's a better man than me.
Like all those guys are like CJ McCollum was a very wealthy man. Chris Paul, certainly. They all are of a certain level where you take this on because you're a good vet. You're the vets people respect.
How did he make this much? Oh, I guess he was a second round pick, so he got paid fast. He got his second contract after 2 years.
Yeah. He outplayed where he was picked, so the Raptors decided to reward him.
Man.
I don't know, man. That's a job. That's a thankless job. And you'll always be the guy who screwed something up.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not even like a thankless job. It's everyone hates you job.
Yes. Yeah.
It's the second
job where you get blamed.
It's just anything bad that happens to anybody's team as like a cap casualty or anything, your fault.
Yeah.
even if it's like the Denver Nuggets saying that, hey, because of the second apron, like there might come a day where we can't afford to keep Nikola Jokic. Does the Nuggets know that to be in the second apron, you have to like pay the tax, which is something they don't do? Like second apron isn't even their problem. It's like they're trying to duck the tax. That's not CJ McCollum's fault. That's not in 5 years Fred VanVleet's fault. Like what are you doing?
Through his time in the NBA, maybe the only fan base who really disliked Fred VanVleet were the Warrior fans because of what he did in the finals, or maybe a team on that run during the playoff.
Yeah,
run.
I think the Bucks too.
Yeah, maybe. But for the most part, he was a guy who kind of inoffensive.
Yeah, steady hand, backup point guard, start and then graduate to like starting point guard. Very classic floor general type.
Sure, everyone needs one of those types. He falls into that category. You'd love to have a Fred VanVleet on your team. Now, good luck, Fred. Hopefully, it all goes well for you. But the NBA PA president, Fred VanVleet, I don't think there will be an inauguration. I don't even know how they celebrate that, other than, hey, now you handle all the league's mess. When things go wrong, when there's a big issue that matters to the entire league, Fred VanVleet will be the one people look to have answers. So congratulations to him, and good luck. As far as the Rockets are concerned, I just ask that you shoot above 40% from the field. Can we reach that? Maybe get to league average, which would be a departure from what he has been over his career. Speaking of the smaller guards, Reed Shepherd had a couple summer league games. We'll see if he goes today. The Rockets split. No, they lost both, right? They lost to the Clippers and the Pistons. I don't remember.
Question.
I don't remember if they beat the Clippers.
Great
I know they lost to the Pistons. I don't remember if they beat the Clippers. Reed Shepherd better in game one. Did get up a lot of shots in both. The efficiency took a real downturn against the Pistons. He is mic'd up in the game talking about the physicality the Pistons showed. And you start with love before you complain. Like, hey, I love the physicality, but I got to be able to shoot. And he showed his wrists and his arms to the referee, I guess. He said he believed he was getting banged up a little bit too much. Got to be able to shoot, got to be able to dribble. And the Pistons said, no, you don't. Until the rules say you don't. Until the rules say you do, you don't. And he went like 6 for 19, had as many turnovers as made field goals in game two. And I was not looking for him to shoot a lot. It's fine. I mean, it's better than some of the other options. I was looking to see if he could run the team. And not every turnover that winds up on your plate is your fault. Whether some guy's in the wrong spot or maybe you do get fouled and it's not called. But it wasn't a encouraging performance against the Pistons, particularly for a team who decided to get after him physically and pressure him. If he does play the rest of Summer League, you hope he bounces back and shows the ability to handle some of that stuff, because I know people believe that, I saw this somewhere, that smaller guards may be a bigger factor going forward because of how defenses are going to be played. Like a lot of times, maybe the 6'6" wing who you're asking to bring the ball up can't handle or won't be able to handle the pressure defenses being putting them by smaller, aggressive guards. And maybe you need a couple guys of maybe not expressly Reed Shepherd size, but around the 6'1", 6'2" types, 6'3" or so, to be able to handle the ball pressure. That's going to be put in their way to try to run offense. And he didn't do a great job of it against the Clippers. Did get up his shots though, didn't do a great job of it against the Pistons, but he did get his shots up. So we'll see the rest of the way. It's only a couple games, but I know some people expected him to dominate. That did not happen. I didn't expect him to dominate. Just run good offense. That's my takeaway. Can he show he can give you 10 to 12 minutes a night if it comes down to that as your backup point guard? Or are we leaning towards more Aaron Holiday than we would like? I don't think it'll just be determined by what happens in the summer league. But as far as what we can see, because we're not going to see a lot or any of training camp, we'll see what he looks like in preseason. Just give me a little hope that year two of Reed Shepherd means more time on the floor than more time us having these conversations about why Reed Sheppard can't get on the floor. I like to do the former. Actually, judge his performances as opposed to, hey, how come Reed Sheppard's not playing?
Yeah,
that's all.
He is playing good defense, or at least he's getting a lot.
He did have 4 steals. Yes.
He is getting a lot of steals.
Yes, he's getting his hand. Well, which was his calling card. Speaking of putting pressure on opposing guards.
That's the funniest thing about Reed Sheppard is that you look at him and his size. You're like, defensive liability, and like one-on-one kind of, but he's a turnover machine. He was at Kentucky at least, and in the summer league for whatever that's worth.
You mean forcing turnovers?
Yes,
because he was a turnover machine.
Yeah, both ways.
Okay, against the Pistons.
It's like Big 12 offenses where it's like, this is going to be a high scoring game for everybody. For everybody.
Yeah. Not so much for the Cougs to start last year, though.
No, that's more the Big 12 thing. Like, Big 12 doesn't play defense. That's played out. Like, that's back in like 2017. That was the case. Now it's like kind of a normal conference.
Yeah, it's not the Lincoln Riley, because we attribute a lot because Oklahoma was their best team and could never get stops against
Oklahoma
teams that mattered.
Stoops, Oklahoma State was like that. TCU when they were really good. Baylor was like that.
Tech and their best teams, y'all.
Like just half the conference just could not play defense.
All the offense
Texas couldn't tackle anybody.
Yeah, all the offensive world couldn't play any defense, and were looked at in a less than serious way, and that continues, but for different reasons today. Mostly because Texas and Oklahoma are gone, and you've got the Arizona State of the world now as your favorite to win it, at least according to the recent media poll. And I don't think it helps that no one really remembers, or thinks of Arizona State as a Big 12 school. Like, it's not. It doesn't help the cachet of the conference.
I think we literally forgot they were in the conference.
Yeah, last week we did. When at least I did. When the best team in your conference is a school people think is still a Pac-12 school. Yeah. And so you have to. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, they're in the Big 12. That's how we talk about them. That's unfortunate, but we'll see if Sam Leavitt and that Arizona State team can repeat what they did last year in a different way. Now, as they say, Sean, they're the hunted as opposed to the forgotten about.
Yeah, no one's overlooking them. They're gonna have everyone's best shot.
Any more you got in there? Any more cliches you got?
No.
All right. You know it's not cliche? Getting a great car. You know where you get that great car from? Monument Chevrolet. There's nothing played out about getting a great vehicle at a great price, and the place you do that at is Monument Chevrolet. You can check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. So you got your choice, whether you want a new vehicle, a pre-owned one, or maybe you are someone who is starting a business or currently has a business that's been going for some time now, and you want to add to your fleet. They have a wide selection of fleet vehicles you can take advantage of. And the best part about Monument Chevrolet is not just the prices, which are great, not just the wide selection. It is the people you're going to get to deal with. Those people understand the car buying process. So even if you don't, maybe you're not one of the people who's been shopping with them for generations, because they've been in business for over 50 years, which means they've been selling cars to generations of families. But maybe you are new and have never been. Well, it's going to be easy and simple for you. They're not going to rush you through anything, but they also understand that the car buying experience is one you don't want it to take forever. You don't want to be on that lot forever. They're going to get you the car that you want as quickly as they can and get you the best price that you can. So check out what they have to offer, and then find the car you want and the price you want at monumentchevrolet.com, and then head on out there to Pasadena. It's off of Beltway 8 and 225. They've got the salesperson of the week thing, which all that really means is they are competing to get you into the best car possible. So that means you're going to get great service. So the website is Monument Chevrolet. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And also remember this, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So Sean talked about how I shouldn't have, maybe suggested Animal Kingdom maybe shouldn't be a topic because we talk about soccer. And we're not going to dive deep into the Club World Cup final because how many people saw it if you didn't have the zone? I mean, at least throughout the tournament. I think it was on TNT yesterday as far as the final. But Chelsea beat PSG. Chelsea now officially world champions of club soccer. They expanded the tournament from like 7 to an actual World Cup style of tournament, and Chelsea went on to win it. Fine, whatever. A Premier League side won a big tournament. Fine. If you didn't catch the end of it, then you missed the best part. So the FIFA president was there and President Trump was there as well. And they flashed to him sitting up where all the dignitaries sit. Normally, you see that quite a bit where if there's a major tournament final in a country, you'll see maybe the prime minister or if they have royalty still in that country or a king or a president, whatever. That person will be sitting up in the stands watching, doing their, I guess, whatever's required of them as a state representative of the state or whatever. But in this case, Trump took it a step further at the beckoning, I guess, of the president of FIFA. Normally, you don't see the president or the prime minister in the trophy ceremony. You might see them handing out the medals, shaking guys' hands, but you normally don't see them in the midst of the biggest moment of that captain's time. Like the captain gets to raise the trophy first. Everyone gets their medal, but the captain is the one who gets to raise the trophy and do the thing where everyone's excited. They celebrate. You get all the press photos. You put it on your social media, whatever. And you could tell the Chelsea players didn't understand what was going on. The star player, Cole Palmer, looked and said, "What's this guy doing?" And then the captain actually looked at Trump and said, "Are you going to leave?" And President Trump said, "No, I'm not leaving." It's really indicative of how these things are handled, that Chelsea and their social media had to scramble to make it seem like Trump wasn't there. Like if you go to their social media accounts, all the still photos, at least the big still photo of the team celebrating, Trump is edited out. The president's edited out. In the video, they have like one video of a wide shot of Trump, President Trump there, and he's there. It's a slow-mo, and you can see the president of FIFA trying to wave Trump away to get him out of the shot. He doesn't leave, so he's in the shot. But all the other videos of Chelsea celebrating for the most part are tight shots of the captain, and you don't see President Trump, even though he's standing right next to him. They just have a tight shot of the trophy being raised because it never happens. You never have someone who's not team affiliated in the mix for those things. The president's carving his own path. And I guess he'll be there when the World Cup isn't in the country next year, when the finals here. So I imagine whoever wins it needs to have their social media team ready.
Yeah.
If
When
they
Tyler Adams lifts up the trophy.
good luck with that. Whoever wins it, unlikely the Americans will be raising that trophy. Get ready. Their social media team needs to get ready.
Have a plan.
Yeah, have a plan. Get your editing software ready to go. If you don't want the president of the United States in your celebration, have yourself ready and be prepared, because I don't think the Chelsea people expected it, because it never happens, and they had to make a move. It's a tough spot. You want the video. You want to put that everywhere to show that you won a Club World Cup. You generally don't want a non-Chelsea person involved in the shot. And when it comes to controversy, I don't know if you've heard, but our president is a controversial figure around the world. I don't know if you've heard that about him, Sean.
No, you don't hear much about this guy.
Yeah. Look, man,
just kind of
does
his job.
He was invited.
Stays low profile.
Sure, that's
his get down.
That's what I've heard about him too. But as far as Sunday afternoon in New York City, or actually New Jersey at that point, he was not going to be someone who got brushed aside.
No, I mean, he brings up a good point of like, What if I stand here?
What are you going to
Then
do
what?
about it? Are you going to touch me?
Yeah.
Are you going to
Cole
politely?
Palmer, do something.
You're not. Yeah.
Make a move, big guy.
See, I don't know what Luis Enrique would have done. He's a manager for PSG because at the end of that match, he was punching people. So I don't know if he had one. Would he have put hands on the president? Probably not. Seems unlikely. But yeah, to your point, are you going to shove me aside and tell me to go?
Like what?
Probably not.
Oh, security is gonna.
Yeah. I don't know if you've heard, but my security force, may be a little bit better than yours. So perhaps you won't do anything to get me out of here, get me out of the paint. We'll see how FIFA handles it next summer. Maybe the FIFA president doesn't make the same move he made to try to have his own moment in the sun. He just assumed I'm going to go down there, hand out some medals, have the president with me to help me hand out these medals, and then we're just going to calmly step to the side once the big moment is ready. Nah, I don't know I guess he's never met the president before. He doesn't get out of the way when there's a big moment. I would say just go to Chelsea's social media, particularly their Instagram, if you want to see how they tried to handle this. It's funny to me.
It's funny that it was someone's job to and probably late in England because I assume they didn't fly out everyone.
Yeah, I don't know how they handled it.
Although I guess they had to get someone there to get footage.
Yeah,
so maybe they did.
And did they edit her? I don't know. I'm sure they have a giant team. We only have one person who does everything here, but I'm sure Chelsea's social media team is
bigger than ours,
much more expansive than ours.
Huh.
It's probably more than one person. So maybe they had the on-site person. They sent that stuff back, and they had to take care of it because they want to get that up quickly. So everyone can see it.
Got to let everyone know that you won the Club World Cup.
I mean, if they weren't watching it on TV,
yeah. If they weren't watching on TV, but are interested in who won the Club World Cup or Chelsea football.
If you follow Chelsea football, but decided you weren't going to watch them win a world championship, we have the social media videos for you. And
is it
for you.
Where's in the hierarchy of like obviously it's not as big as winning Champions League. Is the next one down?
I don't know. There was a suggestion that the European teams wouldn't take it seriously because they have the Champions League. But once you got down into the knockout stages and you're actually playing major teams from across the world, it seemed like they took it seriously. They celebrated like it was a big deal. The fans enjoyed it like it was a big deal. And it was the first time it was in this format where they actually just decided to make it like the World Cup as opposed to, hey, we're just going to invite 7 teams from some of the biggest federations across the world and invite them to play. Hell, when an MLS team can make the Club World Cup, now they're inviting everyone. They had several. Only Inter Miami got out of the group stage, which was an accomplishment. Of course, they summarily got pummeled by PSG in the knockout stage, but hey, at least they got through. And a PSG, which was on a run, they won Champions League, had a chance to win the Club World Cup, and then they gave up 3 goals in the first half, which is how these things generally go. Normally, when a big club gets that type of scoreline put on them early, there's no pushback. There's no fighting back.
Oh, especially July 13th and in New Jersey. I think those guys are like, all right.
But even in the Champions
League, I'm 75 minutes away from super yacht time. I think I'm out of here.
Yeah, but even in the Champions League, PSG got up big, and there was no pushback. They wound up being against Inter. That game wound up being 5-0 or something. It's how those games or matches usually go, even when it involves some of the most talented teams in the world. Once the scoreline gets out of hand,
Germany, Brazil,
a bit ago, but 7-1. You would think, hey, we got all this talent, we're gonna try. No, everyone pretty much breaks down. And
or
quits.
At some point, you call off the dogs. Dogs not called off.
Actually, the problem is they tried to turn their dogs into chihuahuas. It's just that Brazil was like, the chihuahuas are too much.
What? Yeah, we're literally laying down.
All discipline.
On the pitch.
Yeah, all discipline breaks down, and that's how you get a 7-1 semifinal in a World Cup in your home country. One of the bigger,
didn't happen to an MLS team.
Bigger embarrassments in soccer history. In a World Cup semifinal in your home country, the Germans come over there and beat you 7-1. All right, we'll go to break with that. The Club World Cup, I don't know how successful it was. The crowd was packed at MetLife, but just the very end of it as the trophy was being handed out. Shout out to the Chelsea social media team for all they had to do to wipe a very prominent figure off their social media, because that's not how you celebrate winning a title. It should generally always be members of the team and a coach. But hey, the president said not this time. All right, we'll go to break with that. Jeff wants to talk about Josh Hader. Josh Hader, an Astros All-Star, along with Isaac Paredes and Hunter Brown and Jeremy Pena. And it may just be Hunter Brown will probably make an appearance, but the only
I think they said Pena will be there.
He'll be there, but he's not going to play.
Yeah.
So the only guy who could play is Hader, because also Isaac won't be there because of a family matter. So we'll talk about Josh Hader when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
All right, let's get to Jeff. He wants to talk some Josh Hader. What's up, Jeff?
Doing, Dale. Good to talk to you again. Hey, just had a question. I sent you a picture of me and Derek, by the way, the Derek host. Just wanted to see what you thought about, 25 or 26 now, whatever. But he's given up on average one home run every 5 innings, which is not good. I know it's a lot of fly balls. I just wanted to see what your analytical thought was of every 5 innings out there, he's going to give up a home run.
I wouldn't say I have any analytical thoughts on it. It's scary a little bit. This team has goals of winning big. We'll see if the lineup, whether it be through health or an addition right before the trade deadline, allows for that to happen. But the thought that your closer gives up home runs in what should be tight situations in the playoffs, it's not comforting. You just have to hope that when it matters most, that some of that will stop, or you have big enough leads where you can survive it. So fly ball up in the air, particularly at Minute Maid, to right-handed hitters, not great. That's my analytical approach. My approach, or at least my thought process, is I want a closer who doesn't give up home runs. Why they happen 1 out of every 5? Would you say? Did he say innings or batters?
1 every 5 innings.
1 out of every 5 innings. I'm not going to take that into consideration. I just know that this is a guy, at least this year, who's given up long balls, and you just hope that's a thing that doesn't really come back to haunt them. Clean it up, Josh. That's all we're looking for. Just clean it up.
Clean it up.
That's my solve. Clean it up, Josh.
And he's given up 3 home runs in the month of July. So 3 out of his last 4 outings, he's given up a home run.
Yes, they're coming a little bit more furious than we would like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, he was none in March. Not that impressive. 2 games. April 1, May 1, June 3.
It's picking up a little
July
bit.
3.
Yeah, it's picked up. June 3 over the course of the month. We're not looking for that, but fine. But now you got 3 in less than half a month.
Not good.
Not good. Josh Hader is allowed to have a bad half of a month. Every player is, and you just hope now that we're at the All-Star break, although he may be pitching, who knows, that there's a bit of a flip back to what he had been very early in the season, and really throughout up until I guess June, where that wasn't happening that often.
It is funny. It is 1 home run every 5 innings. Also, Saturday's game was his first blown save of the year. Like it's like 2 stats that seem like they are at complete odds of each other. Like
very true. Yeah.
He hadn't give up a blown save until Saturday in a game they ended up winning anyway. And at the same time, as of late, giving up a lot of home runs.
Yeah, he gave up 12 last year. It's 8 right now. His career high home runs given up was way back in 2019 when he gave up 15. So the numbers have certainly increased since he's been in Nashville. He only gave up 3 in his final year with the Padres. So 12, now 8, on pace to, I guess, break the 12 home runs given up last year. It's just a ballpark, particularly if he's going to be pitching to a lot of right-handed hitters, where there's going to be a chance where non-home runs in normal ballparks are going to fly out at Minute Maid, or Daikin now. Minute Maid last year. He's a product of his environment, Jeff. And by that,
you mean literally the place that's 200 something feet away from him every time he pitches?
Yes, he's it feels like that, doesn't it? Actually, he's 60
feet
is away.
Yeah, 200 feet.
Yeah. He's simply a product of Daikin Park's environment, and the home runs are going to be a little bit more frequent than we would like. If I was a real one, I'd look up the home runs he's given up and how many would go out in different ballparks. But I'm not a real one. Not when it comes to baseball stats in the middle of the show. That'd be something I look up during a break, maybe. Maybe I'll have that answer for you when we come back. I appreciate the call, Jeff. Sean pointed out, the man's blown 1 save all year long. I like that in the middle of July. I appreciate that from my closer. The home runs, if it happens in a playoff game, it shouldn't surprise anyone because of the frequency of what's happening over the course of the last 2 months.
And like anything, like if it happens in the playoffs and that they lose either a pivotal, game 5 or something, or they lose a series because he gives up a home run, okay, That's what he'll be remembered as.
Yeah, not the all-star, not the
yeah.
great season. It'll be the home run he gave up. Yeah.
Yeah. That there's a
part of the
certain
gig.
freedom about like, at the end of the day with the Astros, now that they look like they're good enough that they're definitely going to be in the playoffs. That's like at a certain point, like it only just comes down to 1 month. Like it, as much as we'd love to like, break it all down, every game matters for how these guys will be remembered as Astros. It's all about October.
And I've kind of felt that way about the Astros since about 2018-19, where they're always in the playoffs.
Yeah.
They're always a real contender.
Especially as a reliever, too. It's like,
yeah. Josh Hader giving
like you give up. Oh, if a reliever gives up 1 run over the course of a playoffs, like a playoff run, you look at him differently every time he goes out there. After he gives up the run, you're like, oh my God, we have this guy in. And no matter what, he could have a 2 ERA the entire season.
Yeah,
just oh my God, on Tuesday he gave up a run. Now has the come in right now. Oh my God.
Yeah. In a game, on a high leverage situation, you're up 3-2 and there's a man on second. He gives up the tying run. You're going to think, Abreu's up again. I hope he comes through this time because he didn't the last time. Never mind how great he had been up until that point and maybe what he was after. There's always in the back of your head, when is he going to, quote unquote, blow up again?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, Ryan Stressley got the nickname Stressley
when he was one of the best bullpens in postseason history. Now, it was warranted to give him that nickname.
Yes.
But in his biggest moments.
Yes. In 2022,
he came through.
I don't think he gave up a run. The entire bullpen gave up like 2 runs that entire
He was a big part of why you won that World Series. But the nickname, it's actually the opposite in that case. He was great in the postseason, but there was enough of a background and then also what happened afterwards where he never lost that nickname. But to your point, the relievers, they're much like kickers. You got one job, just do it.
Yeah.
Just
that's a good comparison, especially when it comes to like playoffs. It's like, hey, you have 1 inning, get 3 outs, please.
Get 3 outs, please. Or you got to get 1 out to shut down an inning. Just do it. That's your job. And we know no one's perfect, so sometimes they're going to fail. And if Hader's going to give up a home run and they wind up winning the game anyway, so one game they won in the series, I think I'm fine.
Yeah, they needed him to give up that home run.
Just don't do it in the playoffs, or your name is mud. That's all.
Your name's Brad Lynn. That's what your name is.
Yeah, Brad Lynn, pretty good pitcher. But we do remember. And by the way, they
won that series.
They won that series.
They might have won that game. Like,
I don't remember they won the game, but they won the series. But he's always remembered that. And in some ways, blame for why they didn't win the World Series, excluding the fact they never scored any runs, is because it screwed up their rotation the rest of the way. If they could have got out of that one, they could have had a different rotation.
Then they did lose that game.
Yeah. They did lose it. They had to go to a game 7. They wound up winning that one relatively easily, but they didn't have Roy for game 1 against the White Sox. Never mind the fact that no runs were scored. By them.
They lost like every game 1-0 or 2-1.
Whatever it was. Their lineup, which wasn't prolific, continued their lack of hitting, and they wound up losing the World Series. But what we remember is Brad Legend and the home run. All right, we'll go to break. Thank you for the call, Jeff. I feel like Josh Hader will be fine until he's not, and then we'll rip him to shreds because that's how we all operate. We got one more segment to go here. If you want to get in, you can. You can be like Jeff, 713-780-3776.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
One more segment here. You can get in 713-780-3776. Paul Gallant is up next. You know, he's followed by the Killer Bees. And those two shows are going to be out at McCormick and Schmick. It'll be the town and country location on Thursday from noon to 6. It's part of our summer circuit tour. And it's what we do all summer. And you guys got a chance to visit different restaurants around the greater Houston area. And each week you can register to win our grand prize of this summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. And for registration, you can stop by the promo table at the broadcast. They'll be at McCormick and Schmick, town and country location, this Thursday. Also, on Friday, the entire station is going to be at East River 9. So if you want to join us out there, you can as well. That won't be part of the summer circuit tour, but it is us out and about at East River 9. You can come out there and join us. John and Lance are going to be out at Texas Card House. I say John and Lance because I won't be there. We're short on bodies, so I will be back here doing the show. John will be the engineer, so fun and hilarity will ensue. Maybe. John will be engineering that show.
Hopefully a show will ensue.
It's up for debate. I mean, it's not that far away. So the question is, considering if there's an issue, could I drive over there, just leave us on national stuff for like probably a total of 25 minutes or so, and then get back?
I mean, you could drive over there at 6:30, set it up, and drive over.
Don't give him any ideas, Sean.
Okay, sorry.
Don't put that out there.
I'll dump that.
Yeah, too late now. Hey, whoever's out there, do we have an intern today?
No.
Well, edit that out of the podcast.
I will.
As if John and or
one
Lance
long
would listen back. Yeah, whatever. But either way, we're going to be out and about all week long. Well, Thursday and Friday. Let's be clear. It won't be all week, but Thursday and Friday, we're going to be out and about all the shows. So come out there in the different spots and join us. I don't know. If you like poker, Texas Card House will welcome you. And then, of course, East River 9 and McCormick and Schmick as well. All right. So a lot of the conversation this summer, at least leading up to the summers, where would Giannis go? Is he someone the Rockets would want? Well, they made their big move. They got Kevin Durant. Giannis probably would have taken considerably more assets going the Bucks' way than what the Rockets had to give up to secure Kevin Durant. Well, apparently that would have been a futile. Those conversations were all futile because according to the Bucks, they're just laughing at everyone considering that Giannis is available. Here's the Bucks president. I'm going to go with Peter Fagan. Go with that pronunciation. Peter Fagan. He was with the Summer League crew, one of the Summer League crews, discussing Giannis and the future of the Bucks. And apparently we all have been wasting our time.
What is your take on where the Bucks are with Giannis right now moving forward?
You know, we kind of laugh internally. It's where we've been for 10 years. Giannis loves Milwaukee. Milwaukee loves Giannis. We're in a good place. We feel great about it. It's business as usual. I think we get kind of a fun little joy in everybody else thinking they know what's going on and kind of and what the clickbait is. But, you know, for us, we're in a good spot. Giannis is in a good place. He's enjoying the summer. And we're looking forward to next season.
So, Sean, do we buy this? Everything that Giannis has said, and he hadn't said much, is he wants to be in Milwaukee. He has said, or at least when asked where he's going to be, probably Milwaukee. It's interesting to know, or at least to be told, that the Bucks are just laughing at everyone having these talks. And when you can secure Cole Anthony to be someone who can run your offense in the backcourt, maybe you have every right to laugh. That's a small move that happened over the weekend. Cole Anthony was traded for Desmond Bane and picks to the Grizzlies. They have bought him out, released him. So it looks like the Bucks are going to have Cole Anthony. He's a guy who started in his career certainly a bench player as well. So they have tried to strengthen their roster in, let's say, less than traditional ways. They stretched and waived Dame to get the room to sign Miles Turner, and then they've picked up Cole Anthony. So they're going to be a little different. Does that mean they're going to be good? It's the East, so you have Giannis. You've got a shot to at least be competitive, but not concerned. So maybe we all have wasted our time talking about Giannis, so if he's going to be on the move or not. I actually hope so. I hope he stays.
I would be a little bit concerned that he said probably Milwaukee. Like I would just have like one, like, wait, why probably?
Yes, if you're a fan of the Bucks, that probably caught you.
I wouldn't
in
laugh
a way.
You know, he's laughing at it. I would be laughing. And then when Giannis on a stream goes, probably Milwaukee. Huh, probably.
Yeah, the probably is.
I would like a definitely.
Yes, you would have wanted. I'm going to be in Milwaukee.
Yeah,
cut and dried. But
probably it's like, what?
And
Why
by
do you want that wiggle room?
And mostly I want him in Milwaukee because it means he's not a Spur.
Yeah. That you're playing defense?
Yes. I don't want him in San Antonio. That's all. That's mostly why I hope he stays in Milwaukee. If Giannis ain't happy in Milwaukee, sure. But let's stay out of San Antonio. So I hope he's happy in Milwaukee. Because the thought of him, Wemby, and whoever else is remaining, and considering it's the Spurs, they probably won't have to give up much because they never give up much for anything. They luck into Wemby. They didn't have to give up much for De'Aaron Fox. So I'm expecting just Keldon Johnson.
and filler.
And that'll get Giannis into San Antonio.
Well, we can't give up Vassell. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, you know what? We agree. You can't give him up.
Yeah. Sohan.
Yeah, I need the Bucks to not act like the Kings. That's all. All right, we're done for the day. Paul Gallant's up next. So since we're done, what does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Tomorrow, but yeah. It's I'm surprised by how bad this is. Yeah, yeah. So much cat here. Close it.
Hello, and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Monday, July 14th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and I might have the bubonic plague. It's not fun dealing with the bubonic plague. Blood spitting up everywhere, awful things at all moments of time. But we are doing this from the Gallant Says podcast studios, which is to say, a room that to some looks like a mother's basement. So we'll be here for today and maybe tomorrow as I try my absolute best to recover from whatever the hell it is I'm dealing with, which for now, Sean, I believe is strep throat. Yeah, not great.
Yeah, but we never, things can change. It's all fluid. Could be bubonic plague, Ebola. Everything's on the table.
Ebola.
I will say, I don't think it looks like a mom's basement. I think
Thank you.
I think it looks more like a dad's basement.
Nice.
I think it has more of that feel.
I like that. Yeah. I remember
a lot of bobbleheads.
A lot of bobbleheads here. Yeah, there's Funko Pops and everything. Yeah, a visitor once told me that I'm a child, and that hurt my feelings a little bit. Then they pointed out the popcorn ceilings, and I kicked them out. And that was the last time we ever saw them. And that's how things go sometimes. But yeah, if you notice me sounding differently today, it's because I'm dealing with strep throat, which somehow I get a lot as if I am still a toddler going to kindergarten or pre-K. And I don't know, doing what kids do, like sticking crayons up my nose and such. Speaking of sticking crayons up your nose, how about the Houston Astros against the Texas Rangers at Daikin Park this past weekend, huh? I mean, you lose 2 of 3. You've lost 5 of 6. Things not looking so great for the Astros. I saw a lot of people all bent out of shape because not only did they begin the series with a 4th straight loss, which we saw Friday night, and the start where Lance McCullers didn't look so good, but trust us, trust him. He felt pretty good while giving up those many runs he gave up. But they lost 4 in a row going into Saturday. They won Saturday thanks to some heroics by Zach Short. And then they lose yesterday's game. They don't score a lot of runs. I get that people are frustrated. I get people are flustered, but I'm going to share with you some wisdom that I think you need in a time like this from a wise philosopher who said this in 1984. And I quote, "Relax, don't do it. When you want to go to it, relax, don't do it. When you want to come, relax, don't do it. When you want to suck it, chew it. Relax, don't do it. When you want to come, when you want to come." I'm, of course, quoting the wise philosopher Frankie Goes to Hollywood and their 1984 jam, Relax. Look, with the stretch they had just been on, they were bound for a stretch like this, given the injuries and given the amount of taxing that the pitching has taken. I don't think there's any reason for concern out of these 5 losses in 6 games. And okay, maybe that becomes a different conversation based off of what happens against the Seattle Mariners coming out of the All-Star break. But I think everyone's got to chill. And I don't think there's a lot of people that are freaking out, but the people that actually are, it's as if you took the entirety of this stretch where the Astros were playing their best baseball for granted and were ignoring the things that they overcame to win. That's the thing I really find hilarious. You've seen this team do so many things. You're seeing this team do things where it's really difficult to explain it, given all of the injuries and given the people that they are throwing out into the lineup on a daily basis. They're lucky to have gotten to the lead that they got. And it's not just due to the American League West being pretty bad. It's also due to I mean, you getting fortunate. You're scoring runs with an offense that's putting out guys like Zach Short and Kennedy Corona and Cooper Hummel, and a rotation that's throwing in guys like Colton Gordon and Brandon Walter. The fact that they have the record they have right now is a wonderful anomaly, but we all have to admit that's what it is. I know that you don't want to. I know you want to say, oh, the Astros, they just got this winning culture and they're going to keep on doing it over and over and over again. But they're fortunate to be in this spot. And one of the benefits of winning at a pace that's completely unrealistic is that you've built yourself a pretty damn good lead in the American League West. And things should still be pretty good for you going forward. 5 is obviously a closer division lead than 7, but we're talking about a 5-game division lead, and it's the All-Star break. Did any of us think that we would see that maybe in early May? You might have expected it because that's just how things generally go for this team, but I feel like at this moment in time, if you're flustered and you're freaking out about this losing 2 or 3 against the Rangers, I think, as I said last week, I think you need a life. You know, a lot of the Astros games I watched over the weekend felt like I was watching them in the midst of a fever dream because I was dealing with a fever. I think it got to 101.4 at one point. That was a little concerning. And as I'm sitting on my couch watching the Astros game on the small TV and a variety of movies and TV shows I'd never seen, I kept on looking up and thinking to myself, yeah, I mean, not unexpected, especially with the amount of Adolis Garcia and his unnecessary excitement over this mid-July series. I was like, yeah, I kind of expected some of this. So that's where I'm at. If you want to weigh in on this, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. If you're freaking out about this Astros series where you lost 2 or 3 against the Rangers, I need to know why. And I guess I'll be your therapist because it can't always be worse. You could have Ebola, like me, the plague, whooping cough, dysentery. What's your favorite disease that you could get on the Oregon Trail? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Smallpox. It happens. We thought we were past it. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm just asking the tough questions out there.
Was cholera a
Cholera was one, yes,
yeah,
Sean.
okay.
I think generally they all had similar side effects and symptoms.
It's all like you poop and bleed to death, right?
Yeah, a lot of bleeding. A lot of bleeding in places where you weren't supposed to bleed. I feel like there's a reason that some of these guys from back in the day, they always had these like giant handkerchiefs, and it was literally just to cough blood into them.
Yeah, the consumption. Yeah.
Yeah, because they didn't want anyone to know about it, essentially.
Doc Holliday. Yeah. One of our greatest lungers.
Huckleberry.
Is Paul Gallant a lunger? 713-780-3776.
You know what? I've never
Can
heard
I
that
still
term
say
before.
the word on the radio?
It sounds like a slur the way that you said it right there.
That's
I've
what they
never
call
heard it.
Doc Holliday for having tuberculosis.
You're a lugger.
Yeah.
You're dying slowly in front of us.
That's what the jokes were back in the day.
You
Oh,
know
you're
what?
dying? We have a
I
name
like
for
it.
that.
It's morbid. It's fun. You got to have fun, whether you're losing 2 or 3 to the Rangers or you're, coughing up blood due to whooping cough. You got to have fun. Okay. Anyway, what do I have? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Who would you blame for what went down over the weekend? A lot of stuff to dive into on today's show. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around. All right. Well, yeah. Oh, good call. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. There we go. Oh, okay. Was it not working? Oh. Okay, good. Oh, fun.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Some comments here. What disease does Paul have right now? It is strep throat. I went to my primary care, which was thankfully open on Saturday, and they got me some stuff, but it's slow working. Been a lot of fever. Been a lot of sweat. Blankety blank says tuberculosis Gallant. Hugh Dab suggests get Paul an iron lung. I suggest this. I wish I could just get rid of my tonsils. I have massive tonsils, and right now they're even more massive than they normally are. So you try drinking or doing anything that involves nutrition or just hydrating, every single sip, a little bit painful. Not so great. It is tough. And I mean, at this point, I've had this a regular amount of times where maybe I should get my tonsils out at age 36. I don't know.
You should do it, but schedule it for them to be taken out at like 9:30 so we can get Loopy Paul at 12.
But then I'll sound all raspy. I'll be like, "Hey, what's going on, everybody?"
Yeah. Maybe we can just do a social media video or something.
Oh yeah,
and take the day off.
That could work.
In this hypothetical scenario where you get your tonsils taken out at 35, 36.
I mean, as a bit, and we could get sponsorship, from tonsillectomy folks. Someone could do it pro bono, and then we'd have advertising all show long. Me talking like, "Hello, everybody." I'm going to sound like RFK.
Or those anti-smoking commercials.
There's so many chemicals in your Fruit Loops.
From the 936, Paul, sorry to hear about your AIDS. That's from Eric the Driver. From the 409, typhoid fever. Also, some other nominations from the 832, cat scratch fever. Okay. From the 832, Paul, I got strep throat one time and it was awful. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. Yeah, I get it a lot. I feel like I get it every other year. At least I have for basically like the last 5 or 6 years. So, yeah, I had it in December last year. You know what I think it is? I didn't have all my antibiotics because it took so long to get the antibiotics last time that I figured, you know what? I'm going to keep a couple antibiotics around so that next time around I'll be fine. But apparently you don't do that, and that might have actually, I don't know, let the bacteria live a little bit longer and stuff,
Oh, okay. That's very Astros team doctor of you. I will.
Well, yeah.
No
you know
offense.
what? I'm glad the Astros team doctors weren't looking at me yesterday because they probably would have said, "Just suck it up, you little bitch.
Yeah,
Get back out there." What? You have you have a look. It seems like you have a fracture right now, huh?
To your credit, you're not going on the IL. You're playing.
No. We played through it. I drove back from Galveston while feeling all the effects of it. Some comments here talking about this homestand for the Astros where they did lose 5 of 6. And it's definitely frustrating, but I don't think it's anything worth getting upset about. From the 832, I don't know if you want to call it upset, but being schooled all 6 games and winning 1 by what some people are saying minor league players, our pitchers certainly weren't minor league pitchers. No, the pitching has been rather disappointing of late. Josh Hader's had his moments. Now, 2 home runs that would only have been home runs at Dyken Park that have certainly sucked the last week or so. You've seen Lance McCullers struggle the way that he did on Friday. Christian Walker's getting blame thrown at him again. Bryce Matthews, his first couple of performances, not great. A lot of swings and misses, a lot of watching strikes go by. People are mad at Yainer Diaz. Hell, people are even mad at Joe Espada. My go-to account for like figuring out a way to highlight that Astros fans are angry is Milo Hamilton's microphone, because this person's just so passionate about the Astros on a daily basis. And he was so angry about Espada's lineup yesterday with Paredes, Smith, Altuve, Christian Walker, Caratini, but with Taylor Trammell, Cooper Hummel, and Zach Short. He was like, whoa, where's Yainer? He needs the day off before the All-Star break. Stupid. Well, people are mad. I feel though that this was bound to happen after a certain point in time. What else do we have here from the 832? The best thing about this homestand was I got the 2,500th hit home. 2,500 home ball off of Altuve. Other than that, it was tough to watch. Our injuries have officially caught up with us. Yeah, and I mean, they should have a while ago. They're playing without Jordan, Jeremy Pena, and Jake Myers, who one of them, of all those 3, who would have thought it would be Jordan, was the one who stunk. And the other 2, I mean, they've been carrying you offensively this year. And you're going to be without, at the very least, Pena for a little bit. And we'll see if you get Jake Myers back sooner rather than later. It sounds like he's going to be out at least a month. So you were playing well above the level of realism that those injuries lent themselves to. I mean, you should have lost a lot already. You should have. Not the end of the world. That's at least how I feel. From the 713, the Mariners got hot before the break. We got cold. We get to regroup. And I say this break benefits us more than the Mariners, especially Hunter Brown. Yeah, Hunter Brown's been really disappointing. You almost wish Hunter Brown was in the All-Star game. I did not see that coming, honestly, yesterday out of Hunter. But it happens. He's probably pitched himself out of the Cy Young with these last couple of starts. What else do we have here? Oh, lots of people are talking. Paul, you have throat discomfort? Paul, you might need a Z-Pack or something like that. Paul, this is what happens when you date trannies. Hey, that's not a nice term, sir. First of all, and second of all, the girlfriend is a strong, powerful, independent woman. Okay, everybody. So there you go. I'm not freaking out about it. And now the All-Star break is upon us. I think at this moment in time, you definitely wonder if the Astros are going to make some sort of trade at the trade deadline. Do you get a bat, a lefty specifically? That doesn't seem as much of a priority, though, as the pitching just based off of the last week. Pitching let them down. You got the strength of your team right now is your pitching. And we've seen what happens when the pitching does not live up to the level that we've grown accustomed to them pitching at this year, because they have been truly incredible this season. I think that they have pitched as well as they have, considering the injuries that they've had in that department, is one of the upsets of the year. But, listen, you win some, you lose some. Paul, what a sports talk show host take. You win some, you lose some. I know, but I mean, that's what it is. We Sean and I feel the same way on this. I know Sean does.
Yeah, we it's the idea of like they so over exceeded any reasonable
By an
expectation
insane rate
in June that's like they're still like in the profit given how much they lost a little bit money this last week, but we're still in the green
Still the black,
because
yeah.
because I mean look at the injury report. The fact that Chaz McCormick seems to be the only one that's relatively close to coming back, and I haven't checked, but at last check he had 0 hits in 3 games for the Space Cowboys.
No, not doing so hot.
So that's the reinforcements on the way, and just it's a situation where we're getting mad at or not someone's getting mad at the Astros lineup, and that ends with Zach Short, Taylor Trammell, and Mauricio Dupont. Like this is a tough spot. Victor Caratini's batting 5th. Cam Smith, who's been good this season, but is still
rookie,
fresh out of college, is batting 2nd, and that's like not out of insane given who's available. So yeah, I'm with you where to me it's just it was so unsustainably high given the injuries that now that they have kind of come falling back to earth. To me, it's what upsets me the most is that the Guardians just weren't a good team or aren't a good team when they came to town, and you kind of gave them a boost really, and that it's the Rangers that you lost 2 out of 3 against. If it was the Angels or some other team of that caliber, it's just the fact that it's that team and Adolis Garcia, that guy who hits a home run off of you. That's the part that leaves me with a bad taste in my mouth, but it's less about like the actual state of this team. It's just more like, man, these guys got one on us. That sucks.
Especially when it's Adolis Garcia just being an insufferable, the entirety of it.
I know you're at home, but you're still on the radio.
The premature celebration when he hit the single on Saturday, only for the Astros to win via a Zach Short walk-off, that was very satisfying. The problem is he had multiple other moments over the weekend where he kept on doing the same thing he always does. And I saw a couple of posts go viral, whether it was the Rangers TV broadcast who said that Adolis has 19 home runs at Dyken Park, which isn't true. He has 19 career home runs against the Astros. Or it's Jared Sandler, the radio voice of the Rangers, calling Adolis the mayor of Houston. That part I think made it a little bit worse. But positive, I mean, it's good to feel something. And the Rangers made you feel hate. How about that? The Rangers made you feel hate over the weekend. So now you know. Hate is once again in your heart. And while you might be pissed at the Astros, like some of the people who are calling into their post-game show on Sunday, I'm telling you, just dial it back. If you're going to be mad at anything, just be mad that it was, as Sean said, it was against the Rangers and that the Mariners are getting a little hot. But I'm not going to be stressing about this past week of Astros baseball until the Mariners actually can handle them in a series this year. Now, we've seen this Mariners actually be surprisingly decent in recent series against the Astros, considering we think they're all choking dogs. But I'm not freaking out. You shouldn't be either. Enjoy the All-Star break. Get away from baseball for a little bit. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes is back at Mission Control. I'm doing it from my home because I've got that little stretch route going on. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also join on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Speaking of the All-Star game, why the hell is no one going? Talk about that on the other side. Stick around.
ESPN 97.5.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm. That's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know, the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids love. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book 5 nights, save 35% off your stay in June and July. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Howdy, Ags. Andrew Monaco, voice of the Aggies, here for HRMP, a proud partner of Aggie Athletics. For nearly 25 years, HRMP has been protecting the interests of Aggie-owned businesses. HRMP provides comprehensive human resource services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HRMP customize a plan to eliminate your HR burdens. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Sell your house in the most simplest way. Greenlightoffer.com.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care.
800-451-4785. 800-451-4785. 800-451-4785. That's 800-451-4785.
McGrath Pest Control kills pests so you don't have to. Right now, their vigilance is directed at termites and mosquitoes. It's termite swarming season. These little fellows can cause big problems. Let McGrath bring their wrath to would-be termites around your home, especially if you're buying or selling a home. And when it comes to mosquitoes, their mosquito murdering system keeps your outdoor living space skeeter-free. It's completely safe for you, but not for mosquitoes. Rest in peace. Keep your home pest-free. Get started. McGrathPestControl.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Ocho Texto texted in, Paul, why are some Astros fans worried about the Mariners? The Astros are closer to leading the AL than they are of losing the division lead, but fans are worried about a Mariners team that's 5 games back. Relax. Yeah, I'm not concerned with the Mariners right now. I will perhaps change my tune based off of what happens first series after the All-Star break. But right now, not sweating them.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat where even before this Ranger series, I was like, kind of get back to me next Friday. Like, get back to me when the Mariners come to town. Partially because the Rangers are far enough back to where like they're not even really in my rearview mirror. You know,
yeah,
like, they're not
8.5 back.
Yeah, there wasn't like some big movement opportunity, and they only gained 1 game this series. So yeah, I think that the Mariners series, that's when I'll be back to, you know, living and dying and reacting to each game. but after the run that they went on, especially the Dodgers series 2 weekends ago now, it was hard for me to. I get why they kind of felt like they ran out of juice, because I think I ran out of juice before the All-Star break too.
They have a 1-game lead, the Astros do, on the Blue Jays for the 2 seed in the American League. They have a 3-game lead over the Yankees. And look at who just popped up out of nowhere after getting rid of Rafael Devers. The Boston Red Sox are 4 games back of the Astros for the 2 seed. They have won 10 straight.
Yeah, they're red hot.
Yeah. I didn't even notice that until the other day, because Bill Simmons started paying attention to them again. And I was like, oh, wow, they must be doing really well. And yep, that's 10 wins in a row. That'll do it. 10 wins in a row. But again, baseball is a sport where teams will get hot for a period of time that makes little to no sense. You could say that what the Astros went through over the last couple of weeks was exactly that. And it might be the best that they play all year long. It might, because it was an unbelievable level that they were playing at with a lot of obstacles that they had to overcome to do it. That's not me saying that they're going to come screaming back to earth. It's more me saying, how can you get mad about what they did this past week when what they did 2 weeks before was sweep the Phillies, take 2 or 3 against the Cubs, and sweep the Dodgers? You can't. Unless you're just the cake eateriest cake eater there is, the Karen who complains looking for a reason to complain. And those people, yeah, get a life. It's baseball, dude. It's baseball.
Yeah, to me, it is like what you touched on the first segment of like the Astros just went on this crazy run, and it felt like no one really enjoyed it, because the second things got hard, it's back to time to, run for the lifeboats. Like it's just such a overreaction towards the negative, but in the course of the positive, there does need to be a little bit of like, wow, this is actually amazing what they're doing. Like, how many series in a row had it been since they lost? Like they won like 14 straight series or something.
Early May, it was insane. I mean, they were the third last team. There's 2 other teams that haven't done it, and I think it's the Cubs and Tigers to finally have a 4-game losing streak. Oh no, that's at least the reaction we're getting from some on that front. By the way, it's been really interesting watching the All-Star game, which is tomorrow night, and the amount of people that are just opting out of it altogether. So Isaac Paredes was eventually selected to the All-Star game as an alternative, but he's not going to go either to spend time with his family or due to family issues. I've seen multiple reports on that front. And if you take a look at Paredes along with some of the other guys who have decided out on the All-Star game, it's 17 players. 17. That is surprising. And okay, maybe they don't want to go to Atlanta. Maybe they would rather actually go hang out with their family at this moment. But, and obviously the Astros have some guys that are banged up right now. So, Jeremy Pena, among other guys. Hunter Brown obviously started yesterday. It's just surprising to see that many people are opting out. And we've gotten to a point where there's a big controversy taking place in the National League side of things, because there's another pitcher for the Milwaukee Brewers named Jacob Misiorowski. And this is a guy that we've talked about before on the show, only because Clayton Kershaw said he'd never heard of him. And then in a game where Kershaw struggled, Misiorowski pitched pretty well. So this guy got selected to the All-Star game despite just 5 starts at the major league level. He's been pretty good. He's 4-1 with a 2.81 ERA to this point. And I mean, some people are actually pissed about this, specifically members of the Philadelphia Phillies. Trey Turner, what a joke. That's effing terrible, man. I mean, that's terrible, dude. JT Realmoto, nothing against the Misiorowski kids, but those two, I think he was talking about a couple of Phillies pitchers are deserving.
Yeah.
Nick Castellanos said, Sean, it's turning into the Savannah Bananas.
Yeah, I think the reason the Phillies are so bent out of shape about it is that one, if not two of their pitchers, they thought were snubbed and were, the next man up, so to speak, in the All-Star game alternates thing. Five starts is not enough starts. Like, let's start with that. Like, this guy could be awesome. You said his numbers, like a 2.3 ERA. Like, that's good. That's an ERA worthy of being an all-star, but can we get 10, 12 starts before that? Like, Skeens broke the record last year for fewest starts before making an all-star game. And I think he was 11 or 12 starts. So that's twice as much of a body of work from Skeens last year than we got from Mizorowski so far. So, yeah, I'm the Phillies are obviously more, they have a specific reason about why they're so upset. But I do agree with them just like directionally of like, I don't think that you should make 5 starts and be an all-star.
I'm with you on that one. And yeah, I'm with the Phillies on that one. Just not as outraged about it. But when you have 17 guys opting out, I mean, it lends itself to this. 17 is a lot. I mean, if we're talking about the actual total rosters, I don't know if it's 25, but if it is 25 for the American League and 25 for the National League, I mean, we're talking about a quarter.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit bigger than 25, but it's not that much bigger than 25 for the All-Star game. But I agree with you that like 17 guys skipping out. I get some of those might be pitchers that pitched on Sunday, so they won't be available. There's some more to the numbers, but you have guys like Isaac Paredes, who I'm not throwing a shot at him or anything, but it's just like, family stuff came up, like I can't go. That just happens. It's happening a lot, if not family stuff, then just, like we saw with the Astros. It was the year it was in Seattle, I feel like, where none of where we thought that it might have been like some shadow protest by the Astros of like Altuve has never played or hasn't played an all-star game in like 3 or 4 years or something like that. Like, there is something about baseball now where guys are more comfortable or more willing to just be like, no, thanks. Rather just have the week off.
Yeah, I would rather have the week off. So based off of my just hand count, it's 40 per team, 40 all-stars, which is also still insane. But 17 opting out.
Because I know they go deep in the bench. That's how I knew. I figured it was more because, like, pitchers pitch 1, maybe the starter pitches 2 innings.
Right.
So they're going through a lot of pitchers. Obviously, the position players, they basically have like 3 different lineups out there. So it is big rosters, but still, like, 17 is a lot, especially because a lot of those, how it works is that those 17 were like the first choices to be all-stars.
Right, exactly.
Like Jeremy Pena got hurt, but he was an all-star, and now he won't play in the all-star game, and now someone worse than him will.
Now it's turning into the Pro Bowl with quarterbacks where, it's Mac Jones is a Pro Bowler, or some of the other guys are.
Tyler Huntley one year was a Pro Bowler.
Yeah, that's right.
Crazy.
Yeah, that was wild. I mean, they got to keep going down the list, and eventually someone's going to say yes.
Yeah,
because then you could lie the rest of your life and say, I was a Pro Bowler.
Yeah. Oh, is that what it is? Is that
that's what I would do?
Once you're like a 2-time All-Star, you're like, you know what, I'm good. 2-time, the difference between being a 2-time All-Star and 3-time, it's like, whatever. I'll play in one of the games just to say I did it, just so I have a video for my grandkids.
Yeah.
After that, who cares?
I think no matter what, you're an All-Star. You're a you will be called that for life, even if you do opt out of it. And they will say, hey, you were a 3-time All-Star. So you can opt out and not go, and you still get all of the benefits of it.
It's just at some point there'll be a year that has like 70 All-Stars in it because there's just so many people are opting out.
And you'll be like, wait, what? This doesn't make any sense.
Wait, half the league was an All-Star?
Yeah. Well,
every team had 4 All-Stars because they all said no.
You know what? We're just trying to spread the wealth, okay?
I guess. Hey, a lot of people's contracts probably have bonuses for being all-stars. So yeah, there's a game being played here.
Maybe a participation trophy culture isn't all that bad. We all get one.
Put money in Isaac Paredes's pocket.
Yeah. Like we're happy for Isaac Paredes. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call. The text. That is Sean Ace behind the glass. You want to jump in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Astros drafted a guy who seems like he's pretty cool. Based off of the vibes, vibe check, Vibetacular. I sound so old. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
ESPN 97.5.
The truck America depends on, the Chevy Silverado. Lance Zerline here. The Chevy Silverado is truly an incredible pickup truck, and the dealership you can depend on for trucks is Gulf Coast Chevy. You can depend on savings with Gulf Coast Chevy. Right now, on 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 crew cabs with a Turbo Max engine, you get 0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers, plus current eligible Chevy owners can get additional customer and bonus cash, potentially saving thousands more. Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Angleton. Chevy. Together, let's drive.
Championship teams are built with experience, skill, and teamwork, just like Pipefitters Local 211. For over 75 years, we've been representing the best in the trade across the Texas Gulf Coast. Our 4,300 union pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs bring the heat when it comes to quality, safety, and precision. When you need a home run in craftsmanship, trust the pros who do it right the first time. Pipefitters Local 211. Brought to you by the journeymen and apprentices of Pipefitters Local Union 211.
Join ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 this Friday at East River 9 for an Open Championship watch party. Eat, drink, play golf or pickleball, and catch all of our shows live from East River 9. For more, visit eastriver9.com.
It starts with a simple order. A cold Dos Equis dressed with salt and lime. But for the salt clinging to the bottle and the lime perched on top, this is the luckiest of unions. As if the universe has swiped right, pairing flavors together with a crisp Dos Equis. This is refreshment designed by fate, blessed by destiny, and served by bartenders. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
If your business is growing and looking for working capital, funds to acquire a business or purchase equipment, Veritex Community Bank's lending team is standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697. 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 in HD, 97.9 HD2. This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. I'm a little more muted today because I'm dealing with strep throat, hanging out at the Gallant Says podcast studios in my condo. I think my cat's in here and wants to get out desperately. I think he was taking a nap. And ever since I started loudly talking, and this is me at about a 7, which is still pretty damn loud. And now she's just hanging out by the door, pawing at it because I think she is irritated by the grating nature of my voice. Hey, sometimes you just got to deal with it. That's what gets you your meow mix, babe. Anyway, Astros have lost 5 of 6 going into the All-Star break. They lost 2 of 3 against the Texas Rangers. Going into the break, I think this texter put it best from the 832. If you would have told me before the year started that Yordan would be a non-factor, the starting pitching would be decimated by injuries, and Jake Myers and Jeremy Pena are 2 of your better offensive players, I would say the run is over. It's time to start rebuilding. The fact they have a 5-game lead in the American League West is astonishing. That's how I feel. And just keep on reminding yourself of that. This season looked like early on it could be a lot like the year before. For now, it's not. It's closer to the years of the dynasty. And I mean, this texter didn't even mention that Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman left this offseason. So just things to keep in mind. Another texter, as far as all the people opting out of the All-Star game, there's an easy fix to this. Either show up for the All-Star game or you're not considered an All-Star. Then people will stop opting out. There's an easy fix to this. Either show up for the All-Star game or you're not considered an All-Star and people will stop opting out. Well, good luck with that, though. The Players Association, you think Manfred's going to be able to pull this off? By the way, this is Rob Manfred introducing the 2025 Major League Baseball draft over the weekend. Oh, man, you could hear the insecurity in his voice.
The commissioner is Rob Manfred. He will take us through the draft by announcing the names of those that are selected. And here he is for the first time tonight, the commissioner of Major League Baseball.
Good evening. Good evening, and welcome to Major League Baseball's 2025 draft. We're delighted to be here at the Coca-Cola Roxy in Atlanta for tonight's festivities.
He had no confidence there. And if you look at his face as he's saying that, Goodell, who is a robot, has figured out a way to handle all the boos. And Adam Silver's a weird-looking guy himself, has also figured out how to handle the boos, but he doesn't get that many. Manfred gets booed on a level that Goodell gets, and you can tell he hates it. He's very uncomfortable with it. He doesn't know how to lean into it. And it's funny because it is Astros related. I think a lot of people hate Manfred because they felt like he was a softie when it came to punishing the Astros. And let's be honest, he was. I mean, it was just the manager who gets kicked out. Oh, no, we lost our manager. And the general manager and Jeff Luhnow. That's it.
And the manager now manages the Detroit Tigers, who have the best record in the American League. Like all the guys that got popped are all, Alex Cora.
Red Hot Red Sox.
Had to sit down for a year, and he's now managing a team that's won 10 straight games. I mean, Jeff Luhnow on Friday was talking with Chandler Rome of The Athletic, and Chandler asked him, is he open to coming back to baseball, or can he come back to baseball? And Jeff Luhnow said, I don't think I'm blackballed. Teams have reached out to me.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm blackballed. I just don't want to.
He doesn't want to do baseball anymore,
So just everyone, none of the players got suspended or anything. And all the people that did get punished by losing their jobs all immediately regain jobs or are actively choosing not to work in baseball again.
Yeah.
Really nothing happened. Nothing actually happened.
Nothing happened, and the Astros are still good, and Manfred's a convenient whipping boy.
Yeah.
And I love that he gets booed the way that he does, and that he can't handle it either. At least Goodell does that corny, come on!
Yeah, let's hear it.
Let me bring it on!
Well, also what he'll do now is he'll bring a meat shield up there with him where it's
like a child.
Yeah, like St. Jude's cancer ward or something.
Yep.
He'll just come up with the end. Every kid in Green Bay who's ever had a bad thing happen to him will be on the stage with me. You can't boo me now. Watch this. I'll walk up with a former player. I'll walk up with anyone just to avoid the booing.
Manfred should have brought me from Saturday or Friday night over as I was sweating. This a sickly man, Paul, who was wrapped up in like 8 blankets all Friday and Saturday. Didn't leave his couch until Sunday at 4 p.m. over the weekend.
It's you and Chipper Jones.
Yeah,
They're in Atlanta to win them over.
Just wheel me out, like I look like a zombie out there. The guy the Astros drafted seems awesome. They drafted Xavier Nayens with their first picks, 21st overall. Nayens is a high schooler. It's the first high school player they've taken in the first round since Kyle Tucker back in 2015. And Nayens is a bit of a hit, partially because asked what he knows about the Astros, Nayens said, I know they whip up on the Mariners in the AL West. Nayens is a Mariners fan who said he attended many Astros Mariners games at T-Mobile Park. Beautiful park to watch a game if you've never been. Also, Nayens back in 2022, when the Yankees posted a graphic that said first to 60 wins, Nayens responded, just to lose in the ALCS. Boom. Got him.
Yeah.
And also, we ended up being right because they lost to the Astros in the ALCS.
Yeah. No, this guy seems awesome. I know nothing about him. I didn't know he was a high schooler. I didn't know what position he plays. I'm only vaguely aware that third baseman.
Primarily shortstop and third base, but also pitched.
Okay. But yeah, I like this guy.
Scouts have noted his potential power and arm strength, projecting him to potentially stick at third base. He is considered a high ceiling prospect. The Astros also drafted Ethan Frey. Frey is a last name. Sorry, Game of Thrones. It's just not. Game of Thrones has ruined the Frey last name for anyone. So sorry about that, Ethan. That's tough. I mean, he was born before the Freys, murdered the Starks. But spoiler alert.
Yeah, he had nothing to do with the Red Wedding, right?
He wasn't there, okay? And Arya also didn't kill him or make him eat his dad in a pie.
Yeah. That was above his pay grade. That has to suck.
If you eat your family in a pie,
I was also thinking
I hate that.
What the Astros draft pick is living through, where like it's not even like a real person did something bad that has their last name. It's like some guy in a book.
Yeah.
Like some guy named him in the book, and it just ended up being an HBO show.
Right.
And now it's like the like touchstone reference of like something bad happened, kind of like the Red Wedding. Like it's there's nothing he could have done.
If he struggles, there will be Frey memes used against him. Maybe there already have been. Some people could probably tell us because he's a LSU outfielder.
Oh yeah, SEC. Yeah, they don't mess around with college baseball. So that someone definitely has probably yelled something at him. At least yelled it to him at a game. Yeah, I would like if we drafted a Lannister or a Stark more.
Yeah. But I don't think I've ever seen someone with the last name Lannister in real life, nor have I seen someone with I've seen Stark before, that's for sure. I don't think I've ever seen Lannister. I've definitely seen Frey before, but this is the first time I've seen it in a while on a real person. So, Ethan Frey, everybody.
Ethan Frey.
But Xavier Nayens seems pretty cool.
Yeah.
Anyway.
He described himself as a dirtbag.
Yeah.
As a baseball player.
Thank you for reminding me.
I'm a dirtbag.
This is the quote. Sorry, I didn't have this up in front of me. Xavier Nayens, I'm a dirtbag. I'm a baseball player. I'm going to do whatever it takes to win. Good. I mean, the Astros do whatever it takes.
That sounds like you're perfect for the Astros.
This is very perfect for the Astros.
They asked him about the Mariners, and he was like, all I know about the Mariners, or all I know about the Astros, that they beat up on the Mariners every year. Just like, whoa. He's already knows all the
he knows ball.
All the how to get a reaction out of the fans. All the jokes.
That is Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. The voice has lasted at least an hour through the show as I battle strep throat Up next, are you down with Dana Brown? The Astros general manager gave a state of the doctor's table yesterday. Do you feel like some of these guys are going to be back sometime soon? Stick around.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? No? Then download it now in your app store.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know, I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713. Call now. That's 713. Call now.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Chill out with Inside the Icebox, your go-to Astros podcast for deep dives, hot takes, and bold predictions. Join Joe George and Jeremy Branham Fridays at 6 on ESPN 97.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston, powered by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. That's 800-430-0932. Paid for by Term Direct.
Follow ESPN Houston on social media at ESPN 97.5.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
Pauly G Show. He's the best in Houston.
Houston's most interactive sports talk show.
Hey, how's it going, Paul? Oh, what's good, my man? How you doing, Paul? What are you doing, Paul?
Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
I love the show. Y'all keep it up.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
You are definitely living in the hindsight world today, Paul.
Hour 2 on the most interactive sports talk show in town. I'm Paul Gallant. You want to jump in, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Not as much pep in my step as I would like. Dealing with a little strep throat, doing the show from home. Shout out to the powers of modern technology that we were forced to use during a pandemic. Am I right? Shout out to them. Strep throat, no fun. The worst part is the fever and body chills that comes from it. So at the very least, I don't think I have a fever anymore, and I don't think I have any body chills, but the throat still not doing so hot. So speaking a little more slowly today, yelling a little bit less. Astros have lost 5 of their last 6 games after dropping 2 or 3 against the Rangers over the weekend, heading into the All-Star break. I don't think there's anything to be concerned about. As far as actual injury updates, here's the latest that we got, courtesy of some Astros reporters. Jeremy Pena's ramping up work in the weight room. Jordan not swinging a bat yet. And as far as Jake Myers is concerned, Myers was put on the 10-day injured list. Zach DeZenzo was transferred to the 60-day injured list. That made room on the roster for the Astros to add Bryce Matthews, who they started over the weekend and began his major league career. Anyway, we're trying to figure out what the hell's going on with the Astros going forward. Who's going to be back soon? And are they going to be able to maintain this lead that they have built in the American League West? It's time for a little segment that we typically do on Wednesdays, but since he was on with the Astros flagship yesterday, are you down with Dana Brown? You down with Dana B?
This ball club's it's too good.
You down with Dana B?
He's pretty much giving me the steering wheel and said, hey, this is your gig.
You down with Dana B?
These guys have been out for so much of the season that it feels like we're acquiring 2 players.
I guess we'll see. Astros GM Dana Brown on the flagship yesterday when asked about Astros entering the break with a 5-game lead in the American League West despite so many injuries. Quote, I think that we're the best team in our division. ... We'll finish the rest of that. I agree with him there. I am down with Dana Brown. And the best team in the league? Huh? I don't know if I would go that far. Because right now, what they are playing with is a team that is definitely not the best team in the league. They have a record that is one of the best in the league, but without Pena, without Myers, without Jordan, and without several pitchers, you are definitely not that. Not right now. Continuing from Dana Brown, sitting in first place and in a good spot is exactly where we want to be and where we think we should be. Also, nope, that's it. As far as Dana Brown talking about the state of the Houston Astros at this moment in time. Huzzah! Huzzah! Are you down with Dana Brown? Continues. Dana Brown was asked about Jeremy Pena. Here's what he had to say. They're taking it slow, but, said Dana Brown, quote, I think he may be one of the first guys to come off the IL, end quote. Okay, well, that's nice and vague. The Astros way. More from Dana Brown on this. Asked if Jeremy Pena could return for the Seattle series after the All-Star break. Astros GM Dana Brown told the team's pregame radio show that's a little early, but Pena isn't far off. For what it's worth, he was fielding grounders on Saturday. So he's not far off, but it's a little early to suggest he'd be back for the Seattle series, the first series for the Astros out of the All-Star break. Okay. By the way, something of note, it seems that Jeremy Pena and his girlfriend enjoy the TikTok. I don't know how many people know that Jeremy Pena is dating Julia Grosso, who is a soccer player for the Chicago Red Stars and the Canadian women's national team. She scored the decisive penalty kick that won Canada the gold medal in the 2020 Olympics. Wow. Didn't know that. So she plays well in the biggest moments. He's played well in the biggest moments. And they're posting these, I don't know if they're cringe or cute TikToks together. There's something else. And they're posting a lot of them. And Jeremy's all aboard. So he does seem to be in love. So how about that? Has he admitted that yet, Paul? Why are you that's not very journalistically. There's not a lot of journalistic integrity behind what you just said right there. All I'm saying, man, is they're doing the couples TikTok thing, and he doesn't seem annoyed by it. That's all I'm saying. More from Dana Brown. Are you down with Dana Brown? Yordan Alvarez will be reevaluated Thursday. Said Dana, quote, I think once that's over, the doctor could potentially clear him to start swinging the bat. As long as Yordan feels good, we're going to try to expedite his return. Yordan has, quote, absolutely no pain in his hand, end quote. What? Wait, what? That is a very, very strong thing to say, especially considering all the misfires in communications that have come as a result of the Astros trying to figure out what Yordan Alvarez is dealing with. Yordan has absolutely no pain in his hand? Huh. I don't know what to make of this. I remember the last setback might have been a problem created by the way that the Astros send the message out. But if he has absolutely no pain in his hand, that would suggest the inflammation's down and that he should be good to go soon. We shall see. More. Are you down with Dana Brown? Dana was asked about Jake Myers, who is now on the injured list. And Dana Brown said, Myers will miss, quote, at the very minimum, 3+ weeks, end quote, with his right calf strain. Okay, well, that's disastrous sounding. No, he's going to miss 3+ weeks, a month. I mean, if he's saying that, he could be out for a very long period of time. So we'll see. But that's definitely a less than promising update from Dana Brown when it comes to Jake Myers in the midst of his career year. The Astros flagship did not ask Dana Brown about Fromber having a line drive off of his shin. Hopefully there's nothing wrong with him either. So there you go. That's Are You Down with Dana Brown? Whenever Astros GM Dana Brown talks, we just respond to what he had to say and determine whether or not we are down with what he said.
Him saying 3 weeks for Jake Myers is like that might be season ending.
Out
like,
for the year.
Like,
that's how I feel
because
too.
everything is like maybe next weekend. He might not need to go on the IL, and then the guy's out for 3 months. Like if we're starting at 3 weeks, that's pretty tough.
Yeah,
that's a tough prognosis.
Yeah, especially with that optimistic, you-know-whater up there.
Yeah.
Mr. Politician himself. Yeah, man. Got to be better than that. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes is back at Mission Control. I'm doing the show from home because your boy's got strep throat, powering through like an absolute champion here. I'm not going on the IL like the Houston Astros. I ain't doing that. You want to jump in, you know how to do it. Up next, the Rockets are in the midst of Summer League action. How about Reed Shepherd? He's doing a lot of things. We'll talk about all of the amazing things he did over the weekend next. Stick around.
ESPN 97.5.
Chastang Ford is the place to go if you're in the market for a Ford. Their professional staff will provide you with an outstanding truck buying experience. They offer competitive pricing and an extensive selection of new and used Ford vehicles. From the sales staff to the finance team, their knowledgeable and friendly staff are devoted to helping you find the perfect Ford for your needs. Chastang Ford also offers exclusive incentives and deals to get the most out of your purchase. Whether looking for a truck or SUV, Chastang Ford is the perfect place to find your dream Ford.
A lime is not always just a lime. You see, some limes are lucky. For when a lime joins the salted rim of a crisp, refreshing Tres Dos Equis, that lime is no longer a mere lime, but a wedge of renowned Mexican limon. Muchas gracias, limon. And also, de nada. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
Stay up to date on the latest Houston sports news and follow us on socials at ESPN Houston.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609.
Priority Tax Relief.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Astros are at the All-Star break. They lost 5 of 6 on their way there. They lost 2 or 3 against the Rangers over the weekend, but it's no big deal, at least in my book. We'll see if we actually see one Houston Astro at any point during the All-Star festivities over the next couple of days. No one's in the home run derby. Maybe you see Josh Hader. I don't know, though. Whatever the case, there's other sports going on right now. Paul, what are you talking about? There's no other league playing. And Wimbledon just ended, bro. There's nothing else going on. Well, no, you fool. Because Reed Shepherd, number 3 overall pick for the Houston Rockets last year, but maybe number 1 in your heart. If you're a smaller white guy that wants to make it happen in the NBA, Reed Shepherd is playing in the Summer League for the 2nd straight year. And get this, guys. He's killing it. At least he did in his Summer League opener against the Clippers. He had 28 points, leading all scorers, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks in a game. He shot 40% from the three-point line as well. So that's fun, huh? That's what he did on Saturday. But then against the Pistons yesterday, he had 18 points, but he was 6 of 19 from the field, 1 of 7 from outside, 3 boards, 1 assist, 4 steals, 6 turnovers. Okay. So if it's going to be inconsistent offensively, this is a guy who's going to be a bench player, and you're just hoping that the little things that he can do, the defense, the blocked shots as a 6'2" guy, these steals are something he's going to be able to bring on a regular basis and occasionally bring the shooting with him too. I do find it pretty hilarious. Like, this has got to suck if you're in the summer league. You're trying to make it happen in the NBA. You're trying to carve out a career and you get blocked. You're shot blocked by some 6'2" white guy. I mean,
that was the number 3 pick last year.
Yeah.
Just didn't get to play. So now he's here.
I mean, that's part of it. And it is kind of interesting to look at the summer league and see who's playing and who isn't, because Cooper Flagg played 2 games and the Mavericks shut him down. The tickets for Cooper Flagg's first game were insanely priced. Average ticket price for Cooper Flagg's first game, which was against Bronny James, but I don't know if Bronny James is still bringing the noise now. $223 for the average ticket. 100 level tickets, $1,000. Courtside tickets, $3,000. Get a life. You're in Vegas. Get a life.
There's a much more fun way to spend $3,000 in Vegas.
I'm gonna watch summer league
Guarantee
basketball. I'm gonna watch Cooper Flagg and Reed Shepherd. Again, if you have the money, I guess you have the money. But like,
yeah.
get
Also,
a life.
Also, both Cooper Flagg and Bronny James, for whatever that's worth, like they both like kind of stunk it up. Like they were. Cooper Flagg was good his second game. His first game was a struggle, including that he couldn't back down Bronny James at one point.
Bronny might belong, huh? But yeah, you're these summer league games, you got to take it all with a grain of salt. But if you are one of these guys who's watching these players play for a second year, whether it's Bronny or Reed Shepherd, or you're trying to beat these guys so that you can actually carve out a place in the league, getting swatted by a 6'2" white who looks like he's 18, that's tough to overcome. Like, you could be a great player and have a great night, but that one moment, that might be enough for a scout to shake his head and say,
doesn't have it.
Just doesn't have it. Not that it. So we've seen a lot of Reed Shepherd. We also finally got to hear from Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks after both were moved from the Rockets to the Suns as part of a deal that sent the Rockets Kevin Durant. Here is Jalen Green talking about the trade with a bunch of media in Vegas.
I'm super excited. A great organization, great people. It's going to be fun. And the position we're in, I think we're going to surprise a lot of people and make a lot of noise. So
I'm curious, when you look at you started something with Houston, like you were there when they were trying to figure it out, and then you part of them making the ascension, and then you get traded. How did you deal with that or dealt with that?
I mean, it hurts. Houston it's home to me and forever will be home to me. I started, my NBA career there, and I've, built a lot in there, in that situation. So, obviously it was sad to leave, obviously, but it's a business though. You gotta understand that when you're coming into the NBA, and I'm just thankful that, I have the opportunity to play basketball again, for another team that has been in the playoffs, been to the finals, and, winning basketball in general. So, yeah.
Very professional answer that he gave there. But a little bit later, slightly different vibes as he cut into a media availability around Dillon Brooks and asked Dillon Brooks about the trade too.
What would you think he's going to do with the Phoenix Suns?
I love the trade. It gives me and Jalen an opportunity to showcase, in Phoenix.
Motivation.
Great fans.
I said, motivation.
Yeah. And then for you especially when you play Houston, it's going
Come
to
on
be a lot
now.
of motivation for you.
Yeah.
And I'm happy that we both came together.
Motivation. Motivation. It's a weird answer. I mean, I get that he's motivated, but like, hey, it's for Kevin Durant. And I've seen a bunch of folks, these are the same people in the fan base that Sean and I have talked about, how NBA fans, it just seems like there's a lot of hipsters who pick one guy and they back this guy up no matter what. No matter what they even see on the court, through thick and through thin. And there's a lot of people all of a sudden, surprisingly, who are worried that Jalen Green is going to blow up now that he's motivated. Motivation. Motivation. Guys, he might be good. He might not be good at all. Did he fit in with the Rockets anymore? Did he get the Rockets better by this trade? Yeah. It's weird that some people are having such a tough time saying goodbye. I mean, I get it. He was part of the rebuild. So were some other mediocre players. He was the best of them, I guess. It's weird. People are looking at that and saying, "Oh man, we shouldn't have gotten rid of that guy." What? Because he's doing a presser with a guy he got traded to the same team of and saying, "Yeah, motivation. We're both motivated." I think they both. Honestly, I think Dillon Brooks gets it. He's like, "Yeah, they traded me for Durant." Hell, there might be a little ego attached to Dillon Brooks that says, "They traded me for Durant. I hunt bears." That would be funny if that's what he said. Yeah, I mean, they traded Durant for me and Jalen Green. Obviously, he's not doing that, but it would be pretty funny.
Yeah. Also, him being like, it's an opportunity to showcase what we can do. And if I'm a Suns fan, I'm like, on defense, please, Dillon Brooks.
Yes.
The problems what we talked about during the season, like a quick check of like, how's the Rockets offense doing? Is like, how many shots did Dillon Brooks take? Okay, they're 8 and 6 of them are threes. Okay, I can live with that. But once you start getting into like the teens and a lot of twos, that's when we have problems. And the Suns fans will hopefully or maybe at some point learn that. I don't know.
I don't know on that.
But yeah, if you're Jalen, like I get that, if the Last Dance taught us everything, it's that you use anything as motivation, then you'll be as good as Michael Jordan. Just that simple. Just be motivated. But the Rockets did everything they could. Like it's not like they treated them poorly in any way. Rafael Stone went out of his way to, I wouldn't say like make a fool of himself, but make himself the main character of Houston radio and Houston sports talk for a day by defending you at a press conference very strongly. So I wouldn't say that you were done wrong in any way.
No, I wouldn't either on that front. But a lot of people act like they were. Oh no, they were traded for anything. They should have been here for life. It's very strange.
Yeah, these guys should have all get lifetime. If you're drafted in 2021 or 2022 to the Houston Rockets, congratulations, lifetime contract. Nothing wrong. You could do no wrong.
Chris and Humble, where was his motivation in the playoffs? Coincidentally, he's choking in that clip. Damn. Damn.
Wow.
Accurate.
Chris from Humble off the top rope. That was big.
Good God. But not wrong. Not wrong there.
Yeah, that's always the thing with motivation. It's like, oh, this is what motivated. Like, oh, it took this playing in the NBA, playing in the NBA playoffs and having 4 straight stinkers. That didn't motivate you. The 5th straight stinker still didn't motivate you.
No. It was getting traded for Kevin Durant.
Getting traded for one of the best players of all time. Okay, got
it. Mustang Boy 7 says, Lance said Jalen will perform on a rebuilding team, and he's right. I mean, maybe, but what is performing?
Wasn't he on a rebuilding team on the Rockets?
He did perform
this year.
But what is performing scoring 20 plus points? Because if that's the case, I don't know how many people heard this mid-summer league game interview with Rockets GM Rafael Stone, but Rafael Stone made some rather cutting comments about the amount of players in the league who are, I'm just going to get buckets guys.
NBA is hard, man. And like, I think one thing that sometimes gets lost, and I've seen it firsthand because of kind of the steps our team has taken, is, getting 20 points on a bad team is something a lot of guys can actually do. Contribute, being able to stay on the court on a really good team, and we were a really good team last year. That's hard, and he at times he really helped us, and at times it was a struggle. I think though, like coming into this year, he gets it in a way, and he's ready in a way that you can't be coming out of college. So I'm excited for this year for him.
A lot of guys can score 20 points in a rebuilding situation. It's not a shot fired, but it is the truth. There are lots of guys who can do that. I think Jalen Green and Cam Whitmore are guys who can do that. Green has done it. We'll see if Cam Whitmore can do it. But that's how I feel like we should be looking at these guys. Potentially good sixth men on championship kind of teams, or the kind of person who would be great to have in your fantasy basketball league, but probably isn't going to be helping his actual team do a whole lot of winning. So there you go.
Yeah. Every team gets to, 95, 100 points every night. Like every team does it. The worst team in the league gets to 95 points every night. Someone's got to score. Someone gets you there. So there's going to be a leading scorer who scores around 20. So yeah, I mean, what he said isn't wrong. And yeah, it's harder to like play actual winning basketball than it is to
significantly.
Yeah, get buckets. So we'll see. I mean, the Suns last year had someone who got buckets too. His name was Kevin Durant. So we'll see.
And Devin Booker.
Yeah. We'll see if they improve with Jalen and Dylan Brooks.
That's Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call and text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We're 52 days away from the start of the NFL season. 52. Who's the best 52 in NFL history? Who's the best 52 in Texans history? That and more. Stick around.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. The kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids love. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book 5 nights, save 35% off your stay in June and July. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Streaming TV is where it's at. It's not about cutting the cord anymore. That's old news. It's all about your customized TV options. With the best and cheapest high-speed internet and your own TV subscriptions, we've got your dream TV lineup. Between wired and satellite internet and TV, you now have tons of options. Save money and get more internet speed and better TV today by calling the Whole Home Connect. We scan your location and offer you the best TV and internet options. And we always have specials and promotions. So when you call, ask about that. Take 5 minutes of your time. Make this free call now and learn how to save money and get better internet and TV for your home anywhere in the U.S. Make this simple and free call now.
800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. That's 800-214-6191.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, we have seen Houston Powder Coaters work all over the city. The Ferris Wheel, Westside Tennis Club, the Waterway in the Woodlands. Now we're going to see it at NRG?
Yes, they have removable stadium seating that we are coating right now. So when you go there for your football games, for your concerts, for your monster jams, look for those seats and you see our work.
It's going to be beautiful, right?
It's going to be amazing.
So if I'm on the floor, I'm probably going to sit in a Houston Powder Coaters seat.
Yeah, so you will see our work up close and personal.
This will tell you something. If businesses all over this city are using Houston Powder Coaters, why shouldn't you? So if you want your patio furniture Houston Powder Coated, you need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time. But if you need it expedited, we can do that for you as well.
We got parties coming up, holidays coming up. You want your patio furniture out there when the weather gets really hot.
Yes, don't delay. Call me today.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Houston's independent voice for sports. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We're ready for some football, baby.
The countdown to the NFL season continues with Paul Gallant.
2 days days away from the start of the NFL season. Who's the best number 52 in NFL history? Who is it? Who is she? Or who is he? Well, it's got to be Ray Lewis. There's a lot of clips that we probably could have played of Ray Lewis giving seemingly nonsensical sermons that, motivated players, even though he was speaking in tongues and probably was never very clear with what the hell he was saying. But Ray Lewis is definitely one of them. You've also got Robert Brazil, Dr. Doom. Good guy. I've had him on the show before. Who, of course, played for the Houston Oilers back in the day. He was the National Football League Defensive Rookie of the Year in 1975, two-time first-team All-Pro, 1978, 1979, four-time second-team All-Pro, seven-time Pro Bowler, playing for the Oilers from 1975 through 1984. He got inducted into the NFL Hall of Fame back in 2018. How many sacks did he have over the course of his career? It says 48 sacks. 13 interceptions, 14 fumble recoveries. But he was a linebacker. One of those 3-4 pass rushers. Paved the way for Lawrence Taylor types on the edge. How about that? What else do we have as far as number 52? How about the Houston Texans' history of 52? A couple different options. You could say, hey, Barkevious Mingo. I'm kidding. You also could say, hey, what about last year, Jerry Hughes? But the best 52 in Houston Texans history is 100% Jonathan Grenard, who played for the Texans from 2020 through 2023, signed with the Vikings the offseason before last season, and in his first game against the Houston Texans with the Vikings, he had 3 sacks against that awful-ass Texans offensive line. Jonathan Grenard, 12-sack season with Minnesota last year. I'm not going to lie, I did not think he would be able to do it again outside of Houston, but 12.5 sacks in 2023, 12 sacks last season as part of that really good Vikings defense.
Made it close enough to where you go, like, was this worth the Danielle Hunter, switch and the extra money that you're paying Danielle Hunter, and especially now on Danielle's new contract with the Texans, it's just enough to where you're like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Danielle Hunter's the better player, but they had very similar production last year.
Yeah. And Danielle Hunter's got the biceps thing going on.
That helps. They're
very vascular.
That's like an extra 3.5 sacks that just don't get added to his
Oh, yeah. It's the intimidation factor. He basically had 20 sacks last season. I know he didn't, but the biceps made it look like he could have.
Yeah, they look good on promotional material. Just wait, the Texans have one of these guys. They have a guy who looks like this on the roster. Yeah, it's getting off the bus looks great. Yeah.
Yeah. Watch out, Kansas City. But anyway, what's going on around the National Football League? What's going on? Another 49ers player is demanding a trade. And get this, it's a 49ers receiver. Also, get this, you've probably never heard of him, but Jawan Jennings wants a new contract or to be traded from the 49ers. He's 28. He has played there his whole career since being a 7th-round draft pick in 2020. He signed a 2-year, $15.4 million deal in March of last year. He had 77 catches for 975 yards and 6 touchdowns, and he's going to make only $7.5 million this season. So he wants more, especially with Brandon Ayuk recovering from a torn ACL and MCL. So there you go, guys. Jawan Jennings, Texans. I'm sure there'll be some person that would have done that if not for them drafting Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel.
Even still, can never have too many receivers.
That's a fair point.
In the eyes of NFL Twitter.
Yes.
Never have too many.
That's a very good point. Can never have too many.
I mean, you start at least 2 of them in fantasy. A lot of times you start 3 of them, you know? And fantasy football, that's the same thing as regular football. So,
pretty much.
As we all know.
Oh, yeah. By the way, it seems that everyone is coming around on something that we brought up on this show before, that Nick Caserio kind of hosed the entirety of the NFL because second-round picks 35 through 64 still have not signed contracts with their respective teams. This is after the Texans gave Jaden Higgins a fully guaranteed contract May 9th. So we're 2 months later now, and not one contract has been signed since the Texans just completely broke things by giving Higgins a fully guaranteed deal. Pretty interesting. Pretty damn interesting. I bet that teams hate that Caserio did this, and they wish that there was a little more collusion here. But Caserio is treating his players right. Does this work out with Jaden Higgins? I don't know. Is it worth it for Jaden Higgins? I also don't know. But I do know is that they broke conventional wisdom and that everyone is in a holding pattern trying to figure out how to get their players that they drafted in the second round into camp. And the Texans just gave their guy a fully guaranteed deal.
Yeah, because it's possible. And, you know, if you really feel strongly about who you drafted in the second round, like it makes sense to fully guarantee him. Now, if every team started fully guaranteeing every second rounder, you're gonna have some pretty rough contracts on the books.
Oh yeah.
Given, I mean, you don't even have to go throughout the league of how many second rounders don't pan out. Just like Texans draft picks of the past, like a lot of times the most disappointing draft pick that they have is the second round pick. Yep. You know, especially true in the Rick Smith era of just like first round, boom, got it, always. At least a solid contributor. Second round, that's when, you know, him and Bill O'Brien, that's when things got a little scarier. That's when you got the Sulofilos of the world and the Ross Blacklocks of the world.
Yeah.
You know, was Zach Cunningham a second rounder? He kind of worked out. His second contract was an issue, not the first one. So, you know, if all 32 teams start fully guaranteeing their second rounders, like, just numbers wise, like it's going to be a terrible decision for some of these guys. And I can see why, you know, if you drafted a guy 55th, you're like, yeah, I don't care that the Texans fully guaranteed the 34th pick. That's different than how we view you.
I'm just going to go through all their second round picks historically.
Oh, just the Texans second round picks.
So they did pretty well there in their first draft. Jabbar Gaffney and Chester Pitts in the second round. Those are pretty good ones.
That might be the best that they've ever
second
had.
round haul, probably 2002. Now 2003, Benny Jopru, a tight end. They did not have a second round pick in 2004 or 2005. D'Amico Ryans in 2006.
Oh, that might be the best pick.
Going a little bit further, Connor Barwin in 2009. Barwin was pretty damn good. He had 56.5 sacks over his career. Ben Tate in 2010.
That's another good one.
2011, Brooks Reed and Brandon Harris. Brandon Harris is maybe my least favorite player that played for this team ever. The no-fly zone that always did the incomplete pass dance after everything that happened. My favorite second round pick, 2013, it was DJ Swearinger, who was fun. He was fun. Xavier Suafilo in 14, Bernardrick McKinney in 15, Nick Martin in 16, Zach Cunningham in 17, no second round pick in 2018, Lonnie Johnson, Life of Lotto in 2019.
Great pick for the vlog alone.
Ross Blacklock in 2020. Yikes, that one maybe the worst.
That was the draft pick from the DeAndre Hopkins trade. He was one pick before Jonathan Taylor.
Ooh. Jalen Petrie and John Mechie in 2022.
Yeah, Caserio got things back on track a little.
Petrie was good, and Mechie was a Juice Scruggs though. 2023. I'm not feeling that one right now.
Don't love it.
Blake Fisher and Kamari Lassiter last year. At least Kamari Lassiter is saving face here.
We'll see on Fisher. Lassiter, so far so good. So, it really is just that stretch from like 2014 on until Caserio, where it's just like it gets tough Bernardrick McKinney is like up there with the best ones.
I can see why teams would not want to give a fully guaranteed contract to a second-round pick. Just looking at the entirety of the Houston Texans draft history in the second round.
Yeah,
that's not easy.
Because even like Brooks Reed, like he was a solid player for a while, but like I'm not. I wouldn't have been ready to go like, yep, fully guaranteed, no questions asked. He's on our team for 4 years.
No, definitely not. He is Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. 52 days away from the start of the NFL season. Stick around.
ESPN 97.5.
Lunchtime just got a whole lot tastier at McCormick and Schmick's with the Lunch Punch program. Buy 4 lunches, get the 5th one free. Unwind at happy hour Monday through Friday from 3:30 to 6:30 with bar specials every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Planning ahead? Book your holiday private dining now. Special menus and private rooms, perfect for any group size. With 3 Houston locations, downtown, Uptown Park, and Town and Country, great food is never far away. McCormick and Schmick's. Come hungry, leave happy.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Del Olaleye here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena at 225 and Beltway 8 and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Don't even think about getting a heritage film for your treasured loved ones. Instead, do it yourself. Slap your dad down in a chair, get out your phone, and start asking questions about his life. Then, when he dies, you'll have him to share with your future grandkids. They'll get to know about how everyone used to smoke cigarettes, people used to get along, and how he started driving when he was about 12. Or, if you want something that doesn't suck, go to yourheritagefilm.com and trust the professionals.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill. But how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
Missed any of today's show? Then download the podcast now wherever you get your podcasts.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It is, well, some version of Paul Gallant. Definitely not the best version of Paul Gallant. We gave it a shot today, and hopefully I'll be feeling a little bit better, but I think I've reached the limit. I think I've reached the limit.
That's what that. Hey, Paul, that's all right. I think Dana Brown, the Astros medical staff, would be proud of you for toughing it out. You didn't go on the IL. You gave it a go.
Yeah.
Inflammation in your tonsils, perhaps.
It's definitely a little tonsil inflammation. It's gotten to the point now. So every single commercial break, I've been going into another bathroom and doing a saltwater gargle, and then also chugging like hot water with honey in it and drinking water. And it's usually good for the first 5 to 6 minutes of a segment, but the last 2 at the end of it, I was like, oh my. It's like it just hurts to speak.
You're helping, but then the talking for 10 straight minutes
I
probably
didn't really
undoes all the help.
I didn't really think about that side of it, because I think the last time I was dealing with something like this, where I did I try to do a show from home? I don't even remember.
I know you did a show from home with Joe.
With Joe
here, and I think that was strep related.
I think it was probably with strep, because I just keep getting it. So I probably got to go see a doctor about this, like a real doctor.
Yep. Jeremiah Randall. I'll send you his info.
No, thanks. No, thanks. The fact that it keeps on happening over and over again is a little bit concerning. I'm not going to lie. But I've had better days. So here's what's going to happen at 2:00. We're going to turn things over to Jeremy Branham and Joe as they talk about all things Astros related. So it's going to be a brand new live episode of Inside the Icebox. So appreciate them stepping up. I always feel guilty whenever I can't make it to the end of a show. This has only happened, I think, once before. This is when I got food poisoning from Cafe Express, and I ended up puking into a trash can next to 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, just in the middle of a segment. I literally just paused for a moment. We were in the middle of a conversation, and I just told Ted, "Excuse me," got up, walked over to the trash can, and just Technicolor yawned all into that bad boy. And
Well, how'd Ted Johnson react?
Ted was like, "What? Are you okay, man?" And we went to a commercial break, and Adam Spillane did the rest of the show for me. And I remember I left the studio, and luckily I lived very close to work. I left the studio, and I went into this room that had a couch in it, and I just curled up in a ball in that couch for about 5 minutes before gathering the strength to walk down to my car and drive away.
Well, at least this time, you don't need to. You can just go in that couch behind you.
Yeah, that's
futon,
right.
Or whatever that is.
That's right. Yeah,
and,
with the weird Jeff Goldblum pillow.
Yeah, you can just crawl into that, snuggle with the Jeff Goldblum pillow.
Oh yeah.
Is that a Celtics?
It's a Celtics throw blanket.
Okay, yeah.
It's a Florida Gators jersey. It's a quilt. It's made of all sorts of things that I had as a while.
It's very cool.
A couple of people were asking, Paul, did you get your antibiotics from the Astros? Don't let an Astros doctor near your tonsils. Yeah, they'd decapitate me.
Yeah.
I mean, they would 100% decapitate me.
I mean, your tonsils wouldn't be bothering you at that point. That is, it's a more extreme version of taking out your tonsils, is just taking everything off.
Just taking the whole head off. I mean, you won't have any tonsillitis anymore. That's for sure.
Yeah, but it would be very Astros to have you try to do a show and then 2 hours. You're Yordan Alvarez. You try to pick up a bat and swing. You made it through.
I think I Astros myself. I really thought I was going to be good to go today. I really underestimated talking.
How long 3 hours is? How long 45 minutes of every hour is?
A little bit. It's just a nonstop burn back there.
Yeah, I could see you reach for your throat at one point.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you're watching along, you could probably. Should I show everyone my tonsils, or just as proof?
Sure. What are they going to do?
That's true. What are they going to do?
Take you off the air?
Yeah.
We're doing that anyway in 2 minutes. There we go.
They're massive. They're massive right now. For those who don't know, I just showed them on the air. Yeah, you can see them, right? They're like golf ball size. Like They
That
got all
has
sorts
to be
the grossest thing anyone's ever seen on the air.
the
Whatever.
first time anyone's done that.
Showing the inside of their mouth. Yeah, man.
I didn't think you. Also, you got like good lighting there too.
Oh
so
yeah,
I saw
the
it.
best,
I saw it all.
the best lighting.
It was
man.
pretty nasty.
It was pretty gross. There's just all sorts of yellow, like it's goo coming at them.
No, you're definitely sick. You're definitely. I'm not a doctor. You're definitely sick.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, from the 281, Paul, if you went to an Astros doctor, they would have considered you terminal. At least we could laugh about that. At least we know.
Yeah.
I do wonder if I need to go to a new one. My doctor, when she came in, it was a totally new doctor. And she was like, "Have I seen you before?" And I was like, "No." And she was like, "Wait, I have seen you before." And I said, "No, but I've seen you before." No, you haven't seen me before. But I've seen you. No. Oh, I guess I haven't seen you before. I was like, all right, cool. I feel like I'm getting like the Supercuts equivalent at this doctor's that I go to. It's not the same person every single time. It's like just someone new every single time when I go in there, and it's close, and you know,
Convenient. Like, they saw you on a Saturday.
Insurance covers it, and they were open on a Saturday. Like that's the perk. But yeah. Might need to upgrade the game. What else do we have here?
I'm sure the reactions on YouTube and Twitch.
Oh yeah. People are from the 832. Paul just made someone happy in Montrose. Goodness gracious. Another texter. Paul has knee soreness. Send him to Sugarland.
Yeah, is it knee and throat or just throat?
Yeah, both, a little both. Man. Now that you mention it, my knees are a little sore right now. From the 832, go buy some Advil, cold and sinus. You got to get it from the pharmacy. Works wonders. But I'm already like. Here's the other thing too. I haven't eaten really anything in the last couple of days. I've had 2 chicken noodle soups, and then it's been a lot of it's garbage time, by the way.
I'll just play you off.
Chicken
noodle soups.
Oh yeah. So it's just been I've had more drugs than I've had food. It's like
okay.
It's been ibuprofen and antibiotics.
The rock star lifestyle.
Anyway, I did this on my own. This was not Cal Media saying, Paul, you better be on the air today. It truly wasn't. I wanted to do the show today.
Like I said, two more hours than I thought we would get out of you today.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So hopefully I'll be better tomorrow. I'm gonna. Can I go to the grocery store with strep throat? Am I allowed out of my house? Like I
don't know the rules.
I don't
Mask
either.
up, just in case.
Yeah, text the rules. Okay. Appreciate everyone who tuned in. Appreciate Sean Mapes for bailing me out and talking to me as much as he has on today's show. I am merely Paul Gallant. Hopefully with better tonsils tomorrow. So long. Farewell. Up next, it's going to be Joe George and Jeremy Branham. They're going to be talking Astros baseball, special edition of Inside the Icebox live here on ESPN 97.5, 92.5, ESPN Houston, and ESPN 975 on Twitch. So long, farewell. Hopefully I'm back tomorrow. Peace.
ESPN 97.5.
Hey, it's B-Mac, and I'm fired up for Old Humble Distillery, Houston's finest micro distillery. Their award-winning small batch Texas whiskeys are the real deal and unique to the Gulf Coast. Approachable, premium, and handcrafted unlike factory whiskey. You can grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their Humble Tasting Room, open Tuesday through Saturday till 6 and Fridays till 9 for date night. Trust me, this is an authentic Texas craft whiskey worth savoring.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care.
800-451-4785. 800-451-4785. 800-451-4785. That's 800-451-4785.
Hey parents, Jeremy Branham here. Want to transform your driveway into a pro-level court? Pro Dunk basketball goals are the real deal. Their revolutionary lightning adjust system lets you change heights in seconds. From regulation 10 feet down to 5 feet so the whole family can play. Built with commercial-grade materials that stand up to Houston weather. Get your kids off those screens and onto the court. Pro Dunk, the choice of serious ballers. Visit ProDunk.com today. That's ProDunk.com.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
Pauly G Show. He's the best in Houston.
Houston's most interactive sports talk show.
Hey, how's it going, Paul? Oh, what's good, my man? How you doing, Paul? What are you doing, Paul?
Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
I love the show. Y'all keep it up.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Can you hear me? There we go. Now I'm on the air. Welcome into the Paul Gallant Show here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George, Jeremy Branham here with you, covering for Paul Gallant, who has strep throat, which I didn't know people still got when you were older.
I thought he sounded fine.
I think he was losing it there.
I think he could have done the last hour.
Oh, soft boy?
Maybe.
It's more of a pain management issue. That's a pain tolerance.
Even worse.
All right, we are going to talk Houston Astros baseball for basically the next half hour of the show today. Lots of stuff to go into as we are in the All-Star break officially. Obviously, the Astros kind of end on a whimper, but Jeremy, I want to think about the second half of the season, or the post-All-Star break part of the season here, okay? Who is the number one X factor for the Houston Astros besides Yordan Alvarez, the second half of the season? Who's number one on your list?
Can I say Hunter Brown?
That's fine.
Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown's last 2 starts before the All-Star break are kind of concerning. Do I have confidence he'll figure it out? Yeah, I do. Last year he figured out like the 19 ERA and was one of the better pitchers of all of baseball for the last 3-4 months. But his last 2 starts have been pretty mediocre. The velo was way down yesterday. He was in the mid 90s. Like he was throwing 93, 94. And it's like, I don't know how I feel about that. And now he did finish that which I didn't want to see him in that last inning. Because a lot of times you get low velo, you kind of like lose your mechanics a little bit. It turns into like, maybe it's the start of something that could cause you to miss some time. So I was clamoring for Espada to pull him out of the game quickly. Now he did get out of that last inning, 3 up, 3 down, look good, look probably his best inning. And he hit 96, 97 in his last 2 pitches. So it's like, oh, okay. He might have even been 97, 98. So it's like, okay, he still has it. But I didn't love the fact that he was sitting 93, 94 for a majority of that game when he's a guy who sits 96, 97, 98. I think he's a bit fatigued. So can they get him reset, get him back on track? Because Hunter Brown has to be one of the best pitchers in baseball for the Astros to reach their ceiling. Jordan has to come back. You said except Jordan. Pena has to be around, but I think that even if Pena's only 80% of who he was in the first half, I think it's good enough. Hunter Brown has to be Hunter Brown, though. That's their strength. Their strength is Fromber and Hunter Brown. And if Hunter Brown's not going to be Hunter Brown, that is a big problem.
Yeah, I'm kind of going into with the Jordan part of it, it's like we all just know he's a huge part of this, where if he comes back, it puts the Astros on a different track this season for what they can do, having that bat in the lineup. It means so much to this team. I think we're all under the assumption that Jeremy Pena is going to be back at some point, that this isn't a real concern with a fractured rib or broken rib, whatever you want to call it. So I think Hunter Brown's a great choice with how the last 2 starts went. The other pitcher that I'll include in this, because I'm going to hold Dana Brown accountable now for what he's saying. Christian Javier is a huge X factor for the Astros now going forward. I mean, Dana Brown said he's going to contribute to the team this year. What does that mean? We'll see. Will he be a starter? Will he be a bullpen arm? Like how do you want to use him? How many pitches can he go in a game? Are all questions for sure, but he's going to impact this roster according to Dana Brown this year. And before you get to the trade deadline, as we're 17 days away roughly from the trade deadline. If you trade for a pitcher and you have Christian Javier close to full strength, plus Hunter Brown, plus Framber Valdez, you have an incredible rotation going into the playoffs. So I'll throw Christian Javier as my guy.
I guess I haven't allowed myself to really think about the return of Christian Javier.
I hadn't either until Dana Brown said he'll impact the team this year.
Dana Brown also said that about Lance McCullers and Luis Garcia last year.
I know.
He also said that, we might get Jordan Alvarez back for the Dodgers series. Oh, we might get Jordan Alvarez back this season. Oh, Jeremy Pena is only going to be gone for a week. So I've committed myself to never believe anything that Dana Brown says. And until it is a factual event, I don't believe him. And it's not like that I think he's a liar. I just think that he's you know how people always say they're honest to a flaw? I think that he is optimistic to a flaw. I don't think that he has any ill feelings and he's doing this intentionally to mislead. I think he legitimately is super optimistic, and that super optimism fails over and over because it's too optimistic.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think the timeline stuff is, and we've talked about this. You can catch Inside the Icebox every Friday morning on YouTube or the radio version at 6:00. We talk all things Houston Astros. This will be the Inside the Icebox podcast this week. You look at what he said over the years and putting timelines on everything. I feel like it does make things worse. But then he also says things like what he said on the flagship this weekend, which is that Jordan Alvarez has, quote, absolutely no pain in his hand. Great information. You don't have to give us that information. I think it's more concerning. Honestly, I don't like the word expedite.
No, I hate that word.
Because why? Why are you expediting something that every step of the way has gone wrong? We think about Jordan Alvarez's return, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia, Jeremy Pena, Jake Myers, all these guys who are important to your team who are hurt. I don't think you have to expedite anything. I know the first, the pre-All-Star break, Astros did not look good at the very end.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean you have to expedite something, especially when it hasn't gone well at any step of the way yet.
No, I actually hate that he uses that word. And I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he's trying to use that word to put fans' minds at ease. Hey, don't worry. We're going to try hard to get him back. We're going to do our, college try to get him back. So I think that that's his intent. I think his intent is to try to ease the burden and pain of fans. But expedite isn't how you're supposed to handle your best offensive player. You can make the case that they were expediting him earlier and didn't do the proper imaging and that's what led to this massive setback. You can make the case that they were expediting it after they knew he had a break in the fourth metacarpal and that, maybe he was doing too much hitting in the cages and it was all too fast. So I actually think that they should take the opposite approach. I think they should ease him back into Major League Baseball. Hey, go take a few hacks, see how it feels the next day. Okay, go take 10 more hacks. See what it feels like the next day. Okay, let's take a little bit of live BP. Let's see what that feels like. Okay, maybe a little bit more. Okay, now a little bit of live pitching. Okay, now let's see if we can get through a rehab game. Okay, now let's see if we can go back-to-back games. Okay, now let's see if he can do 3 in a row. I think that they should baby him. This is where I think that they struggle a lot of times, is that their goal is get back on the baseball field immediately to help the Major League Baseball team, when the goal should be more the finish line. The goal should be, how can he be the best that he can be whenever we're in the playoffs, because we anticipate to be a playoff team. It's kind of the same thing with Hunter Brown. They gave him that extra start Sunday and abandoned the 6-man rotation. That way he could go on normal rest and get an extra start, which I was a fan of. So this is hindsight 2020, which I hate doing that. But it's also, you have to get these guys to the end. It's great to give them the most amount of starts. It's great to give them the most amount of at-bats. But is the goal to have the most of those things, or is the goal to be as fresh as they can possibly be when the games are at the most important?
I think it's the latter for sure. I mean, you want, like, Yordan Alvarez, you want him in the lineup in October. That's all that matters. If he starts his rehab and just starts back up with the club on September 15th, that's fine. Will he be his best version of himself? Probably not in that situation, but at least he's on the team at that point and he's healthy. Now, I think Dana Brown did do a good job, at least in terms of some of the verbiage he used. He did use the word could. When he talked about the doctor could clear him on Thursday. That's not, even though there's no pain, it also does leave him that out of, well, he hasn't been cleared yet. Like the doctor still has to go through that process. Then Yordan Alvarez has to tell us when he feels good. Then we're going to expedite his return. So there is it's like steps there in the process, but it's huge. So I think you're right. Hunter Brown, Christian Javier, those are the guys that to me are so important to this team. Hunter Brown and Yordan obviously top 2, but I mean, again, because I have no worry about Jeremy Pena coming back this season. Where do you stack the other guys? Obviously, doesn't really sound like we're going to get much Luis Garcia this year, but what's the importance of Eric Getty coming back?
See, that's really weird about the Garcia thing, though. Luis Garcia started his rehab before Javier. So whenever Dana's like, yeah, we think that, Christian Javier is going to be somebody who can help us a lot this year, but he doesn't mention Luis Garcia, yet Luis Garcia started his rehab before Christian Javier. So it's like, well, you would think timeline health-wise, Luis Garcia is ahead of Javier. In fact, I mean, how else could you define it? One guy started his rehab before the other guy. You'd think that guy would be ahead, which I took it. The way that I took that was they must not love what they're seeing from a stuff perspective with Luis Garcia. They must be looking at his stuff and it's, a shell of what it used to be. Whereas they see Javier and it's like, oh, he's hitting all of the check boxes of where he should be. He's hitting 95. The movement is there. So I found that to be actually interesting too, that he was very complimentary of Christian Javier, not Luis Garcia, although Luis Garcia is about a week ahead of schedule versus Javier, or at least a week ahead of Javier. He's certainly behind schedule, but a week ahead of Javier. So I found that to be interesting. I kind of read between the lines there that maybe they don't like what they're seeing from Luis Garcia and they like what they're seeing from Christian Javier. Eric Getty would be huge. That's kind of a mystery how they've handled his injury too. I thought that he'd be pitching in big league games by the middle of July, or at least right after the All-Star break. And he hasn't started a rehab. So that's kind of odd to me. Maybe it's their way to limit his workload, which is a fine answer. I could totally respect that. I would love if they said that, but I think Eric Getty and Javier, if they come back remotely close to what we saw from them before they got hurt, I think they could battle for the number 3 spot in the rotation. Who it is, I need to see what they look like first. I think both are capable of doing it. I like Brandon Walther quite a bit too, probably more than the average Bear.
You do.
I think I think his stuff plays. He's what a find by Dana Brown. No, I think Eric Getty and Javier, to me, if they're back, are the 2 guys fighting for the number 3 spot. Lance McCullers, will he be in the mix because he has cachet? I hope not. He would have to prove us all wrong over his next however many starts before the end of the year. But no, those 2 guys are critical.
No, at this point, I would feel, I was going to wager on it. I would feel more comfortable wagering on Christian Javier or Spencer Arrighetti or both of them starting playoff games over Lance McCullers.
Definitely Arrighetti.
And that's why I said even Javier, just because I don't think Lance really belongs at this point, unfortunately, in a playoff rotation. So whether you add him now or you add to the team at the deadline or you come back just through injuries and like you just get this team, back on track to where it was, I just feel like Lance McCullers is eventually the odd man out. And maybe next year it's different, but I think he's more what he was last year and the year before in the playoffs, and that's the man on the bench if Adolis Garcia pops off charging at him.
Yeah, it's weird to lay out what the plan could look like for Lance McCullers because he's owed a lot of money. I don't see like the DFA thing coming to play. And he's had some starts where you're like, oh, okay, like this is a big league arm. Maybe not one of your top 3, top 4 starters, but I mean, how do you ignore a 12 strikeout performance? How do you ignore a 6 shutout inning performance? So like he has the capability. He has the capability to be a big league starter. He also has the capability of being shelled and out of the game in the 3rd inning. His margin for error is pretty wide right now. So I think that they probably keep him in a rotation. I don't see him leaving a rotation unless this lead in the American League West becomes razor thin. Like they have a little bit of a runway to kind of like figure it out for a while. But once they start getting guys back and the games are more important, it makes the decision on Lance McCullers much more cutthroat.
All right, he's Jeremy Branham. I'm Joe George. We're hanging out with you here for a little bit longer as we are filling in for Paul Gallant for the last hour of the show. Hopefully, Paul doesn't go to the Astros team doctors for his strep throat. It might be his last radio show if he honestly goes to the Astros team doctors, but he should be back tomorrow. All right, we'll take a break here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
How old is your home? If it's 40 years or older, you might need a whole house repipe. Old pipes leak and corrode. This can damage your home and give you crappy quality water. Plus, old pipes can burst in freezing temperatures. You need Aqueduct Plumbing. They'll repipe a 1-story, 2-bath home for only $5,500. Even if your home is larger, they have great pricing. Aqueduct has done thousands of repipes. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com or call 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Howdy, Ags. Andrew Monaco, voice of the Aggies here for HRMP, a proud partner of Aggie Athletics. For nearly 25 years, HRMP has been protecting the interests of Aggie-owned businesses. HRMP provides comprehensive human resource services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HRMP customize a plan to eliminate your HR burdens. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697. 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
John Renato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, this is the time for all those HOA people. And if you have a public pool, this is the time to get the stuff done at Houston Powder Coaters.
Yes, because everyone knows pool season opens Memorial Day weekend. So let's get that work done by April.
So you need to do it now because it takes some time.
Now, because yes, we do have a line of people trying to get their stuff done. And I want you in line with them.
And you guys are bigger and better than ever. You did the bridge in the Woodlands, Hermit Park, the benches at NRG. You guys are all over the place.
Yeah, even if you think you don't know who we are, you've definitely seen our work.
And now Tesla and Samsung, what's going on?
Yeah, so we are actually branching out into the Austin market with the tech world. Austin has Tesla, it's got SpaceX, it's got Samsung, and we are there.
Wow, we're really smart now, aren't we?
We are. We're like Silicon Valley Part 2.
That's Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Call me.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 in HD, 97.9 HD2.
You locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Joe George and Jeremy Branham hanging out here for Paul Gallant on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Here with you till 3 o'clock. I'm not going to make Jeremy stay the whole time. Just one more segment of Jeremy.
Well, good. I like to meditate before shows.
Yeah, you can go meditate, get ready, prepare for the day. Lots to talk about. Do you like the All-Star break before we get back into the Astros? Like from like a sports radio time period? Because so many people just complain about it.
Well, I mean, I'm taking Wednesday through Friday off.
Oh, that's right. You're off Wednesday through Friday.
That was not intentional. But...
I'm off Tuesday through Friday. Mine was. Sean's off Tuesday through Friday. So if Paul's out tomorrow, it's gonna be a little tougher. He's gonna have to power through tomorrow.
I like it. It lets you talk about different things.
Yeah.
There's always plenty to talk about. It might be less sportsy, but that's no problem. I like being less sportsy every now and then.
That's very true. You don't do it very often, but
try to do it a couple times a day.
Yeah. I got made fun of a lot, I felt like, on Friday.
Why is that?
With the ice cream.
What?
I just felt like I kept getting looks while my son was having ice cream melt all over his face. I was getting judgment looks, not from your side of the table.
Oh.
From the middle of the table that was there.
Well, he judges everybody.
That's true.
So.
All right, let's get back into the Astros here. Jeremy, we're going to play a little game here, okay?
Yeah.
Scale of 1 to 10. How much do you like this player being acquired by the Houston Astros in a hypothetical trade?
10.
Don't pretend. Just don't worry about what's going out. Just the player coming in. That's all that matters.
Because that's all that ever matters.
That's all that really matters.
Yeah.
Joe Loperfito's traded. Everyone makes a big deal. Oh, well. All right.
Joey Loperfito came up in my mentions today.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like, I said that Dana Brown doesn't seem to value contact as much as other general managers.
Okay.
I'm not even saying he's wrong. Like, a strikeout is an out, right? Like, what's the difference between a strikeout and a ground out? Okay, they're both an out. You can't. I've never seen somebody ground into a strikeout double play. So maybe it's more beneficial to strike out than ground out. Fly out, there's advantages there because you can get a sacrifice fly. I guess a ground out runner at third, less than 2 outs, you can score there too. But I'm not saying that Dana's wrong, but I do think that Dana Brown doesn't value contact as much as like the average Major League Baseball general manager based on his draft picks. And some dude was like, no, he does because he traded Joey Loperfito. I was like, how are you using one guy in a trade that they got Yusei Kikuchi back for as an example to him valuing contact?
Like, all you need is one guy to make an argument, and your argument's correct.
He's Loperfito.
That's all you
And
need.
he didn't even draft Loperfito.
No, he did not.
Loperfito, he inherited Loperfito. And then he had to trade him to get Yusei Kikuchi, a really good arm. It was just so weird. It was like the cherry picking of one player who he didn't draft, who was involved in a trade, the most important trade at last year's deadline, to tell me that I was wrong. It was the worst argument I've ever seen. And Loperfito was the guy involved.
Hey, you know what?
Worst argument I've ever seen.
That's good because normally I feel like you would say that came from me, and it wasn't me.
You wouldn't have done that.
I
I have more faith in you than that.
That's good.
You make outrageous takes.
No, I've been trying to be better.
Okay, so you prove my point that you make outrageous takes because you yourself have admitted that you do that, and now you're trying to be better about it.
Trying to be more well thought out. All right, scale of 1 to 10, how much you would like if the Astros traded for this player? I've got 7 players to go through. Okay, Andrew Heaney from the Pittsburgh Pirates.
I'll give him 7.
I think it's very kind of you're banking on what happened with Yusei Kikuchi happening here. I think if you traded for him,
he's always been solid. Heaney. I saw him in college at Oklahoma State. Frank Anderson kid. He's not going to blow you away with stuff, but he's always going to be solid. Like I think he's a really good number 4 starter. And I would take that right now. So yeah, I would be good with Andrew Heaney.
Zach Eflin.
0. I don't like Zach Eflin.
He's been hurt twice this year.
He's been pretty bad too.
Yeah, he's been pretty bad. I don't think that's Heaney, Kikuchi start doing this more and it's fixed. That one to me, I would go like a 2.
I just pulled up his ERA. You want to take a gander at his ERA?
5.8.
Pretty close. 5.95.
Oh.
5.95. And like his recent games, he's not been good. Like he didn't get out. He pitched 1 inning in his last start. The start prior to that, 6 runs in 3 innings. The start prior to that, 7 runs in 5 innings. So you're telling me that you're trading, like, you better get him for free. Like, if this is the guy that you're trading for, I want him for free. I have zero interest in Eflin.
Chris Paddock.
A little bit better stuff. Rinnell. He's probably closer to Heaney than Eflin. I'll go like a 5.7.
Okay. I think that's fair.
He used to be a hotshot prospect back in his early days. Like, people thought he was going to be like a Cy Young guy every year.
That's part of why I'm a little intrigued with him, is that so that means there was stuff, like real stuff there at one point. And who fixes stuff the most? The Houston Astros.
True.
So that's why, like, if you talk to most teams, and if we were in any other city and we were talking about some of these names, people would just be going 0, 1, 2. But pitchers get such a benefit of the doubt by coming to the Astros organization that they're going to be fixed after what happened with Kikuchi and what happens with all these other guys, that I think it raises kind of what everyone thinks the floor of the player is, besides Zach Eflin. We're out on him. Zach Gallant.
Zach Gallant, I like. He's not had a good season. Another rental. What did I give Heaney? I give Heaney a 7.
Yeah.
I'll go Gallant like a 7.3, because I think Gallant gives you like upside. Like, Gallant could be your bona fide number 3 guy reaching potential, and now your top 3 is really nasty if he reaches that potential. And even his floor not being good, he's going to give you innings. So I would be very intrigued by Gallant.
Let's go to the hitters. Cedric Mullins. We've talked about him before.
1.8. I don't like Mullins.
That's low.
I feel like
I knew it was gonna be low, but I didn't think it was gonna be that low.
I feel like we look at Mullins helps you. Like, Mullins is a left-handed bat. He hits righties, like, actually not well this year. He has reverse splits this year, which came out of nowhere because he's always been a guy who hits righties well and not lefties well. Like, he helps your team. Like, he would be getting at bats instead of Cooper Hummel. Maybe you could platoon him with Chaz in center while Jake Myers is gone for 3+ weeks minimum. So he would help you. But he also sends you into the competitive balance tax because he's making a little under $9 million. And it's like, okay, like, is he the kind of guy you want to go into the CBT for? Hasn't really hit much. I'm not big on Mullins.
Brian Reynolds. Haven't seen him connected a lot to the Astros. This is probably one of the more pricier in terms of trades, but he could play both corners. So he's your new everyday left fielder. I mean, I would love this one. This would be an 8 for me.
Yeah, I'm like a 2.4.
Really?
I think he's a slightly better version of Cedric Mullins. Like,
interesting.
People look at Brian Reynolds and grade him based on who he was like 3 years ago. You look at his last 3 years, he's been spectacularly average. Like, he really has. And he's not a great defender, probably a corner outfielder, probably not a center fielder. And I don't think that he has the bat that many people think that he does. Like, he was a hot trade commodity like 3 years ago before Pittsburgh extended him. And it's like, oh, this guy's the answer. And then you look at like his last 3 seasons, it's like, oh, this is a pretty average baseball player. And then also you have the contract. So not only do I think he's overrated, but I think he's overpaid.
What if you could flip Lance McCullers?
Yeah, good luck.
We'll take we'll take him on. You take our bad contract.
The other thing with McCullers too,
they would never do that to Lance.
Lance would void it. Lance has 10-5 rights. Like, this is something I thought of the other day, and like I failed to remember that Lance was a 10-5 guy, because you don't really think of that rule very often. So it'd be very hard for him, I think, to sign off on any trade. There's probably some scenarios where he would sign off, but he ain't going to Pittsburgh.
No,
Brian Reynolds has a negative WAR. Brian Reynolds has a 287 on base percentage. He's got an OPS plus of 82. League average is 100. The dude might be the most overrated player in baseball. And it does trigger me when people bring him up, because I think we do look back at who he used to be back in the day. Like, what year was it? 21? 21, he finished 11th in MVP voting. And since then, he's been a little bit better than average. And then this year, he's been bad.
Last one. I think I'm going to get a 9 out of you, or a 10.
I don't know. I've been pretty harsh so far.
Well, I know you love this guy, Brandon Lau, whatever.
I wouldn't go as high to a 10, but he'd be the best bat for sure. 7.5, 7.6. The thing that the con there would be that he doesn't play a very good defense. And the Astros' philosophy is pitching and defense. And like, if you're trading for him, it's okay, well, he should be our second baseman, but now you're surrendering the defense that you've built your team on. So like, I love the bat. He also has a club option for next year, so it wouldn't have to be a rental. You can just pick up that club option and you have him for a year and a half. So I like the idea of him a lot. I just wonder how they would deploy him. Like, do they make him the second baseman? Do you DH him until Jordan comes back? If Jordan comes back, do you give him at bats at first base? My guess would be that he plays second base mostly, but now you're surrendering the defense, which everybody's been. That's why I don't think it's actually realistic. Like, I like the bat in this lineup, But if you acquire the bat, he has to be your second baseman once Jordan comes back, if Jordan comes back. And then now you're kind of disrespecting your team philosophy of pitching and defense.
I have a question for you about your Twitter account. Typically, you put a /S for sarcasm.
Yeah, sometimes I forget.
Yeah. Did you forget, or were you somewhat serious about Caratini being the everyday catcher next year?
So that's not my idea. That's not my idea. Brian McTaggart wrote that in his most.
Interesting. I missed that.
Like 2 newsletters ago. He mentioned, and I'm paraphrasing here, I don't remember verbatim off the top of my head, but it was something along the lines of the Astros don't like his plate approach. They love Caratini, and it makes you like and McTaggart alluded to the fact that it makes you think what could be the future of the Astros catcher position. So that wasn't even me. Like that wasn't my original thought. I was definitely farming engagement with that, but no, that wasn't my original thought. I do think that it's plausible, not probable, plausible, that the Astros could kind of do what they did with Kyle Tucker. Not that Yainer Diaz is approaching free agency, but he might be due for arbitration, which would be a pay bump. I could see them potentially shopping Yainer Diaz and re-signing Caratini to make him the catcher. Not a good defender, Yainer. Now with the ABS, does it matter as much? Not as much, but it still matters. His pop time has gotten worse. His home to second is not very good. Doesn't throw out base runners. I know that they're concerned. Now Caratini's not great at this either. Caratini doesn't have a great pop. Caratini doesn't have a very good time home to second. But no, that was McTaggart's thought.
Yeah, I think that'd be interesting. I feel like the Yainer move would happen. Let's say it does happen. You think that's what this offseason more likely?
I toyed with the idea myself. Not that I have any input, but just kind of playing fantasy general manager. I had the idea of, instead of signing a first baseman this past offseason, why don't you move Yainer to first, knowing that he's not a very good defensive catcher? There's your first baseman. He's got an offseason full of training. Would he be a good defensive first baseman? No, but he's not a good defensive catcher. And I value the defense behind the dish way more than I value it at first base. Plus, it would have saved you $20 million a year. It would save you $6 million total.
And 2 draft picks.
So, like, I would have seriously entertained the idea, if I was the general manager of the Astros, to move Yainer Diaz to first base in the offseason. And knowing he's not a good defensive catcher, make Caratini my full-time guy. That saves you $20 million that now you can repurpose, maybe with an outfield bat, however you want to repurpose the $20 million. So I'm not sure he's a catcher going forward, at least long-term. Maybe you can get to his free agency years still as a catcher, especially with the ABS, which diminishes a little. No, but I think it's in play, and especially because McTaggart said it. Like, if McTaggart is saying that, I take it very seriously.
Mm-hmm.
No one is more plugged in than Brian McTaggart when it comes to the Astros.
And
so if he was bringing that up, it catches my attention.
Yeah, it's interesting. And he's only done it. So it looks like 5 times this year, but Caratini can play first base.
Yes.
As well. I mean, he's played first base throughout his career. So, like, you could have gone with Yainer, Caratini, and
you probably
Salazar.
Yeah, he'd probably be your backup.
Just to have 3 guys on the roster.
And you can't do it anymore because you still owe Walker, $40 more million, 2 more years. So,
they're not going to eat that.
That decision's done. Like, the idea of moving Yainer to first base is over. The moment you sign Christian Walker, the Yainer to first base movement was dead. But if you did do that, it would be like in the offseason. It would have been Caratini. Maybe you sign a veteran catcher to be the backup there. I don't know. Maybe that's a way you could repurpose the $20 million. And then look, Yainer would be your first baseman in that alternate reality. And you also had DeZenzo. Like, DeZenzo could have came in play there too. Or if you want to be completely revisionist history, you know how much money Paul Goldschmidt's making. He's having a much better year than Walker.
Yeah.
$12.5 million, which is a decent annual average, but it's only for 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
So
how much of the Luno podcast did you catch with Chandler Rome?
Yeah, I listened to all of it.
What did you think was the most interesting part? I think going over the blackball part, where he said he's not blackballed, that 2 or 3 ownership groups have reached out to him, but he's done with baseball. But then I thought at the end of the podcast, when he started talking about how much he enjoyed just talking baseball with Tyler and Chandler, and how it kind of got his mind thinking again. I do think we're going to see Jeff Luhnow back in baseball one day.
I don't know if that we will. I believe that if somebody gave him a serious offer that he liked, he would take it though. I'll meet you halfway.
I guess I don't follow soccer, right? So, like, I don't care. Like, sorry, Glenn. I didn't realize he had 3 teams playing for championships last year, and then
Yeah.
he just bought a 4th team.
So I think I own some stock in this little group that he has.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the very small amount. But I remember them doing like the raising funds, and then they were going to go buy these teams. So he's more ownership than GM. But like I guess he kind of meddles a bit. But no, his I guess what they do is they go in, they find underappreciated teams, markets. They think they have good value. Then it looks like it's based on the sound of it. They want to rebuild the franchise, and then it sounds like eventually sell them. But I thought that there was a couple of instances where it's like, okay, he would entertain something. The first one was whenever he was like, he said something like early in the podcast where he's like, if I ever come back to baseball, I was like, oh, okay. So it's like, that's out there. Like that's a thought that he has. And then at the end too, where it's like, I have been reached out. I don't think that I'm blackballed. I would be good at it. He said that. He goes, I know that as a fact. I would be good at it. So I wouldn't rule it completely out. I don't think he ever gets the offer that it would take for him to leave. I think it would have to be a good organization. I think it would have to be good ownership.
A lot of money.
Where I don't know if somebody like an organization like that would hire him or offer him. Like I could see the offers for Luno being like, mid-market teams, maybe even low-market teams, maybe that don't have great ownership. I think it would take a big offer to get him. And because of the stain of Luno, and not only for the sign stealing stuff, but he wasn't well liked before the sign stealing, which might have came in, kind of why they were the scapegoat for the sign stealing.
I think if Luno comes back, there was a podcast I listened to recently about it was the biggest free agent in the NBA that no one's talking about. And it was Sam Presti becoming a free agent in 2 years, right around the time when Las Vegas and Seattle are going to become a thing. And if someone's going to leave to try to build something from the ground floor and build up, that to me also screams Jeff Luno as the opportunity to take over like an expansion team in Nashville or something like that, like he's doing with the soccer teams, and literally expand, build, and win with something that doesn't exist. That to me like feels like something he would be. Just listening to the podcast, I was like, I feel like he could be very similar to what people think about Presti. The other one too was, going over the Osuna stuff and admitting that he would like to have that one back if he could do it over again. I thought that was also very interesting in the podcast.
I think it's commendable for him to be like, hey, my bad. To be the critic that I am, though, because I am kind of critical about things. What else is he going to say?
That's true.
Is he going to double down on it? I would have done it all over again. I would have traded for this guy who had domestic abuse problems, and then my assistant general manager's yelling at Allison Footer. I'm so glad we got Roberto Osuna. I don't think he had a choice but to say that.
I do think he kind of provided himself. If he wanted to, though, he had an out when he said in the podcast that he talked to his female family members before he made the deal. So he kind of had a shield in a way to defend himself against that trade.
I don't know how that defends him, though. And he was also very defensive of the trade. He's like, he was great on the field.
No, for sure.
So I think, look, it's good that and it's hard to know exactly the truth, right? Like, I think it's good that he apologized and was like, my bad, I would do it. I don't even know if he apologized. Where it was more like, I wouldn't have done that again. Okay, cool. That's a good look. I just don't think that he could have said anything else.
Anything else from it that stood out to you?
I mean, nothing that was new, I guess. Like the Harper thing. They had a deal done for Bryce Harper that the players were agreed on. And then the ownership with the Nationals were like, no, we're good. That would have been a lot of fun, but we already knew that. Talked a little bit about the Hader trade where he got Fires and got Gomez. He said that was the other one he would like to do again. That was a little bit because of Hader, because of how good he turned out, and then because he felt that Gomez was kind of disappointing, which he was. Gomez was very disappointing after getting him in that trade.
Yeah, I guess in no fault to, I'm sure there was stipulations with doing this interview. To be honest,
I'm not sure that there was. I really don't, because they asked him the tough questions. I thought.
I think there was a bunch of trash can stuff missed out on.
Okay, yeah, maybe it was everything but that.
Yeah, I would have, because the one time he did it. I know, friend of the station. It was a super softball interview.
With Glenn?
No, with Vanessa.
Oh, Luno did an interview on our station with
Vanessa? No, on TV.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, I didn't think like anything was really found out. I would have liked that in the situation, but also I get the context of it. Like, that's not what they were talking about. So I would have liked that stuff to be in there, but it was just interesting to hear him like on a regular basis like that.
I talked to him one day. I talked to him for about 10 minutes once. while he was still the GM of the Astros. They came out to watch Ian Happ. Ian Happ was at Cincinnati. They were playing at Houston. I do U of H baseball. I was doing play-by-play, and they had tons of rain. Like, so there was this long rain delay, and Luno came in the booth, and like I went up and talked to him for like 10, 15 minutes. And I really enjoyed the conversation. Like I heard that he was kind of like, condescending and like cocky and like mean. And it was totally opposite with me. Like, it was very easy conversation. And then Elias actually went into my booth and like we talked for like an hour.
I've heard
waiting out this.
I've honestly heard really good things about Luno. Like,
I enjoyed our conversation.
I mean, when I was at the other place, after the interview with Vanessa, we had gotten Jeff to agree to do an interview on the afternoon show. And the rule was we could ask anything we wanted, no holds barred, everything.
Okay.
And the Astros shut it down.
Really?
Yeah.
They didn't want Luno.
They didn't want Luno on their
station. See, that's why I don't know if I feel like he's fine with those questions.
Yeah, I think so too.
Maybe not in this setting, but like, what's he gonna say? Like his defense was always like, I forwarded it to AJ. You know what I mean? So like that's really all you can dive into it. Like, well, what why not? Why didn't you do more? I don't know. I didn't think much of it. I just forwarded him the email. So like, I don't know how deep you can go because he's gonna be like, well, I sent him the email.
Honestly, I would love to know his perspective at this point of once everything came out, like how much did you know that this was happening around baseball? Actually, I have more non-Astros questions around the cheating scandal that I feel like he might give honest answers to. Now, that would probably actually blackball him from baseball. Like what did you guys know about everyone else?
Well, I mean, I remember articles at the time where everybody was people were calling the Astros NASA.
Oh, yeah.
The Astros, like I remember watching games, and you would have catchers going to make mound visits like in the second inning, like when they're pitching fine. It's like, okay, they think they have their signs. You had catchers back then giving multiple signs with nobody on base, like for every team. Why are you giving multiple signs with nobody on base?
Because everyone had their stuff.
Because the catcher thinks people have eyes on your sign. So if you're giving complicated, like multi-choice signs, you think the other team has your stuff. And the Astros were doing that nonstop. So they thought other teams had their stuff. Every game in baseball, the multiple signs without, runners on base. And then the few times they didn't, you hear a little trash can stuff going on.
Last thing on the Astros here, Bryce Matthews came up, not great results. Why do you think they made that decision? Was this a tryout? Was this is your second baseman until injury?
I think it's a little life in the lineup once they realize Myers is going to be out for multiple weeks. I wish they would have done it when Pena got hurt. It would have been a little bit longer of a runway. I don't love the timing. And the part of this is hindsight 2020 because I didn't have the foresight to think about it at the time. But he only played 2 of the 3 games. Yeah, you don't want him to face Eovaldi. Eovaldi's tough on everybody, but especially on righties. But he also faced Leiter and DeGrom. It's like this is a reeling offense. Your team is slumping. I remember Luno would always like to call up hot prospects on the road because he felt like it was less pressure on the prospect. I feel like the timing in hindsight wasn't spectacular. You're facing 3 dudes who are all right-handed. The momentum on the team is bad. You're looking at him to be a spark. That's not fair to him. If they could do it over again, I wonder if they would change it. I don't know if they would, but I've allowed myself to reconsider my take on it. I wish they would have waited till after the All-Star break. Because here you go, Bryce. You're gonna be brought up for 3 days. We know the pitching matchup, so we know who you're gonna face. If you don't perform well, we're probably gonna sit you on Sunday against Eovaldi, and then you have the entire All-Star break. So hindsight 2020, I wish they would have not called. I wish they'd have either called him up when Pena went down, or they wouldn't have called him up yet. Let him go play the futures game. Let his confidence be high. Maybe even tell him whenever they go on break, because everybody's on break right now, not just the big leagues. The minor leagues are too. So maybe even let him know, like, hey, we're going to call you up after the All-Star break, just so you know that. And then let him go play in the futures game. Let him get his mind right. You're on the road, maybe less pressure. Now you are facing Seattle after the break, so like that's going to be tough pitching too. Maybe the following series or the next homestand might have been better, but I don't love the timing of it. Either do it when the Pena broke his rib or wait until after the All-Star break, maybe even a series or 2 after the All-Star break.
All right, before I let you go, Robbie from Dayton, I think has a question for you or a bone to pick, or we'll see. Robbie, what's going on?
Good afternoon, y'all. I just want to know one question. Who's going to make the list this week besides me?
Oh, so many people, Robbie. Actually, no one's going to make the list this week. I don't know if they're going to do Bad Take Boulevard on Thursday. What was your bad take? I forgot.
That was my question.
What did you do to make the list?
I called y'all and asked who's going to make the list.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it, Robbie.
Bye, Robbie.
Thank you for calling in. Hope you're having a good Monday. Maybe Dana Brown for calling up Bryce Matthews too soon.
That wouldn't shock me. All right, he's Jeremy Branham. He'll be back in 19 minutes with Joel Blank, and I'm Joe George. We got a little bit left to go here. Filling in for Paul Gallant on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? Download it now in your app store.
Big cash giveaway, yeah. 250 grand, yes. The next 10 months, GimmeTheVin.com is giving back. Everyone that sells us their car gets put in the drawing, and monthly we're pulling out 25 grand and giving it to you. So not only are we the top of the market buyer, but you got a chance to win 25 grand. That's what we mean by big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheVin.com. They don't call us America's best car buyer for nothing.
No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
The summer circuit continues. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Plus, each week you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. This week we'll be hanging out, enjoying great food and drinks at McCormick and Schmick's. Come out and join us this Thursday from noon to 6 at McCormick and Schmick's at Town and Country. Find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-577-3407. That's 800-577-3407.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Joe George and Sean Mapes hanging out for about 10 minutes here on the Paul Gallant Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Paul has strep throat, so he'll be back tomorrow. All right, couple things to get to before garbage. I really one thing, and this works out because I like talking college football. Sean, we got a report, I'll call it today, from Greg McElroy. Did you see this about Nick Saban?
Yes, and I'm generally wary of calling what radio hosts say reports.
Now, he did play for Nick Saban, obviously.
He did play for Nick Saban, so he gets a little bit more credibility.
And he said,
tell everyone what he said.
That Nick Saban, he thinks, will come back to coach. Says he believes Nick Saban will return to coaching. And he said, quote, "If it wasn't someone notable, I would never say a word." That's coming from his source.
Oh, if his source wasn't someone notable.
Yes, if his source was not someone notable,
he wouldn't say it.
He wouldn't say it. Just got me wondering. So where's Nick Saban going? Because I'll be honest, I kind of wondered how many of these coaches who have all retired early, whether it's in college basketball or in college football, how many of them are like actually done. Now, Jay Wright has proved me wrong. I thought Jay Wright would be in the NBA or a different coaching job at some point. We're seeing all these guys walk away, NIL. But now I think, Sean, with the NIL stuff changing, which is paying players, like out of the money the school makes, it's changing a little bit. I feel like it's going to get a little more under control here in the next 2 years. I know Nick Saban's 74.
Yeah, he turned 74 on Halloween.
But is there one last run for Nick Saban?
One last job.
And what is it?
I don't know. I mean, you'd have to assume it's a big place. You know, it's
because he doesn't just go back to Alabama, right? Because it's going to flop there. They're going to have to hire a new coach. He doesn't just go back to Alabama.
No, I mean, it would have to be like, I mean, I hate that this is Greg McElroy forcing me to do this.
Yes, yeah, and me.
But, you know, Brian Kelly's under a lot of pressure.
I was thinking the same thing, Sean.
Nick Saban started coaching in the SEC at LSU, won a national championship there. That's one that, you know, at least jumps out to you because to me, it's not like he's going to come back and coach at Oklahoma State or something. He's not going to coach at even these Power 5 jobs that aren't top of the line, you know, recent national championship pedigree to him. Like, I mean, I'm just looking at different SEC schools and saying maybe there.
Would he go back to Kent State?
No, absolutely not.
Or he was a defensive back.
No, I don't even think he would do that on the
in
video
1970.
game. I don't think that he boots up college football's 26 and he's like, let me take things back to Kent State.
Maybe that's what got him back into this. Maybe he's like he's on the sticks like we are every day. He's just like I can do this in real life. I have one for you that it hasn't gone well for this coach. He was the prince that was promised. Heisman Trophy winners, first overall picks. What if Lincoln Riley gets fired at USC? And Nick Saban says, I'm taking my talents to Southern California and I'm going to win a championship with the USC Trojans. That's one to me where I'm like, it's not in the SEC. Where like I do feel like he has some loyalty to the brand and he wouldn't have to face Alabama every year or face LSU or those stuff. But Nick Saban returns to college football. I could see USC making sense. Yeah? You're thinking about it?
I mean, it's of the caliber that I would say, you know, befits Nick Saban.
Yes.
Like it's, you know, there's some schools where, no offense, just no chance that Nick Saban's ever coaching there, coming out of retirement to coach there. USC is at least of that level, but I don't know. I don't see him as being like a Los Angeles football coach.
I had one other Big Ten school, but I don't think he would do this.
Northwestern.
I don't think he would go to Michigan.
Oh, yeah. No. Or I don't know if Michigan opens up. That's the thing. It has to be a place that opens up this year because we're talking about a man who's about to turn 74 years old. So he doesn't have that many rides around the coaching carousel.
But doesn't any job open up this year if he just makes a phone call, basically, besides like Texas, Georgia? Like if Nick Saban calls the athletic director, it's like, hey,
I want to coach.
I want to coach at
Ohio
USC
State.
or besides Ohio State. I want to coach at Michigan.
But what if Ohio State loses to Michigan one more time and like at
hilarious
3:30 Central Time, he calls the AD of
I can
Ross
beat
Bjork,
Michigan.
the AD.
I know you won a national championship this year. You might win another one this year, Ohio State, but I can beat Michigan.
I'll beat Michigan. I'll tell you that. That much is I'm for sure gonna beat Michigan. So yeah, I don't actually really think that this is all that likely, but it is Greg McElroy, it was Greg McElroy, right? Yeah, national championship winning quarterback for Nick Saban. But at the same time, I also just like the facts. It would be ridiculous. It would be ridiculous if he stepped down from Alabama and then was like, you know what? Actually, I'll still do it at 75 years old.
I kind of hope for it. Like I like the idea.
Be interesting.
Of it.
Yeah.
Any chance he just does the
Marcus Freeman goes to the NFL.
All right, buddy. You know what? I can live with that.
And then you get Nick Saban.
If Marcus Freeman, who I
said,
love, and I think is going to win a national championship with Notre Dame at some point, is like, I won a national championship this year with CJ Carr, Lloyd Carr's grandson.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to the NFL, and Nick Saban goes, I'll get the next one.
Boom, I'm in there.
Any chance he does the NFL? One last try.
Because
it's not his
He'd be
fault.
an insane person if he did that.
I know.
He should just do game day for the next however long he can do game day. Like that should be what he does.
Yes.
I don't
100%.
know why he would want to. I don't understand why you'd want to still coach after stepping down from Alabama when he did.
Yeah, I don't. It would be strange. It would be strange for him to come back at this point. But he must have some kind of itch. Like maybe it's just an off-season thing. But I also like after the Bill Belichick to North Carolina thing, which I'm honestly like shocked is still happening.
I forget every once in a while.
I know. Is he in the game?
No.
Okay. So he's like one of the only coaches not in the game.
Yeah, him and Mario Cristobal are two of the guys that aren't in the game.
Why Mario?
He's not in there.
Where is he at?
Miami.
That's right. I couldn't remember which school he's at.
It's
now.
actually kind of messed up because some guy named like Lou Hernandez. I was like, all right, you didn't have to make him Latino to replace the Latino coach. You didn't have to do that. It's dangerous waters for EA. That's all I'm saying.
It is.
Be
All
careful.
right, let's get to a little garbage time here.
Oh, I love trash.
Garbage time
It's garbage.
starts now.
I'm the trash man.
This is garbage.
All right, we've got some conflicting reports on this. Now, I say conflicting because they've been community noted, and the Palms has said in Las Vegas that this is not actually happening. But the momentum feels real, Sean, that in some capacity, Uno is being added as a table game in Las Vegas.
In some capacity.
In some capacity.
Okay. That seems.
Is that the kids' game you would choose?
It seems like it gets too aggressive even when there isn't money on the line.
I mean, like, think about you got all this money.
And then, like, someone hits you with, like, a
draw four?
Like, that'd be terrible.
Like, think about how angry people get if you don't play.
There'd be Adrian Peterson style fights at every table.
Like, think about how mad people get when you don't play blackjack by the book.
Yes.
Imagine.
I was gonna say, imagine
like you
how
draw
mad,
you put like two draw fours on a guy back to back.
Yeah.
Like he's gonna kill you.
Yeah. Imagine how upset your family gets playing Uno with no money on the line. Also, they love you.
Yes.
And now make it some dirtbag casino goer who's been there since 4 a.m. Like that guy is gonna have a shorter fuse, I think, than your aunt.
I don't even remember the rules of it. It's been so long since I've played it.
It's just like matching the colors.
No, it's a different game. Left, right, center. Like left, right, center could be a Vegas game. We could go.
I've never heard of it.
It's like you roll a dice and you have to pass like money the other way. So if you get like an L, you pass $1 to the person on your left. But like think about that. Like you got like $100 a hand. You throw an L, you gotta give someone $100. That would suck.
I was thinking Monopoly.
Monopoly would be good.
Monopoly with real money, but
yeah,
also ending bloodshed.
Shoots and ladders, just like real board games. Like let's just sorry, trouble.
Oh, Jenga.
Oh,
Jenga where every like it's like it's like putting into the pot. Like you can fold, you can walk away, but every time you pull a piece out, that's like a $20 bet that you're making.
Yes, $20 a pull.
Yeah,
I would do that. Not for $20 a pull. Maybe like $1. Maybe we should do that at the Christmas party this year.
The minimum.
$1 a pull Jenga game. At the Christmas
4
party.
players.
Yes, winner takes all.
Yeah, you'll make $20.
Yeah, it'd be fun though. I mean, you never know. Some people are good at that game. All right, that's gonna do it for us. I'm Joe. He's Sean. Thanks to Jeremy for hanging out with us. Paul will be back tomorrow for 3 hours, we think. Good luck, buddy. Hope you're doing okay. All right, the Killer Bees are up next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN
97.5.
Hey, why do people always put off minor plumbing problems? Are they afraid a dishonest company is going to try to rip them off? Don't be scared. We all done this. So work with Aqueduct Plumbing. They're straight shooters and take care of the 97.5 listeners. Listen, plumbing problems usually start out small and get bigger and then more expensive. So have Aqueduct Plumbing come out to your home at the first sign of an issue. Check them out at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697. 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer. And guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Hey parents, Jeremy Branham here. Want to transform your driveway into a pro-level court? Pro Dunk basketball goals are the real deal. Their revolutionary lightning adjust system lets you change heights in seconds, from regulation 10 feet down to 5 feet so the whole family can play. Build with commercial-grade materials that stand up to Houston weather. Get your kids off those screens and onto the court. Pro Dunk, the choice of serious ballers. Visit ProDunk.com today. That's ProDunk.com.
McGrath Pest Control, basically hired killers. See their killing menu at McGrathPestControl.com.
Want to do something different this year for your fantasy draft? Book a stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles and host your fantasy draft at the DraftKings Sportsbook. Louisiana's largest sportsbook is the place to watch, wager, and win. With over 3,200 square feet of LED screens, sleek setting, best odds, and top-notch food and cocktails. Your college and pro football headquarters is DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Reserve your fantasy draft package today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Small businesses look for banking partners who make fast and efficient decisions. Veritex Community Bank has a lending team standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
John Granada here with Yanni Damaris from Damaris Barbecue. How many all-you-can-eat ribs can I eat?
As many ribs as you could possibly eat, John. I'm really not worried about you. I would want you to come in and get that.
It's unlimited.
Unlimited. All you can eat.
And you got two different ribs, right?
I do. Baby backs and the spare ribs.
You got the sweet sauce on the baby back?
The baby backs are sweet and spicy, and they're really, really good.
Damaris Barbecue, two locations. One's on 610 and 18th Street. The other's at Shepherd, just north of West Alabama. Or you can order ahead at Damaris.com.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. That's 800-430-0932. Paid for by Term Direct.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Presented by Zadok Jewelers. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 proudly present The Killer Bees.
Definitely a fan of the Killer Bees.
Don't sweat the technique. Now from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, bringing you the fastest 3 hours in Houston sports radio. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Yeah, you're on there. Now, didn't you have a hand in that, though?
Not the last.
I mean, you were on. Oh, okay. You didn't do the last segment. Okay.
I cannot hear you in my headset.
Can you hear? There we go.
There we go.
Now I can hear myself. Now there's flare.
We've had some issues today.
303. 303. You let Joe do a little radio, and he takes up 3 minutes of the Killer Bees.
I got to admit, I was extremely confused. I found out there was a Jeremy-a-thon going on.
Yeah.
I was in the car earlier, left the doctor's office. I hear Paul talking about his strep throat and everything. I'm like, well, okay, I don't know why you're at work, but you're at work, so everything must be fine. Then I get in the car to drive to work, and I hear you and Joe, and I go, so Paul must be referencing something they said on the podcast. And then you guys kept talking, and I'm like, no, this is going on way too long for it to be a soundbite. And then when I get here, I look in, and you guys are both in here, and then Brian tells me that Paul had to pull the plug.
I'm a gamer. I'm a dog. If you want to hit the
I'm a
sounder,
dog.
I'm a dog. I'm a company man. I'm loyal to the soil. I'll do whatever it takes for ESPN 97.5. But 303, huh, George? You wouldn't think that a suit upstairs would take time away from another show.
It's pretty obvious.
Come on now, Joe.
He doesn't have a show anymore.
Yeah, want to talk.
When he capitalizes on every opportunity to kind of make sure he gets every minute of time out there.
Likes the sound of his own voice. Paul will go a minute or two into our show. Never 303, though. Never 3 minutes past. This is the first time we've ever had somebody go 3 minutes past. Leave it to Joe. Leave it to the suit. Leave it to the front office. Leave it to the guys upstairs. You would think they'd be the last one to do it. But here we are.
I mean, usually you lead by example, but
lead by example is
not
the best way to lead, right?
Indeed.
Also, I heard Paul. I was listening to the draft on the way in, and then Joe called me at like 1:45. He's like, "Hey, Paul's got strep throat. He's gonna take off the final hour." So I was like, "Okay, whatever." And then so I wanted to hear what he sounded like. I wanted to see how bad it was.
Mm-hmm.
I think he could have done another hour. He didn't sound that
bad when I was listening either.
I trust that he has strep throat. I totally understand why he wouldn't come to the studio, which I applaud. Thank you for not coming to the studio.
Oh, he was doing it remotely?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in his apartment. Yeah,
he was
condo.
in the studio today. He was so like I respect that. Like that's cool. Like that's fine. Like that's like you should do that whenever you have strep throat.
Mm-hmm.
But hearing his voice, he could have done the final hour.
I had that same thought. Like the only sound I heard was he was obviously not in studio, but I didn't think his voice sounded like he had strep.
No, I think
he might have
had something to
it
do.
just didn't sound like it.
No, he sounded fine.
I mean, I think
I'm sure
as long as you're in the comfort of your own home, you can do an extra hour. Right?
You could have done an hour.
Right?
Like
you're gonna watch TV anyway, right? And unless his voice is like completely shot, laryngitis, like you could do an hour from the house.
I mean, you know how much I try to milk my voice. Like my voice has to be completely gone for me to not do a show. Like there are times whenever it is gone and I'm still doing the show. Paul sounded like normal Paul.
Yeah, I didn't think that for whatever he said he had, it didn't sound that bad.
No, it was fine. See if you can pull it up, Brian. What did Paul sound like in the
Yeah, I'll
final
pull up a sample
15
here.
minutes of his show? Because I turned it on. I was like, oh, it must be really bad. He must be like hoarse. And he's like, I know Mapes helps him out. Mapes does a fantastic job, but it's a one-man show. It's a one-man seat. It's a one-man host. I turned it on, like I don't even hear. I don't even hear the slightest sound of a sore
Normally
throat.
you'd hear like the gargling, like the frog in your throat, and that's hard to listen to, or constantly, having to clear your throat, or the fact that your voice is just going in and out and completely shot.
Uh-huh.
But he sounded pretty clear when I heard him.
I thought so too.
Yeah, I didn't think there was any problem.
Texture Paulie was hungover, weak link. He's not weak, and he did say that he was starting to feel something last week.
That's right.
In Paul's defense, he was saying last week. He's like, yeah, I don't feel great. I can feel it in my bones. He thought he was sore. I'm like, no, you're not sore, Paul. Like you got something coming on because you always feel it in your bones.
Right.
I always feel it in my jaw.
You get the aches.
You ever feel it in your jaw right here? Whenever I know like I'm about to get a cold or whatever, I always feel it in my jaw right below my ear first.
Huh.
Yeah, it's weird. Like it's like real achy
you
there.
Definitely feel it though in your joints. You're like, this isn't just like muscle soreness. This is something.
Texture, Paul is a soft soy boy. Lance always has a sore throat. I get sore throats a lot. I have some bad, whatever it's called, allergies. All right, so here's Paul in the final, 15 minutes of his second hour?
Yeah, this is coming into the last segment of the hour.
All right, here. This is probably when I was listening.
It is. Well,
fine.
Some version of Paul Gallant. Definitely not the best version of Paul Gallant. We gave it a shot today, and hopefully I'll be feeling a little bit better.
This is fine.
That's more the connection.
I think I've reached the limit.
There's nothing to do with his voice.
He could have done another hour.
Absolutely.
Like he's probably feeling it, sure. Like you feel a sore throat, you feel a strep throat, but he didn't sound bad enough where he couldn't have grinded through the final hour.
Why did Paul really take off? 713.
I mean,
I think he was. I mean,
get yourself some coffee or hot cocoa and tough it out, big guy.
Yeah. No, I look. I
Tell
think
him to ice up.
I do think that he had a sore throat. Like I have no. I'm not saying that. I'm not questioning Paul's excuse here because he did tell us last week. He's like, hey, I don't feel great. I think something's coming on, and I think
never preset an excuse though.
No, because you could see it in his face.
Okay.
And the conversations he had when we were doing the switch over with Jeremy and I were about the fact that he was like, well, I'm feeling this and a little body aches. And both of us are like, ooh, boy, that's.
Yeah. This was like Wednesday.
It was.
And he's still like, he drove to Galveston. Like this is not an excuse. Like he's legitimately, I believe 100% that he has strep throat. I'm questioning his toughness. I'm questioning his ability to play through injury. I'm not questioning his injury. He's hurt. He's feeling it. We diagnosed him before he diagnosed himself.
Indeed.
He's like, I think I went too hard in the gym. I was like, no, you're getting a cold, dude.
Right.
In fact, I was like, Paul, I think you might have COVID. Verbatim. I told him that.
Dr.
That
Branham.
is fact. That is absolute fact. Because both Jeremy and I were like, that's more than just like you went too hard at the gym.
Yeah.
But then Jeremy's like, you might have COVID. And he's like, nah. I'm like, well, you got something.
Not that I've worked out to the intensity of Paul Gallant, but I don't think working out would give you aches and chills. Like you have muscle soreness, but not aches and chills.
He's like, my bones are aching. I'm like, it's not the gym, Paul.
That's not gym.
I'm pretty sure you have COVID. And he's like, no, I don't think so. And then, he did the show Thursday. And then Friday after the show, he was really, really beat up. I mean, he was struggling Friday after his show. I'm like, yeah, Paul, we might not see Paul on Monday.
So how much did he spread around before he finally decided to stay home?
I mean, he probably decided to stay home yesterday, right? I mean, there wouldn't be a decision that you make until probably yesterday afternoon.
No, I mean, like, he'll
You're not
at
getting rid
least
of it even if you
3.
decide to burn it on both ends. You go out Friday.
You think
night,
he went
Saturday
out?
night. I think he went out.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
I'm talking about last week though, because clearly, last 3 days of the week last week, you said he had symptoms.
Yeah, at least Thursday and Friday. I can't remember if he told us first Thursday or Wednesday. I think it was Wednesday though. No, he definitely had symptoms. He fought through it, but that was not the voice of a radio host that should have been off for the final hour.
I have done
not the voice,
both games and shows with far less left in the tank voice wise than what he had.
Agreed.
I'm sure you have too.
You've heard it.
Yes.
Like for me, I don't like missing shows because I like to save my PTO days. I don't like to use my PTO days on days that I'm sick. That's a terrible use in my mind of a PTO day, right? Like, so I always not because like I'm a dog. I just don't want to use a PTO day whenever I can go to La Playa with that PTO day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to waste a day on a sore throat. So like, if I have a sore throat and I miss a show, I literally cannot hear my voice, cannot talk. because I will do a show as sick as I possibly can.
No, and I'm the same way. You guys know that you guys always give me a hard time about it because every year I leave a lot of vacation time on the table. I don't like missing work, and I definitely don't like missing work, like you said, for like a sore throat.
I have no problem missing work. I just don't want to miss work and be sick. I don't want to be in my bed whenever I'm missing work. I want to have an excuse to use my PTO days. Texture Marconi Award radio fellas, no doubt about it. Texture Paul is soft as a cotton ball, says a texture. I think he's as soft as puppy dew in the rain, Paul. Paul and his cat have grooming appointments this afternoon, says a texter. Paul is as weak as wet toilet paper, says another texter.
What's the Granado saying? Softer than poo juice?
Is that what he says?
Something like that.
I've always been soft as puppy dew in the rain.
Okay.
That's always been my go-to. But that voice, Paul, sounded strong enough for another 60 minutes. And look, let's face it. It was probably 45 minutes. I mean, you get 3 minutes per break.
Yeah,
You're only going to 55.
Like I said, I was extremely surprised walking in here that you guys were in these two seats and that he was off the air. And then to find out that he never even had to come in because, I mean, granted, when you're coming in the studio, you got to have some kind of shower and take care of yourself a little more. If you're just doing it from the comfort of your own home, he could be doing it in his bed with like coffee and soup next to him.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't doing anything else otherwise, and you don't have to drive anywhere or even get in the shower. You're fine.
Yeah, that was. Does he do the soft boy?
Wednesdays, yeah.
He needs to be right there, front and center. We put ourselves on Bad Take Boulevard whenever we have bad takes. He's got to be his first soft boy of the week. If he's back, might have COVID. I think he does.
Plus, he's got a built-in now that he doesn't have to come in the rest of the week. He can just do the show from home. If you're doing the show from home, that's an extra level of you got to work.
Mm-hmm.
Like if we could do the show from home every day, I mean, I don't think you aside from vacation time or like with your work schedule, I'm not missing work.
I'm not missing work. B-Doug, he called in sick so he didn't have to fight Branham. Yeah, he's talking big words. And look, one of us showed up, one of us didn't.
Oh, that was last week, right?
Paul said he could beat me up. I said I could beat Paul up, and one of us is getting out of here at 2:00 doing a show from home, so they don't have to see the other. I was here too, ready to go.
Yep, you sure were.
I think it settles that argument.
We got 2 road shows this weekend. Maybe we'll take this bit on the road.
I'm leaving Tuesday. Tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. Never mind.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. HR. Those are my PTO days, not my sore throat days. All right, 713-780-3776. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham on the TikTok. Blankers on the Twitter at Pac-Man Joel. Bryan's at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Good, bad, and ugly from this Astros weekend series against the Rangers. And since they lost 2 of 3, almost lost all 3, we'll begin with the bad. What was the bad in this series of the Lone Star Shootout, or whatever we're calling this thing? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The good of the weekend, it's really the good of the month, the good of the year. It's the good of the all the time. Monument Chevrolet. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, you need to get it from Monument Chevrolet. They're the dealership that you can trust. They're transparent, no hassle pricing. You get your car shopping done fast. They're awesome. They sell the Suburbans. Look, maybe you want to get in a Suburban. You know, Suburbans have been selling for 95 years. 95-year-old, the Suburban. Maybe you want to get into a Suburban. Monument Chevrolet has been selling the Suburban for 50 of its 95 years. Yeah, they've been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, pre-owned vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Look, maybe it's not a Suburban. Maybe it's a Silverado. Maybe it's a Chevy Trax. Whatever you're in the market for, Monument Chevrolet is going to help you out. You're going to love it there. Family feel the moment that you walk in. Friendly atmosphere. Everybody that you encounter got that smile on their faces because they hire good people, and it leads to a fantastic culture. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. Monument Chevrolet has been a pillar in the community for 50 years. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, do it now. Visit them online. Check out their inventory at monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them in person. Their lot at 225 and Boa 8 is massive. They have streets. They have street names because their lot is so big, but it's because they have such a big inventory and they got the perfect vehicle for you. So visit them 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
ESPN 97.5.
Why sit on the bench when you can step up to the plate and start earning now at Pipefitters Local 211? Our free state-of-the-art apprenticeship program trains the next generation of pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs, and we're recruiting across the Texas coast from Houston to Beaumont. No experience? No problem. We'll coach you up, pay while you train, and set you up for a career that knocks it out of the park. Swing for success. Apply today at pipefitters211.com.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys are expanding as well.
Yes, we are branching into San Antonio and Austin. So if you have a second house over there, we can come and pick up your items, bring them back to Houston Powder Coaters, and then deliver them back to your second home.
How about that? And your delivery?
It's free in the Houston area. It's going to be $125 for Austin and San Antonio.
That's not bad at all. Call Robin. You'll probably deal with Robin when you call Houston Powder Coaters. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Stand by. Cue announcer.
The Del Olaleye Show, weekday mornings from 10 to noon. Found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Texture says, suck it up, Paul. Look, we're not going to read mean things about Paul. 713-780-3776. Like Jefferson's text, Les Paul is great for everyone. We're not going to do that about a teammate. We're not going to read your texts that are mean to Paul because he took off the last hour with a sore throat. 713-780-3776.
Les Paul's a good guitar.
Paul's soft as Jordan's hands, says a texter. Come on now. Poor Paul, laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. Paul, the super spreader, says a texter. He was at home, to be fair. So he was only super spreading last week. He's a new man this week. He's not super spreading this week. Texter, I can't believe that he was crying about a sore throat while working from home. 3 exclamation points. Like, again, we're not going to read mean things about Paul. 713-780-3776. Texter, y'all lay off my boy Paul. If he's sick, he's sick. That'll make him soft, LOL. I think he's a little soft. They didn't do that final hour.
I mean, I'm sitting here trying to put it up like CSI, ESPN, figuring all this stuff on the fly going, oh, come on. Then when I found out you guys told me he did it from home, if you're doing it from home, you can do a show.
And it sounded pretty good.
He did.
Like, if you lose the voice is gone. It's toast. Okay, I get it. But his voice was, it was there. It was all Paul, baby. All Paul.
And since it's like strap, you're not throwing up or, feeling like you're going to, have it coming out of both ends. You're just have a sore throat.
Not reading that one, 6100. All right, 713-780. We will draw a line somewhere. 713-780-3776. Good, bad, ugly from the Astros weekend. What do you got, Blankers? We'll start with the bad, of course, because the Astros lost the series.
Well, the two that are glaring to me, 3 guys, 2 on the list, but between Cam and your boy Seawalk, 1 for 21. That ain't great. And Lance McCullers Jr. at home. I mean, and you want to just pinpoint it to home, that's fine. But just a debacle that just kind of put them behind the 8 ball. That was frustrating as hell. That basically wrote that one off.
Yeah, the case we go one by one here.
Yep.
The numbers on Cam Smith, 0 for 9, which not great. Struggling to the finish line of the All-Star break. Hopefully, he comes back out strong. The The positive of his 0 for 9, though, is that he did walk 4 times. Like, his on-base percentage is still what it was at the start of the series. So, like, give him credit for that. Also, I don't like him in the 2 spot. Maybe it's because he hasn't performed in the 2 spot and he's performed in the middle of the order. Yes, he gets on base a good amount. Yes, he hasn't hit for tons of power this year. His power's kind of been bunched up in a few games. But I believe that he has more of a makeup of a middle of the order guy as opposed to a top of the order guy. I know analytics. I know modern baseball. You get the best hitters up as high as they can in the order. I don't love Cam Smith in the 2 spot.
I don't disagree with that. When they first moved him up there, as well as, and we've talked about this in the past with other guys, Pena is the most glaring example of a guy that seems to have comfort zones in the order. And when he gets there, he really seems to take it up a notch. And when he's in other spots, it seems like he digresses a little bit. But from a Cam perspective, look, I think that overall, we're going to see him in the middle of the order for a long time to come for this team. But when he finally had started to figure it out, he was hot. He was doing a lot of good things for this baseball team. Leave him at 4, leave him at 5, leave him in the middle. I know that they're just so taxed for players right now, for major league players playing 40% of the lineup from the Space Cowboys, that they need to move everybody up. But I don't disagree with you. I don't like him in the 2 hole either.
Yeah, I guess if you're defending a spot in this case, like, who else are you going to bat second? Like, there's not great options right now. Like, you're not going to bat Walker up there. You're not going to bat Yiner up there. Probably don't want to bat Dubon up there. Like, they're just, as you said, so short-handed. Like, it's what other choice do you have? Not ideal at all. The Lance McCullers thing is interesting. He was, awful. I thought he was lucky to get out of the first inning. It feels like every other start, maybe even more than that you have the feeling that Lance McCullers isn't going to get out of the 3rd inning. He really puts the Astros in a bad spot. And to do it at the start of a series makes it even worse. Now, you did have Gusto, who ate up a majority of those innings. And you didn't have to, tax the bullpen. But this is a problem when Lance McCullers doesn't pitch well.
Yeah, look, it really is. And I think that when you look at it from the perspective of, like we were talking about, you already know that different than what you might have been dealing with if this lineup was healthy. That with the lineup that you were putting out there offensively, you got to try and minimize everything. And he just blew up. He threw up all over himself, and he gave you, a really tough opportunity to try and get back into the ball game and a little less chance to win. Gusto was enough that, Gusto, if he starts that game and he goes, a 4+ innings and only gives up 2 runs, you got a chance. You're in that ball game. But because of when he goes, he goes. And it wasn't even just control-ish because he doesn't have the walks, but he just he wasn't sharp. He didn't have any of his pitches. He gave up a bomb. He got knocked around. And it's something that they have to be concerned with because you're not a middle of the pack team. This is a concern whether you have a solid lineup or not, because this is not starting pitcher worthy when you're just flipping a coin every time he takes them out.
I think there is runway here, though.
Because his stuff competes?
Yes. Mm-hmm. No, not that. And also, you have a lead. There's nothing pressing you to make a change right now. He has a bad outing and you see people on Twitter DFA how long can you continue this? The lead is still 5. It could have been better. But the lead is still 5 games at the All-Star break. You have a bunch of starting pitchers who are not available right now. Now, maybe they come back at some point, but Spencer Arrighetti's still multiple weeks away, hasn't started a rehab yet. Luis Garcia, we'll see. He has started a rehab, which 30-day rehab. They got a decision to make on him in 30 days. And then the same thing with Javier. You have 4 weeks here before you're getting anybody back, more than likely. So I still think that Lance has up until halfway through August before the Astros are forced to do anything. He has a chance to work his way out of this.
Here's the thing. The stuff on social media and the people that are clamoring to just cut him and DFA him, that's just ludicrous to me. I think to your point, I'm not saying take him out of the rotation right now. It's just whether you love him and you love all the things he's ever done for the Astros or not, they got to start figuring some stuff out, and he's got to start figuring some stuff out. It's not just, you can't just say, well, he was all jacked up and the adrenaline was there for the Dodger series. You should be able to do that every single time you go out, whether you're playing the Dodgers in LA or you're playing the Rangers in Houston. And until you have a pitcher that's healthy enough to come back where you have to make a tough decision, or you have a decision where he might factor in, you're not doing anything, because your options other than Lance McCullers, is he better right now than Colton Gordon? I think so. I do. I just think because of the fact that when he's on, like the Dodger game, he's capable of mowing down a lineup that good that he can be really, really good still, because his stuff is still good. but also the fact that, you look at some of the other guys that you're throwing out there and you're going, look, and I know how you feel about Walter, and I'm feeling like that more and more now too, because he looks like he can compete. Gusto's a guy that's kind of he's just in between the way they use him, but is he better than Ryan Gusto right now? Maybe, but that's a tough decision. If it comes down to those two guys, I'd rather maybe not have either one of the guys, depending on how many guys are coming back. But until guys are coming back, I'm not in a position to make that decision because I don't have anybody better.
All right, make that decision.
Right now?
Yeah, Gusto or Lance. Your life's on the line. They're starting tomorrow. Everything's equal.
I guess I got to go Gusto.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would
because
go
Gusto
Gordon.
also pitched really well in the Dodgers series too. So the fact is that he gave up less runs here. And if you're just looking at side by sides and you're looking at who's done what and whose stuff, I mean, Gusto still has a 94, 95 mile an hour fastball too. I'm going to go Gusto.
I would go Gordon over McCullers.
I wouldn't yet.
Based on what?
I just think Gordon's fastball doesn't compete.
On the back of his baseball card.
I think that
Gordon throws harder than Lance.
Lance is throwing 94, 95.
He touches it once. They're both in the low 90s.
I'm not there. Gordon has worried me the last couple of starts.
Lance hadn't?
Well, not 2 starts ago. He's 2 starts away from throwing a really great game against the Dodgers.
I mean, Gusto pitched great against the Dodgers, though. Gusto went 6 innings, gave up 1 run. Gordon didn't have the chance to pitch against the Dodgers. But, I mean, Gordon's had some really good starts, too. Like, I know that Lance has had the start against LA was recent and post foot sprain and all that. Now, he also labored in the first inning there, and they got a massive lead, which allowed him to get comfortable.
Loaded the bases in the 3rd inning of that game.
Yeah, I would go Gordon over Lance.
Like, who's more likely to give up the 8th spot that takes you out of the game?
Yeah, I mean, Gordon's better in ERA. Gordon's better in WHIP. I mean, show me a stat where Lance is better.
I'm interested.
Lance has a negative WAR. Colts
You think the majority of Astros fans would go Gordon over McCullers? Well, of
yeah.
course, I think recency bias too. It's the fact that right now everybody's ready to crap on Lance no matter what.
I'm going to tweet about it. Okay. Let's see.
I just don't think there's going to be consistency with Lance unless his fastball and sinker improve. Like they're so hittable that if he's not placing his slider and curveball where he wants, getting the swings or guys are laying off of it, and he falls behind and has to throw the fastball or the sinker, he's either going to get crushed or he's just going to end up walking the guy. And it feels like when the slider and the curve are off, like,
Well, that's the hard part about having to use those pitches as your command pitches.
Yeah,
If you
exactly.
don't have feel on it. And his pitch, look, his breaking stuff moves a lot too. Like his slider moves a lot. His changeup moves a lot. He's not throwing with huge velo, but he does have a lot of spin, which makes it more difficult to have feel over. And he's never had feel. He'll have feel, but his command has never been good. That's always been one of the weaknesses. Even when he had terrific stuff, it's that, oh no, his command isn't great. He has these long pitch innings. Texter, Eric. This has been McCullers his entire career. Won't throw the fastball, gets way behind in counts, lots of walks, taxes the pin. He can be great, but he can be great when sharp, but that's rare. Refuses to throw the 94-mile-per-hour fastball. Well, I don't think that he has the 94-mile-per-hour fastball in him consistently. I think he can touch it every now and then. His sinker is more like 92, 91, 92, and he doesn't trust it. Why doesn't he trust it? Because his 91, 92 doesn't move a lot, and he knows that if he throws that a lot, it's going to get hammered. Everything has to go right for him to have a good start. Like the stars have to align. I think Lance is more feast or famine. Like Lance can have the better start than Gordon. Like Gordon's going to be 5 innings, 3-4 runs. Like, you're going to get that from Colton Gordon more times than not. Lance is a guy who can go 6 shutout innings, striking out 12, or he's a guy that might not leave the first inning. And I rather have the consistency for my starter.
I just think from an experience standpoint and the fact that I know it's still in there because I've seen some of the good starts too. And I feel like I think that's kind of the point you were just talking about. I think when he's good, he's better than Gordon, no matter how good Gordon is. You just don't know how consistently he can be good. The control issues that have always been there, but they're so frustrating this year. They're just, and I think that he's dodged a lot of trouble.
Oh yeah.
He has gotten out of a lot of jams by the skin of his pants where you're like, you probably should have given up more.
No doubt. No doubt. His baseball savant, if you're into baseball savant, is disgusting, by the way. Like, and I mean that in a
bad way,
in a negative way. A lot of times I say the word disgusting and I mean it from a good way. I mean, we're talking 5th percentile in walk percentage, 4th percentile in barrels, 7th percentile in pitching run value. Like, he has been one of the worst starting pitchers in baseball in 2025.
Well, I mean, he went 3 innings and put on 9 batters on Saturday.
Ain't great.
Or I'm sorry, Friday.
Ain't great for Lance McCullers.
And then factor in, too, he doesn't want to go to the bullpen.
I don't think he'd be any better, though.
I don't either. To me, it's like I saw some people talking about that on Twitter. Have you seen his first innings?
Yeah.
Those have been the worst innings from Lance McCullers. Like, unless he's a mop-up guy or a long reliever, he has no value in the bullpen. And then on top of that, you have to worry as well. You're not worried, but you're wondering, like, what's his response going to be? Like, what's he going to say?
Right. That's what I'm saying. I think from the standpoint of he's already basically had the precursor of setting the tone that I ain't going to the bullpen. I'm not a relief pitcher. Well, right now, you're not much of a starting pitcher either.
Yeah. Texter, what do you think of his home road splits? Texter, do you think Lance's problem at home is
Have
that
you
he's
guys
thinking
seen
too
those?
much about appeasing the fans? Yes. They're drastic, his home road splits. He's been getting shelled at home. He's been pitching well on the road. I don't think there's anything to it. I think it's a fluke. I think it's coincidence.
Really?
I do. What do you think is the reason?
Fun, well, but it's I don't think that it's anything where you're going to tell me that it's something with the environment.
He's pitched in 6 games at home, 0-4 record at 11.86 ERA. Now on the road, 4 starts, 2-0 with a .46 ERA. So he goes from being like the best pitcher in baseball to the worst pitcher in baseball, depending on where he's pitching. I think it's a fluke. I think it's small sample.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like when we were talking about the batter's eye in the years past with the offense, that's something that there's something tangible there that might be there. From this perspective, I don't think that anything is like that where you could pinpoint it and go, oh, it must be this. I just don't see it. And I don't think it's the teams, the opponents, the lineups. I just think it's Lance. And I think that everybody reacts differently, obviously, to the surgery and stuff like that, too. I don't know if he just doesn't have the command he used to have, but he never had great command anyway. But you can't keep how long? I shouldn't say it. How long can they keep doing this? What, until you blow the lead?
I think it's two-pronged. Once the division race becomes closer, and once you get reinforcements from
help.
starting pitching.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It probably, and I think it requires both things to happen.
Probably right. That's why I don't think you DFA him yesterday, but I do think that this is something that whether he's got to get his act together and or the team has to basically be willing to put their foot down and go, yeah, he's been great. He's got a history with the Astros, but we're trying to win another World Series. We're trying to get to the playoffs, and we can't keep throwing him out there every 5th or 6th day when this is what we're getting when you're flipping a coin, not wondering when you're sitting there wondering which Lance we're going to get.
What do you make of Lance McCullers? Are there anything to the home road splits? What do you do with Lance? Also, is there any concern about Hunter Brown? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
Hey parents, Jeremy Branham here. Want to transform your driveway into a pro-level court? Pro Dunk basketball goals are the real deal. Their revolutionary lightning adjust system lets you change heights in seconds. From regulation 10 feet down to 5 feet so the whole family can play. Build with commercial-grade materials that stand up to Houston weather. Get your kids off those screens and onto the court. Pro Dunk, the choice of serious ballers. Visit ProDunk.com today. That's ProDunk.com.
Want a new way to explore Houston with your spouse? Power On e-bikes has helped hundreds of couples fall in love with riding again. Our expert team will fit both of you for the perfect bikes. No self-assembly, no guesswork, and with our new white glove delivery service, we'll even bring your bike straight to your door, fully assembled and ready to ride. Visit PowerOnEbikes.com today and start your new adventure together. That's PowerOnEbikes.com. Power On e-bikes. Ride together, smile forever.
The summer circuit continues. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Plus, each week you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. This week we'll be hanging out, enjoying great food and drinks at McCormick and Schmick's. Come out and join us this Thursday from noon to 6 at McCormick and Schmick's at Town and Country. Find the entire summer circuit updated schedule at ESPN975.com.
Sell your house fast for cash at greenlightoffer.com.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Robert Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course, business, and all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas. Our community. That's our favorite, right? That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and miss the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609.
Priority Tax Relief.
Can you dig it? Hey, yo, Houston, it's Booker T. And you already know every Tuesday and Wednesday, we're bringing the heat on the Hall of Fame.
That's right. It's me, the Boat Brad Gilmore, and we're talking all things wrestling, UFC, boxing, and the biggest stories in sports and entertainment. If it's making headlines, we're breaking it down.
Hot takes, real talk, and behind-the-scenes stories you won't hear anywhere else. Don't miss the Hall of Fame with me and my man, Brad Gilmore, every Tuesday and Wednesday on ESPN 97.5 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. We'll get to Lance. We'll get to my colors in a little bit. Texter said, are you allowed to say that somebody else is a super spreader? Was there somebody at the station that got fired for saying that? That was peak COVID. I think we're in the clear. I guess we'll find out. We'll see. That'll be the litmus test. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. We'll get to Lance in a little bit, but Brendan's got a thought on Paul's sore throat. Brendan, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Brendan?
How dare y'all? How dare y'all? He's giving everything.
No, he's not.
To come up there with strep throat.
He wasn't here.
With strep throat. Have you ever had strep throat before?
Yeah,
it's
lots
like
of
nails
times.
on a chalkboard, bro.
Yeah.
You can't. And then you talk for an hour. An hour with strep
An
throat.
hour
Yeah,
left.
Like,
He talked for 2. He had an hour to go. He sounded fine.
He did fine and did amazing show, and then you guys are gonna give him crap for that.
He should have finished, Brendan. He should have finished. No, he didn't.
He did a whole. And then he told you a week earlier that he was sick. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, give the
He
guy
thought
a break,
he
man.
thought he was sore from lifting too much weight.
Brendan, then why not call in sick and get someone to do the whole show for you if you just feel like you got strep? If strep is that, I've had strep throat multiple times. And he still had his voice. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah.
You can't talk.
There was a pain threshold issue, and he couldn't withstand the pain.
Okay, but he did an hour. That's like Kobe. Kobe out there with broken bones. That's like Michael Jordan with the flu game. You gotta give him props, man.
Brendan, real quick. Brendan, real quick. Did Kobe shoot the free throws after tearing his Achilles? Did Jordan finish the game with the flu?
And
did
win.
Paul do a third hour of sports radio? Paul Gallant right after with Kobe on an Achilles, and Jordan played in the finals with a flu. We had it all wrong. Brendan put us in our place.
Brendan, did Michael make the shot and win the game from his living room?
did.
No. Did Kobe make the free throws from his house? He's kicking it at the crib, and he can't finish the show.
Good stuff, Brendan. We appreciate you
I
calling.
couldn't wait, man.
That was good stuff. Good stuff. Appreciate you. Disagree with you, but appreciate you. Texter Brendan is Paulie's girlfriend. I cannot confirm nor deny that. I don't know that. I have no idea.
Well, I've seen pictures of Paulie's girlfriend. He's been posting them, so I don't know what Brendan looks like.
You're all in on that, huh?
No, he's all
You're
in.
taking a look at Paulie's girl.
I follow him on social media. He's putting the pictures out there.
I follow him on social media, and I'm Facebook friends with Paul, and I have no idea what she looks like.
Too.
He's posted a lot of
Has
pictures.
He? I have no idea what she looks like.
Maybe your algorithm isn't showing you Paul's messages, but I see him all the time on Facebook.
Now, 99.9% of my social media usage is Twitter. A little bit of TikTok. I don't Facebook a whole lot.
He talks about it on the show all the time too.
Well, you wouldn't know what he looks like from.
I don't know,
like.
but I don't listen to sports radio before our show. I don't want my opinions and takes to be clouded by subpar takes.
Sullied.
Yeah, we'll go with that word, whatever that means.
I've never heard sullied.
I think you know what that means.
I think sullied is bad. Isn't that when you?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, it's not a good thing.
You know what it meant.
Jordan flu game was actually food poisoning.
We don't know that.
I think Blankers told me that, right?
Well, that was from the Jordan not the Jordan documentary, but the Bulls documentary.
That's right.
Yeah,
apparently
but
it was the pizza place.
Well, okay. But
that was the story.
Right, exactly. That's what they're saying publicly. There's stories behind the scenes that saying you may never know, but it may not have been what they say.
You got a story?
I don't want to get too far into it. I just think that
he's not going to sue you.
No, but there's people that have said for a long time that it might have been self-induced a little bit. Just put it there.
Okay. Yeah, wouldn't be the first time.
No, it sure wouldn't.
Back to Lance. Lance hasn't pitched in over 2 years, so he's a AAA ball player right now, and he's not going to find his groove until August or September, and then we'll all make judgments on him. He should have never been brought up as quick as he was. He should have gotten some minor league assignments, but it is what it is. He did get minor league assignments, and he actually got more than his 30 days. Like, they gamed it to where he had more than his 30 days, so he had to be called up. Now, the foot sprain, you could have reset that count. Maybe he should have had some minor league assignments after the foot sprain, but he was out of days from that first minor league assignment.
They catered to him. Remember, they didn't even want to send him out. He had like this farewell tour going where he got to pitch in Sugar Land with all of his family and relatives there and did whatever was necessary so that he could stay at home and pitch and get ready. And he was ready. And you know what? This again, we can't have this conversation if the weight room incident and whatever happened to his foot happens, and then he comes back and pitches as well as he did against the Dodgers. That gives you every indication he's good to go.
Mid-90 velo without movement doesn't play anymore. It's not even mid-90 velo. He's like low 90s that touches mid-90s every now and then. It doesn't play anymore unless you have pinpoint command and or movement. McCullers has neither. Now, McCullers does have movement. His changeup and his breaking ball move quite a bit. Now, you're right on the command. Those are hard pitches to command, first of all. Second of all, Lance doesn't have good command. So all of a sudden, he's in all these 3-1 counts, and he's still throwing a breaking ball that he can't command because he's terrified to throw his fastball in a 3-1 count to a major league hitter. That's why every now and then when he has feel of the breaking ball and he's getting ahead of hitters, 0-1, 1-2, he can be effective. But if he's pitching from behind, he has no chance. He's toast. He's done.
See, that's the biggest thing. When you watch him pitch, you realize he digs his own holes because he gets down in counts. And then once he gets down in counts, he doesn't have the control and the pinpoint accuracy with the breaking pitches to place them for strikes. He's looking for swing and miss that he can't get because he's not ahead in counts.
Yeah, Lance is the Paul Gallant of the Astros rotation, says a texter. Soft. We're not going to read bad things about Paul. Lance is drinking too much coffee at home, no doubt. He does make coffee nervous, Lance McCullers. I just noticed the Maven board recently. Did you
Where's
notice
that at?
He's got the Maven billboard up by the Crawford boxes. You know how they have the arcs and they have the sponsorship underneath the arcs? His is underneath the arc, I think, in foul territory down the left field line. I just noticed it yesterday.
That's where it is, right? That's where they sell the actual coffee. That's the Maven stand. Yeah, the Maven stand is out on that concourse.
Yeah, but he's got the billboard as well.
I haven't seen the billboard.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay.
I saw it, I think it was yesterday. Why would he be comfortable in Houston if they threaten his family? That was one isolated better, and that happens a lot.
And it wasn't a guy in Houston.
It's also been taken care of.
Yeah, I think
they found the guy.
Yeah, and he wasn't in Houston. Like the texter said, like right. if we're threatening his family, it wasn't a guy in Houston.
Eric, what's the worst thing a reliever can do? Walk guys. That's Lance's entire career. Yeah, but you want Lance pitching in 2-1 games? Like you want him coming in the 7th inning, either trying to preserve a 3-1 lead or try to maintain a 3-1 deficit. Like that to me is what is more terrifying. Now, I think the best role for Lance McCullers at this stage of his career this year is a long relief mop-up guy, not making normal starts of the rotation. But Lance McCullers does not feel like he's a mop-up rotation guy. And I think that the Astros also feel that they kind of owe it to Lance to get starts.
Yeah, and that's where they need to cut their feelings out of it a little bit and realize if they want to maximize what this team can be, there is a certain breaking point where you have to make a decision on Lance. And if he doesn't want to go to the bullpen, because essentially he'd be your next Ryan Gusto. If Ryan Gusto's the guy replaces him or someone else replaces him and he becomes your long inning mop-up guy, then there's a place for him. But if he doesn't want to do that, and he's already said and been pretty vocal about the fact that he's not a relief pitcher, well, then maybe you're not a pitcher on the Houston Astros anymore at a certain point, because you're going to have starting pitchers coming back that are better than him.
You should, yeah. Texter, you just described a fifth starter. Lance has got a 6.48 ERA and a 1.656. That's not a fifth starter. No. That's a guy who shouldn't be getting big league starts.
That's a AAA baseball pitcher. A AAA starter.
Depends. Like some AAA starters are like prospects. Like, yeah, like it depends on how you're looking at the guy. Lance is done, says a texter. So you think there's anything to the home road? I really don't think there's anything to the home road splits. I'm not a believer in that. Not with this few of starts, and not with a ballpark that plays neutral. Yes, Minute Maid has the Crawford boxes, but the Minute Maid, the Dike, plays pretty neutral as an offensive ballpark. So I'm not buying into the home road splits.
It's funny too, because he said this is not something he's ever experienced before in his career. He has. He's gone on runs before where he's either been really good at home or really bad at home. And I think it was 2 years in a row. 1 year he was really good on the road, not so good at home. And then the following year he was really good at home and maybe vice versa. But I think he's dealt with this a lot.
Mm-hmm. The Astros have a park factor of 100 in baseball.
What does that mean?
The higher the number, the higher runs scored there, the lower the number, the least scored. So
100 average?
100 dead average.
Okay.
The highest park factor in baseball is Coors Field, as you might imagine. 112 home run factor, or 112 park factor. The second highest is Fenway. You know the worst? Which is the most pitcher friendly?
Baltimore?
No. Baltimore's actually 101 park factor. They brought in the walls and left, and they're very short and right.
That's
San Francisco?
true.
It's not Arizona.
No, Arizona's got a. Yeah. Where is Arizona? I figured they'd be near the top. I don't see Arizona. Oh, I wasn't scrolled up. Yeah, they're third.
Okay.
You're missing a very obvious one.
The most pitcher friendly? Oh, Seattle. Yeah.
By far. They're 91. The second lowest is 96.
Wow.
So not only are they the lowest, they are the lowest by far.
Can't believe Cal Riley's doing this.
The big dumper.
Makes no sense.
Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Willie, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Willie?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I think Lance's problem is he's still trying to strike people out instead of pitching the contact. Maybe they need to talk to him about pitching backwards. And he might have too many distractions when he at home. I think maybe, that's maybe why the pitch is better on the road. You don't have that many distractions when you're on the road, and I thought he did all right Friday night. If he would have let that ball go through instead of trying to with 2 outs,
a little comeback,
and let it go through, it would have been an easy out. And then he gave up the hit to right field, and the ball went up right over Smith's head. I think he had some bad luck after that. He did get hit around, but I thought he just had a little bad luck also.
Appreciate you, Willie.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just think when you're talking about pitching in reverse and then pitching to contact, when he gives up hits, he gives up home runs. He gives up hard hit baseballs. It's easier said than done when you say something like that, but I just think he's dodged a lot of bullets. We talked about it. He's gotten out of what could have been even more damaging outings because of the fact that he had a couple of things go his way in several of those games, to where all you got to do is go back and watch him and watch the starts and realize right now more times than not, his stuff isn't translating to being a guy that he's got to pitch from ahead in counts to be able to have the strikeout, swing and miss stuff that he's trying to take advantage of.
I think he is pitching backwards. Like backwards, you're throwing breaking balls early in the count. You're throwing breaking balls when you're behind in the count. You're throwing fastball like in weird times or really not at all. Lance is doing that. He's already throwing backwards.
I think he's terrified to throw his fastball.
No doubt.
That's why he's pitching backwards.
I understand that, but I'm also saying that from the standpoint of, I think he's always good. That's because he's terrified to throw his fastball backwards or forwards. It's always going to be breaking pitches and change.
Yeah, he'll try to sneak a fastball every now and then, or a guy who he's not scared is going to, leave the yard with his fastball. It's he has to be able to control his secondary stuff, which really his secondary stuff is now his primary stuff. But you get what I'm saying. He has to control it for him to have any chance at effectiveness, and it's a difficult way to live life as a big leaguer. The poll right now: Colton Gordon 56%, Lance McCullers 44%. Your life is on the line. Everything is equal. Who are you starting? Colton Gordon or Lance McCullers? I'm surprised it's that close. Lance has been for 3 years. Give him a couple of years to get back to old Lance, LOL. I don't know if that's a joke. Like, you don't have the time to do that.
It has to be.
Like, you're one, he only has 2 years left on his deal, this year and next year. He has 1 year after this year. Secondly, you're in a playoff race. Like, you have a 5-game lead. You're in the mix for a top 2 spot, so you don't have to play in that horrific wild card round. Like, you don't really have a whole lot of time left to have the luxury of Lance figuring it out. I think you have about a month and a half before you have to make tough decisions. Now, hopefully Lance just pitches so well, it's like he makes the decision for you. But it can also work the other way where he pitches so poorly, he makes the decision for you.
Yeah, when you talk about the fact that between Arrighetti, Javier, potentially Garcia, if any one of those guys is ready to go and comes back, and in particular, if 2 of those guys are ready to come back and ready to go, Lance is the odd man out for at least one of those guys. Somewhere down the line, when those 2 guys are both ready, 2 of those guys are ready, Lance is the guy that has to come out of the rotation.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those cross that bridge whenever you get there, because, like, who knows? Like, they could have setbacks. Like, we know that can happen. Luis Garcia had setback last year, never made it back. He could have a setback again. Javier could have a setback. Arrighetti could have a setback. Like, we cross the bridge when you get to it, but if you're playing the hypothetical out, if all those guys are back healthy, Lance isn't one of your top 5 starters. Might not be your top 6 starter. Luis is better healthy. Javier is better healthy. Arrighetti's better healthy. Brown, Fromber are healthy. I like Walter more than Lance. We just had the conversation about Gusto and Gordon. So, no, he's not. Pete, I don't think Lance is anywhere close to the rotation if the Astros didn't have so many pitchers on the IL. Need to move him to the pen. See, I don't love that outlook either. Lance is a reliever.
He doesn't like it either.
Like, his first innings are awful. They're terrible. He throws 40 pitches in 1 inning, and he makes Coffee nervous. The only one that makes any sense is mop up long relief. And again, good luck doing that with a guy who has cachet and has a lot of confidence in his ability.
Yeah, and just basically has been outward in the fact that he's not a relief pitcher, doesn't want to do that, and then he's going to make the tough decision that you're obviously trying to kick the can down the road as much as possible and avoid having to make, because I do think that you are somewhat concerned about public perception and the fact that he has done so much here. You're in the middle of a pennant race, and you've got to win the division. As you said, ideally you want to stay out of the wild card and have at least the second best record in the American League. You keep throwing this guy out there every 5th day, and you got to flip a coin and say your prayers and hope
Eat
that
your
you
vitamins
get, you get the good LMJ.
Thanks, Hulk.
Then you gotta. I mean, you
gotta
face
brother?
the hard decision that you got to move on.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're there yet. I really don't think we're there that soon. I think 30 days minimum.
Well, when you think about the guys and when they're going to be close, you have at least another month, because the guys that we've mentioned, and especially Arrighetti, which has been extremely disappointing from when you thought you'd have him back to when he might be back.
Yeah, I have a thought on that, actually.
Okay. But I think until those guys are ready to come back, that cures half the decision. Half the decision of what we were talking about is already taken care of for you, where you don't have to make it because you don't have a better replacement right now.
Yeah. Blankety blank blank. In regard to the texters, this is what I imagine the view would sound like if they talked baseball. It's mean, blankety blank blank, going at the texters like that. He's trying to start another Twitch texter war, blankety blank blank. And you know what the texters think of the Twitchers?
Who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
Eric, the driver, I'd say you should trade him, but what can you even get for him realistically? You probably still have to eat a bunch of his remaining contract. Dusty Baker would call Lance McCullers' contract upside down. Lance McCullers' contract is upside down. Lance McCullers has zero trade value. If you start to pay down the contract, I think you have to go all the way to like a couple million. And you're not getting anything in return. Like, you're getting nothing in return for Lance McCullers. Secondly, there's the caveat that he has 10-5 rights. He can veto any trade.
See, that's big. Because if you just take that out of the equation, there's not a general manager in the league right now that's going to want to that's going to look at making that trade because they know that your hand is going to be forced eventually. You could probably get him off the scrap heap for free if indeed you have to cut him loose. And they're not going to give up anything of any value for a guy that they know you're not pleased with and you don't have a spot for essentially for the long haul for the rest of this season if he keeps throwing the way he's throwing. No one's making a trade with free. And then with that money, no way. They'll just wait for you to have to DFA him and then they'll just pick him up and take a flyer.
I tried to talk it into existence the other day, but it's very, very unrealistic. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's have the Hunter Brown conversation on the other side. Is there concern there about Hunter Brown after these last two starts? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill. But how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low price, fixed rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
John, what do you think about these tariffs? What do you think is going to happen? Well, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. The prices on used cars have suddenly come up because the cost has gone up. And at GiveMeTheVin.com, we're paying more. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com, put in your license plate, and see for yourself. We're paying more today than we were yesterday. Remember, the tariffs have raised the car prices, and we are paying extra. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. Sell us your car.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light at just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please? You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing every single time. Coors Light. Time out, brother.
Hi, this is Harold John.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
John Granato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, a lot of people will tailgate, mostly Texans or University of Houston or Texas A&M. Hey, if you've got a favorite team, you guys will color code them that color of your team.
Even if you like the Saints and you need some sun gold in your life, we got you.
What about the Cougs?
I'm a Coug. Of course we got to have Cougar colors.
They're the biggest. They're the best. They're expanding. Houston Powder Coaters. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Follow ESPN Houston on social media at ESPN 97.5.
McGrath Pest Control kills bugs so you don't have to. McGrathPestControl.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway.
why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PATH to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PATH for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PATH for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Think you can dominate John and Lance in fantasy football? Well, now is your chance to join a fantasy league with John Granado, Lance Zerline, Del Olaleye, and Sean Mapes. Plus, win a free 2-night stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Your chance to enter the contest is every Thursday at 9 a.m. from July 24th through August 14th. Win an entry spot for you and a guest into the ultimate draft experience. Brought to you by the DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles. More info at ESPN975.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. If you have low water pressure, dirty or bad tasting water, call Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They're Houston's premier repiping company. If you have a water heater that's over 10 years old, it may be time to look into a tankless water heater. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They are the local plumbing experts, and you can trust that they are going to take care of ESPN 97.5 listeners. Make sure that you keep the name aqueductplumbingcompany.com in your phone and ready for action.
This is ESPN 97.5, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers. Don't sweat the technique. Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Any concern about Hunter Brown? Last two starts, Hunter Brown against the Guards on the 8th. 6 runs, 6 hits, 6 innings, just 3 strikeouts. And then against Texas yesterday, 4 runs, 5 hits, 5 innings, did punch out 8. Concerns about HB?
I personally don't. I just think that whether he thought he was tipping pitches against Cleveland or kind of made some, I think, some bad pitch choices and got touched up a little bit against the Rangers, the break's coming at the right time for him. I think that he's pitched his tail off this entire first half. He's obviously one of the top 2 or 3 pitchers in the American League going into what happened this week. And I think he's going to be just fine. I just think that I'm glad he's not going to pitch in the All-Star game. I was really thinking that he was going to turn it around and be okay yesterday. He wasn't. Just let him kind of rest, use this week to kind of reset. And I don't have the concerns. He had the punchies. Yeah, the velocity was down a little. But overall, I think, as every pitcher does, especially with the innings he's been throwing too, I think that he might be just a little gassed right now.
Yeah, I don't like my pitcher to be gassed on July 14th.
I understand.
The velo to me yesterday was more concerning about any of the stat lines that he's produced the last 2 games. Like he was doing 93, 94 with like his 60th pitch of the game. Like that's not Hunter Brown. Yeah. Like that to me, what in the world is going on? And it was getting hit. It was getting hit too. Now in that, like I wanted to pull him after 4. Like I don't want my guy throwing 93, 94 when he lives 96, 97. And that can lead to bad mechanics. Bad mechanics can lead to, his elbow's jacked up. So I wanted to get him out of the game as quickly as possible yesterday. I did not like the signs. Now, he went out for the 5th inning, pitched well. Like he's 3 up, 3 down inning. He finished 96, 97. Okay, so it's still there. He was just living 93, 94, 95 for whatever reason. I think that you're right about the fatigue. I think there is fatigue there with Hunter Brown. Like, they bumped him up a day, like normal rest, but they went away from the 6-man rotation. That way they could get him on normal rest, one more start before the break. I didn't like what I saw in his last 2 starts, especially yesterday with the velo. He's already at 115 innings. Last year he threw 170. So I do think that they need to monitor his workload post All-Star break, because that was a little bit that was not comfortable for me yesterday watching him throw 94 on July 13th.
Yeah, this isn't a conversation like we just had about Lance McCullers Jr. either. This is one of your 2 horses. This is a guy that, if you have any aspirations and hopes of going deep into the playoffs, this is a guy that's going to be a big part of getting you there. And so therefore you've got to handle him differently than the Lance McCullers situation. And you've got to make sure that he gets some rest. You hate to say that you'd be in a situation where we've seen pitchers in the past where you skip them for a start. I don't think that we're there yet. But like I said, I think the All-Star break's coming at the exact right time for him. He doesn't need to be doing a whole hell of a lot this week because of the fact that I think he is a little worn out.
I just don't know how. Like, I mean, you say don't do anything this week, but if he starts the second game post-break against Seattle, he's pitching on Saturday. Like, he's only getting an extra day.
Yeah, but maybe that's, like you said, maybe that, pitching on the sixth day or pitching like where he gets that can mean something. But I think that maybe, you use this week. Yeah, you do your sessions, you do some things. But I just think that you don't have any games to worry about. You're not going to lose any ground or miss a spot in the rotation for a week. That it's the right time for him to kind of just, whatever you call it, you just kind of, it's not, it's not what do you call it when you decompress, just to decompress for a week and just kind of, hopefully get a clean start to start the second half and rejuvenate him a little bit. But I just think that I think he looks gassed.
I think he's going to be fine, but they need to be aware of his workload. Has to be aware of his workload. See, I've kind of kicked around the idea of maybe he doesn't make that second start post break.
Kind of what I'm thinking.
Maybe it's now I think they're going to want to because it's against Seattle.
Right.
But I wouldn't hate the idea of, okay, we're going to commit to a 6-man rotation after the break, and we're going to commit to Hunter Brown like being the 4th, 5th, 6th guy. So he, instead of just, because if he pitches the second game from the break, like in a perfect world, Hunter Brown's perfectly fine, no fatigue, he's good. You go Fromber Friday, you go Hunter Brown Saturday, everything's great, right? In a perfect world. We saw yesterday, that wasn't a perfect world. Hunter Brown throwing 93, 94 with pitch number 60 ain't perfect world. Him getting hit around on his fastball, 93, 90, ain't a perfect world. I would be very cognizant of the workload that Hunter Brown has had. Because if Hunter Brown doesn't get to the postseason as the Hunter Brown as we know, not saying he's going to get hurt, but if he's the Hunter Brown we saw yesterday, the Astros have no chance. For the Astros to be the Astros and have a chance to win it all, Hunter Brown has to be the Hunter Brown we saw in his first 10, 12, 15 starts prior to his last 2. That has to be paramount in their decision-making going forward.
Yeah, again, we've talked about this, and we talk about it in a multitude of sports too, but between load management in the NBA and how you handle guys, like especially when you've got a 5+ game lead in the division and you're coming out of the break with it, that you've got to handle this accordingly, because we both said the same thing. Without him, with him like this, you literally have no chance no matter how good Fromber is and whoever you get back. You got to have the diesel. You got to have him, as one of the 1-2 punch that can set you up for any series. And it's far too important, no matter how much the Mariners are having their World Series in July again. And I know you want to rain on their parade yet again. It's way more. The most important thing and the higher value is what happens at the end of the year.
Yeah, you and I are on the same page about like what's wrong with him. Like we think it's fatigue. We think he's kind of worn down. The problem now, or at least the plan has to be going forward. What do you do to make sure you don't see what you saw yesterday again? That way he's the Hunter Brown that is a Cy Young, not this Hunter Brown who's a middle of the rotation guy like we saw yesterday. And I think he will figure it out, but the Astros pitching plan has to keep that in mind. You can't allow Hunter Brown to throw 200 innings and run them into the ground. Cannot afford to do that. You can kind of afford to do it with Fromber, because he's in the last year of his contract. You cannot afford to pitch Hunter Brown into the ground. You really can't afford it with either guy, although it'd make more sense with Fromber because club control's out on him. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Robbie from Dayton, you're in the hot. What's up, Robbie? Twice. This is twice I hear from you now today.
Hello.
Hey.
What's up, Robbie?
How y'all doing today?
All right, man. What's going on?
I want to talk to the baseball savant about Hunter Brown.
Paul was out the last hour of his show.
Sir?
You said you were calling the baseball savants. Paul is the guy you're looking for.
No. Y'all the savants.
Oh.
Y'all are the baseball savants.
Okay.
You know everything about baseball.
Yeah.
Now, Hunter Brown's going to be fine. I'm glad he pitched yesterday because that gives him the chance to rest. And I like what TK was saying about splitting up Fromber and Hunter to where they're not pitching back to back. So I think it would be better for him to pitch on Sunday, which gives him another extra day of rest. And I will hang up and listen to y'all's comments, and we'll go from there. And y'all have a great week. Thank you very much for entertaining me.
You have a great week, Robbie.
Thanks, Robbie. We always appreciate your call. Look, I'm even fine with that. If you think the extra day and you pitch him in the last game of the Seattle series because you really want to pitch him in the Seattle series, so be it. But I think every little bit is going to help at this point to try and get him to kind of recharge the batteries a little bit, and hopefully with that recharge the velocity in the arm and everything that because again, you need him. He's far too important, and this is one of your most important pieces in the second half. You got to handle it with kid gloves.
I think it's a great idea. It's kind of a happy medium. It's one of those where, okay, give him the extra day, but still pitch against Seattle. I think it's a good idea, Robbie. Good call. Now, I also think that there is value in splitting Fromber and Hunter Brown, because what do Fromber and Hunter Brown typically do in a game? They go deep into games. Yep. What do the other starters typically do? They don't go as deep into games. So it allows the bullpen to kind of reset whenever Hunter's pitching and when Fromber's pitching. So splitting them up and having a game between their two games, I think is actually like strategically sound for what it does to the state of the bullpen, the options Espada has. So I really like that point from all angles. Now, if Hunter Brown's still throwing 93, 94 after the All-Star break, whenever he starts,
I think that's a time when a hard conversation has to happen. And that's also hopefully when at least you're getting some arms back to where if you need some guys to step in and you say you do get two guys to come back, maybe if worst case scenario, right? Good scenario that you get two guys back. Worst case scenario is his velocity still at 93, 94. You might have to shut him down for a couple of starts in a couple of weeks because, again, he's too important in the postseason no matter what you need from him. If he's only throwing 93, 94, he doesn't have as much value anyway the rest of the regular season.
If he's throwing 93, 94, I'm pulling him in the third inning and putting him on the 15-day IL before he hits the showers.
Yep.
Sorry, I
think
can't.
You have to be realistic about
You have to be good to go in September, my guy. Can we now extend Brown after the last two games? It doesn't work that way, but I like where your mind is at. Like, show a guy love whenever he's at his lowest value.
What was the first part about it?
Can we now extend Brown after the last two games? Now, my bigger philosophy is I don't love paying players big long-term money. If you're going to do it as early as possible. If you're going to do it, preferably a position player, and not a pitcher.
Part of that throws the extra wrinkle.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, when you go long, we've talked about it. Both of us are on the same page with it. Like, it's one thing to extend a position player and hope that, by the end of the deal, he's still giving you return on investment. If you extend and give a big-time long-term contract to a starting pitcher, you're probably going to get less than return on investment value from the fact that he's probably going to miss a year or two based on injuries.
Yep. It's
just the way the numbers have shown it to be.
It's the math at this point, right?
Yes.
Like on average, these guys get hurt. Pitchers get hurt. It's just the way that it's going. Branham and Blankers on the same page is boring. Completely agree. I'll try to stir some stuff up before the end of the show. Texter, I think HB is gas. He'll be fine. I think that he's going to be fine too. It's caught my eye. All right, another texter. Walker 1 for 12 since his baby timeout. Way to kill a hot streak. I know I didn't go there. I will say this on the other side. 713-780-ESPN. I'm officially off Christian Walker.
Ooh.
I've defended Christian Walker, but something has happened in the last 24 hours that has made me go off train Seawalk. I'll tell you what it is next. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Don't buy your e-bike in a box. Power On e-bikes professionally assembles, fits, and tests every electric bike we sell. Need help picking the right one? That's our specialty. Our Houston showroom is packed with top brands ready for a test ride today. And now we even deliver locally with our new Power On van. Skip the hassle and ride with confidence at Power On e-bikes. Check out our inventory today at poweronebikes.com. That's poweronebikes.com.
Lunchtime just got a whole lot tastier at McCormick & Schmick's with the Lunch Punch program. Buy 4 lunches, get the 5th one free. Unwind at happy hour Monday through Friday from 3:30 to 6:30 with bar specials every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Planning ahead? Book your holiday private dining now. Special menus and private rooms, perfect for any group size. With 3 Houston locations, downtown, Uptown Park, and Town and Country, great food is never far away. McCormick & Schmick's. Come hungry, leave happy.
Championship teams are built with experience, skill, and teamwork, just like Pipefitters Local 211. For over 75 years, we've been representing the best in the trade across the Texas Gulf Coast. Our 4,300 union pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs bring the heat when it comes to quality, safety, and precision. When you need a home run in craftsmanship, trust the pros who do it right the first time. Pipefitters Local 211. Brought to you by the journeymen and apprentices of Pipefitters Local Union 211.
Monument Chevrolet for new and used cars, fleet sales and service. Visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8 at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, we have seen Houston Powder Coaters work all over the city. The Ferris Wheel, West Side Tennis Club, the Waterway in the Woodlands. Now we're going to see it at NRG?
Yes, they have removable stadium seating that we are coating right now.
So if I'm on the floor, I'm probably going to sit in a Houston Powder Coaters seat.
Yeah.
This will tell you something. If businesses all over this city are using Houston Powder Coaters, why shouldn't you? Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Join ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 this Friday at East River 9 for an Open Championship watch party. Eat, drink, play golf or pickleball, and catch all of our shows live from East River 9. For more, visit eastriver9.com.
Can you dig it? The Hall of Fame with Booker T and Brad Gilmore is on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So Christian Walker, he was part of your bat too. 1 for 12 this series, had 7 strikeouts. I've been a Walker defender, and I liked the signing at the time. In hindsight, like, how dumb am I? I'm so foolish. This was, another aging first baseman, $60 million, 3 years. Is really disappointed on the first of the 3 years. He's in his mid-30s. Do we expect him to get better in the last 2 seasons? I still think he gives you I don't even know, a somewhat decent plate appearance sometimes. His defense, I think, is good. I am a fan of his defense. I wouldn't call his defense gold glove in Houston, but it's been good, which is, good if your philosophy's pitching and defense, and Jeremy Pena doesn't always make great throws, so he helps out Pena a whole lot. But last night, another reason of why this Christian Walker signing was so bad reared its ugly face. I remembered whenever they signed Christian Walker that they gave up their 2nd round draft pick, but I had forgotten they also lose their 5th best selection. So not only did you pay Christian Walker $60 million for 3 years, $20 million AAV, he is disappointed. Paul Goldschmidt is far exceeded Christian Walker this season, a hometown kid that signed for $12.5 million for 1 year. But on top of it, you gave up your second highest selection and your fifth highest selection in the MLB draft. So I don't know if you overpaid, but you paid him $60 million. He has not given out a good ROI at all, and you lost 2 draft picks for this guy.
Yeah, no, but here's the thing, Jeremy. I think it's revisionist history to say the Goldschmidt part of that, because I think that, we were both off the Goldschmidt train too, thinking that it's quite possible the same thing could happen with him. You didn't know what he was going to try and get, what he wanted, and or what he was going to command on the open market.
Well, they did.
But it just didn't seem like he was the guy and the right fit, especially coming off of Abreu. You didn't think, however, now on the flip side, you didn't think of the guys that were out there that Walker was going to be a guy that was going to turn out to be just like Abreu in year one, where he's going to be grossly disappointing. And everybody keeps telling you, oh, he's going to break out of it. Oh, he's going to break out of it. And I understand that, with the baseball amount numbers and what you've looked up in terms of the numbers and how they translate to his swing. The eye test to me tells me he's back to not catching up to fastballs again. And it just seems like everybody's recipe to get Christian Walker out is throw above average fastballs higher in the zone. He seems to just can't seem to barrel them up. And then if you have to, you throw something breaking on the outside corner, he'll flail at it, chase at it, and then he'll walk back to the dugout with that same, befuddled look of shaking his head and mumbling under his breath. It is extremely frustrating to watch. This is another one where I liked the signing at the time. I thought this guy he wanted to be here. Seemed like he was the perfect fit. Yeah, Minute Maid at the time, but now the Dyken Park looked like it'd be a really good atmosphere for him to hit in, and he's been disappointing. But you look at his numbers from a home run and RBI standpoint, but the average and the at-bats, to me, the biggest eye test to me right now is he looks overmatched again.
The biggest drop-off with his numbers against certain pitches are off-speed, but there is drop-off with fastball. The bat speed is 81st percentile. Now, there could be something to your point about like swing decision, like in terms of committing to the swing quicker, because the swing is still plenty fast, but maybe he's making the commitment to swing slower because he does get challenged with fastballs. Like there's no denying that. As far as the Goldschmidt revisionist history thing, 100% that's revisionist history. Did not want Goldschmidt. But as we sit here on July 14th, would you rather be paying Paul Goldschmidt $12.5 million for 1 year, or Christian Walker $60 million for 3, and surrender 2 draft picks?
Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
100% revisionist history, but 100% no-brainer as we talk today. Now, not revisionist history, just kind of pulling up an old take. What if the move was Yiner at first base? You never signed Christian Walker and you repurposed $20 million another way. That's also a better alternative than Christian Walker. So like the Goldschmidt thing is revisionist history. The Yiner Diaz to first base is not revisionist history.
No, and I think that from the Yiner perspective, we were wondering if he'd be willing to go to winter ball or somewhere to work on first base. We knew he had played it a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that's the most enticing of any of the options that you have, because I don't think either one of us thought going into this that he was a possibility. I personally didn't think they were willing to have another year where they go for the big swing in free agency. I expected them to kind of be kind of frugal and very wise and spread the money that they did have out over players that could short-term fill some gaps, possibly be good players for them. I didn't expect them to spend all that money on getting Christian Walker. When they did, was I excited? Absolutely, I was excited. I thought that this might be a guy that could actually continue this golden era and help be the middle of the lineup guy that they need when they got rid of Kyle Tucker. I didn't expect it to be this bad. I didn't expect him to look like this. It's very weird that on the road trip, and I get the Coors aspect of this, but in Dodger Stadium where he's always raking anyway, but as bad as he was this year and how the eye test has shown you he doesn't look the same, he looked the same at Dodger Stadium. And so all of a sudden now you can point to, he was rusty. He came off some time off, but my goodness, he looks terrible at the plate.
Yeah. Walker's problem is he needs to leave the kitchen table a little earlier. Dude done got fat. Didn't say it. I didn't say it. Just read what the texter said. I don't know what Walker looked like really in Arizona. Like, I don't know if he's overweight from where he was a year ago. I didn't think that he was. I don't think
either, and I don't now.
Looks similar last year.
Yeah.
I didn't see him on a daily basis last year, but he seems like he's the similar body type. That Kansas City radio host is getting in trouble for calling Mahomes fat. Did y'all see that?
No.
Yeah, he said Mahomes looks fat, and people got mad at him. It's a radio host.
It was not Alex Gold, was it?
No, and I looked up to see who it was to see if it was him. It was not. Yeah, Mahomes' personal trainer went at the guy.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Went at the
I
guy.
mean, I get it. It's the prodigal son. You can't say anything bad about Patrick Mahomes. It's not the first time people have said it.
I know. I wish Luis Garcia's trainer would have came at me. I've never called anybody fat.
I was just going to say, if anybody would be the Weight Watcher to understand if Christian Walker looked like he was thicker, it'd be you.
I've never called anybody fat. You're just saying things. Pete went to the game yesterday. The home crowd boos were getting louder with every Walker whiff. Worst thing is that $60 million is guaranteed. Abreu part 2. I mean, Abreu's numbers year 1 versus Walker's number year 1 are pretty stinking close.
Except for the power.
I mean, he's got more homers, but the slug and stuff, pretty close. People forget that Abreu in year 1 actually got kind of hot in the summer.
He did for a while.
Like he actually had a few good months. Like June, July, August, Abreu year 1 was pretty solid, and he had a pretty good postseason.
I was going to say the postseason where everybody raised an eyebrow and went, okay, maybe this was a slow start, but maybe we can salvage something here.
Yeah, the year 2 of the Abreu was a disaster, though.
That was
disaster. Awful. What show is that from? 713-780-3776. Disaster.
I'm not answering that.
Don't get off the high horse now, says Keith from LA. Just a week ago, y'all wanted to have a parade after beating the Dodgers. Now you're ready to point the finger again.
Key, you're a little wuss, okay? You like to dodge and weave and hide behind things when you know you got your ass handed to you, and then you can't even be man enough to own it, step up and say, yeah, we sucked. You guys beat the crap out of us, and we'll move on. Instead, you made excuses and then tried to dance and hide. And now suddenly, by the way, let's not forget you got swept in the series after the Astros, too, by Milwaukee, and you haven't been playing your baseball. You should probably just sit this one out.
I got into a fight with a Dodger fan on the internet today about sign stealing. He's like,
really?
oh, the Astros are the worst. I'm like, the Dodgers did it, too. And he's like, no, they didn't do it. I'm like, yeah, here's proof.
Yeah.
Because winning fixes everything. They cite, like, a Dodger player that was like, yeah, we were doing stuff, too, in 18. And then you have Reddick as well. That also said the Dodgers were stealing signs.
Kratz said it.
Kratz said it about the Dodgers.
On his podcast. Yep. There's been plenty of people to step up and say the Dodgers were doing it too.
Texture, I didn't hear if you guys talked about it, but Joel's cash it or trash it. If the Astros would cash or trash, the Astros would be 5 games up in the division at the All-Star break. What a call. Thanks. He gave his full name too. Should I say his full name? Is this your friend?
No, I don't have friends, Jeremy.
That's not true. You have the friends at the gym.
I work out.
See, I listen. Mm-hmm. Your friends at the gym. Did you see the text? Just tell me if it's one of your friends.
I would see the text. I'll look at the
text. It's the second one from the top. His name is Jeff. I won't say his last name because I don't want to out him being your friend. How embarrassing would that be? Kidding. /S.
Well, the jerk store called. They're running out of you.
Why do you have that on ready to go?
From Jason Alexander's season.
Oh, man. That's funny.
I don't know that.
That was a great call, though, because you said that, when do you think you said that?
Was it late May, early June?
Yeah, I can't remember.
I think it was early June.
Yeah, it's probably early June.
I think it was early June.
They were what? How many games back were they when you said it? Were they 3 or 4 or 5?
5, I thought.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and you guys said, look, I think they're going to be in first place, but you just said that was too many games.
Oh, I poo-pooed all over it. I was like, that's the worst take ever.
So
no way they're going to be fine. And to be honest with you, Blank, to defend you here and poo-poo on my stance against it, it could have easily been 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Really could have been.
Yeah, I was really upset the way because until they finished this homestand as poorly as they did. No, I thought that there was a chance that they could get it closer to 10 than to 5, but they hit it right on the number. I was disappointed.
No, that was really good. Yeah, and it could have been way, way better. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I have one more bad to get to. Get some bad in yours as well. And then we'll get to some good eventually. I guess we'll get to some good eventually.
Yeah, we should.
Was it a bad time to call up Bryce Matthews? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You know what's a great thing to do if you're not playing baseball for a few days? To go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. There's certain players that decided not to go to the All-Star game. They're probably going to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the rat race. Enjoy some rest and relaxation. Get away from the hustle and bustle of the job, whatever's causing you stress, and get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors, whether it's for the weekend, whether you have some PTO during the week, whether you got a broken right hand. Book your stay at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston and get away from the people, the city, the stress, open green spaces, wildlife you don't see in the city, and beautiful, majestic trees. Also, some of the best fishing in Texas. There are 2 creeks there, some really good fishing. They have a catch and release pond in the middle of the property, too. Teach the kids how to cast, how to do their fishing as well. You can't beat it. Look, it's just 90 minutes from Houston, too. So you can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Get off work. You're there before the sun sets. Great deal. A hike on their 92-acre property, kayak the water, pickleball on their pickleball courts, or pool in their pool with a drink. That's fun, too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort, always looking to take care of their visitors, whether it's live music, whether it's the food trucks. They're always doing something for their visitors to have a great time. From the glamping to the cabins, tree houses. We took Branham family there about a month ago. We stayed in the tree house. Kids are still talking about it. They loved it. Or just pull up the RV if you have an RV. They had the perfect stay for everybody. And incredible savings right now in July. You book 5 nights, you save 35%. How about that? Savings as well. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
ESPN 97.5.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Hey parents, Jeremy Branham here. Want to transform your driveway into a pro-level court? Pro Dunk basketball goals are the real deal. Their revolutionary lightning adjust system lets you change heights in seconds. From regulation 10 feet down to 5 feet so the whole family can play. Built with commercial-grade materials that stand up to Houston weather. Get your kids off those screens and onto the court. Pro Dunk, the choice of serious ballers. Visit ProDunk.com today. That's ProDunk.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-577-3407. That's 800-577-3407.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? Download it now in your app store.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Killer Bees. So Bryce Matthews made his big league debut. 0 for 7 with 5 strikeouts for Bryce Matthews, who we know has swing and miss in his game. Dana Brown doesn't seem to really care about swing and miss, it seems like. But anyways, Bryce Matthews 0 for 7, 5 Ks. And this is definitely hindsight 2020 because I wasn't smart enough to think about it in the moment either. Now, I did want Bryce Matthews up whenever Jeremy Pena broke his rib, but it took the Myers calf strain for him to eventually get the call. I think it was a bad time to call him up. Yeah. Again, hindsight 2020, I get it. But you face Leiter, who's had your number and has been really good. You face DeGrom, who's been really good, has been healthy. And then you know that Eovaldi's pitching, and he wasn't in the lineup yesterday, so he didn't even play all 3 games after you called him up. And that's, look, I understand Eovaldi's a really good pitcher, especially really good against righties. Like, you really don't want Bryce to face him. But you probably shouldn't have had Bryce face any of those guys. I think if I could do it all over again, at least in terms of my take on it, I would have waited to call Bryce Matthews up at least until after the All-Star break, maybe even after the Seattle series, because Seattle has some dudes and you're in Seattle as well. So I would have waited a little bit. I would have either done it when Pena got hurt or I would have waited a little bit longer for Bryce Matthews. And I would have told him, though, I'd be like, hey, Bryce, we're about to call you up. Go play in the Futures game. A week, maybe even sooner than that after the All-Star break. You're getting the call up to the show. You're going to be with us sooner rather than later. Hindsight 2020, I don't like the decision to call up Bryce when they did.
No, I think that from the standpoint of confidence being a very, very dangerous thing, if you give a kid confidence and say, hey, look, you say what you said and know that he's getting to play in the Futures game and get some run there and get some good publicity, then come out of it. But I think that for most players, their ego, if you go and tell them that, I think that they believe they can hit anybody. So it's tough because they want to be up as soon as they can. But you're right. Just from a business perspective, I mean, just from a baseball perspective, from this organization's perspective, and because of how much he may mean to this team for the big picture, you don't want to have a kid go and face Jacob deGrom and Leiter and guys like that. And you're absolutely correct in the fact that in the Seattle series, their starting pitching is as good as anybody's in baseball when they're healthy, and they're getting healthier. You don't want him to do that either. Yeah. It's just the problem you have is you just are running out of numbers. Like you were running out of options to find guys.
You're right. You're right. But you could have just kept Shea up.
Yeah, but defensively, do you really believe
he didn't have to play?
But
I mean, Zach Short was the hero in the only game that you had. He didn't play the first two. Well, he didn't start the first 2 days. I mean, the decision would be you keep Shea up and Short plays short, Dubon plays second, or Altuve plays second, however you do it. Like you could have easily fielded it.
Yeah, I just think I think you look at it from two different ways. From a defensive perspective, Short was supposed to be, and he's made some good defensive plays. He's also made some plays that a good defender, you don't expect to have bad throws and things that he's done. I think when you look at it, Whitcomb defensively is.
Well, I don't think they would have played Whitcomb. Like you wouldn't have played.
But from an
Whitcomb.
Offensive perspective, if you 4 or 5 guys in your lineup are going to be Space Cowboys, then you're hoping that Bryce Matthews' offense translates to being a little better than some of the guys you're throwing out there.
Shea has better numbers in AAA than Bryce does.
Right, but then he should be getting some more at bats.
Yeah.
Than who they're throwing out there.
I would have waited, and look, I'm with you on the Seattle thing. I would have waited after the Seattle series. I would have either done it at Arizona on the 21st, or whenever you have a 6-game homestand starting with Oakland on the 24th or Vegas, or I would have done it when Payne got hurt. Jeff Luna always had a theory where he didn't call up top prospects at home. He thought that there was too much pressure, people coming to the games. In Bryce Matthews' case, he's from here. Right. Like he was, I don't want to say infamously, but he would always try to call up prize prospects on the road. Did it with Correa. Mm-hmm. It was always one of his theories.
Correa was in Chicago, I think, with the White Sox against the White Sox.
That's right.
Yeah.
Certainly not at home.
No, and I do remember that Luno believed that. I just think when you're looking at it from the big picture, look, I mean, he had a couple balls that he hit to the warning track. I thought that he barreled up a couple of baseballs where it's like, okay, you can see where I think he's going to be okay eventually. But you're right. I mean, that's a little bit overwhelming to anybody. You come in, and if DeGrom's not hurt, DeGrom has been one of the best pitchers in baseball for years, and he's dominant, and he throws 100 miles an hour, and he's got filthy secondary stuff. It's a tough proposition, but also from the standpoint of, I think that they've got to look at they know that their farm system, which wasn't rated great before this, and they found guys that have been able to come in and play in short doses. But coming out of this, I think that they've got to look at veterans that might be out there. Look, DJ LeMahieu was even rumored to be a guy that might be out there. That's a guy you can pick up.
Define rumored.
I saw a couple of different people
I saw one from H-Town Wheelhouse, and then an hour later he said, "My bad, I heard wrong."
Oh, no, I thought I saw – was it Morosi?
I saw that. You might have. I'm just saying the one that I saw, he immediately recanted.
But you got to keep an eye on those kind of players too, just because of the fact that the well is run dry. The guys you're bringing up are just maybe they're 4A, maybe they're 3A type players, but they are who they are, and they're not going to continue to be the saviors that you've been lucky enough that they've been. Mm-hmm. That you've got to find other options because you don't know when these guys are going to come back.
I feel like it was just a bad time for Bryce. And I think you could have lived 3 more days with Zach Short as your shortstop and Shea Whitcomb on the 26-man roster. I thought you put the kid in a bad spot.
I agree. And I think that, again, if DeCenzo was available, if some of these guys were available, even Rogers, because Rogers had a little pop for you, and he had some offensive outbursts that kind of, you were like, oh, well, I mean, he's not supposed to be a great hitter, but at least he's been a timely hitter from time to time. He's a Major League Baseball player. He's been a Major League Baseball player. I think the guys you're throwing out there right now are over their heads.
Yeah, and Bryce, I mean, I don't blame him. I mean, he's from here. It was against the Rangers. It was a Friday night. Like, there's a lot of factors in that. I don't know. It felt like, especially after seeing the results, that the moment was a little too big for him at that given time. Not only just the 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts on Friday, but 2 of those strikeouts were looking with balls that weren't dotting the corner. I mean, they ate up a lot of plate, and he just sat there and took them. You never know for sure what obviously what's inside the guy's head, but it felt like the moment was a little too big for Bryce on Friday.
Look, and I don't think it's going to impact his development at all.
No,
like don't get it twisted here. I would have rather waited a week, 10 days, or do it when Pena got hurt. That way you could see some not as great pitching. But I don't think it's going to ruin his development. I'm not going that far.
I wouldn't go that far either. I just think that, to your point, Brian, I mean, I think this last punchy on Friday night was middle. Not quite middle, like middle, low, but it was right down the chute, and he just kind of went, oh, okay, I'll walk back now.
Blankety blank blank. Bryce is going to be great. Put money on it.
Great?
Just as we said, not my words. Blankety blank blank. Bryce needed to see those arms. He knows what to work on now. Like, here's the other thing. He's always been a strikeout guy. Like, he's a strikeout guy in the minors. Like, his strikeout rate's like in the 30%.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty stinking high, his strikeout rate. Now, that leads to a bigger conversation that we'll probably have tomorrow. Texter, I don't think it was a bad time based on team need, but it seems like it was way too early for him. He just looked overmatched. Look, and he started over Zach Short, who was the hero on Saturday. Perfect time to bring up these guys. Our division sucks. Get several starters out, so let's see what they got. I don't think it was a bad time based on team need, but it seems like it was too early for him. He just looked overmatched. Doesn't really matter at this point. We're fielding a little league lineup anyways. Pete, I don't think it was a mistake to call up Matthews when you're having to send out Trammell and Hummel for offense. Astros have to find someone who could possibly help and or give the team a spark. Yeah, but did he?
No. He put him, like you said, he put him in a bad spot.
Yeah. Can the guy with the thick Midwestern accent say standpoint and perspective more often? I don't think you have a thick accent.
I don't either. I've never asked you guys, do I have a thick Midwestern accent?
I think you've said it like with a word once, but I don't remember the word. And it was a long time ago.
I've never picked it up.
Yeah, I've only done it like once ever. I don't
Can
think
a guy on the text line give us his media credentials to make sure that he's a media expert to be able to criticize?
We're not media.
No, the guy that's making the criticism.
I mean, we are media.
I go journalist.
Yeah.
Journalist. Who wins the home run derby? Texter. We'll say that for Mailbag Monday. Really going on a limb there.
Okay.
The betting favorite.
Well, look at the lineup. It's not impressive. You don't have all the big bats in it. And a lot of the guys have backed out of it to where I looked at it, I was like, I'm not a big fan of it now anymore anyways, but I looked at it going, there's really not that much competition.
I think I'm committed to not watch it, but we'll discuss.
I'll find out tomorrow who won it.
Yeah, I'll watch the highlights. 713-780-ESPN HRP listen line. Do you want to, how many goods do you have?
2.
You just want to knock out the goods real quick?
Sure.
Let's knock out the goods real quick.
Altuve, who was fantastic,
he was
5 for 11. He was on a heater, a couple of multi-hit games. He was saving your bacon and hitting the baseball. And Fromber. I thought Fromber was really, really good.
Yeah, Fromber was...
Especially since he was a dog after getting hit on that ankle by the... It was like,
100 some mile an hour off the shin.
Off the bat, and he took it right off the leg, the ankle, whatever, and stayed in the game, kept pitching.
Right off the TV network, and did it with a smile.
I love Fromber.
He's a dog.
He's very, very good at baseball. Fromber Valdez.
Well, his stuff is just filthy.
That curve. Oh,
everything moves, man. Everything is moving in different directions.
I know his curve's always good, but on Saturday it was particularly nasty.
What uniform is he donning next year?
Oh, don't.
It's the All-Star break. It's an All-Star break segment.
I know, but you're about to take off the rest of the week.
Who are you going to say? I got one.
I'm going to go with the Dodgers.
We're really going out on a limb there?
I think Fromber's going to go to the Dodgers.
You're criticizing Joel for his Cal Riley pick, and you picked the Dodgers?
I wasn't criticizing. I was making fun of.
All right, I'm making fun of that chalk pick then.
I think he's going to go to the Dodgers.
I think he's going to the Mets.
Oh, that's a good call.
Yeah.
What are you going to say? What chalk pick do you want?
He'll jump on one of ours.
Astros. I'm a homer. I don't
stay with the Astros. The Astros are going to pay.
Believe it. No, I don't believe
it. Posturing is what
you're
doing.
This is probably the Dodgers.
So what was the? So those are your goods.
Those were the 2 that really stood out.
I mean, Zach Short.
Zach Short.
He had the home run and the walk-off.
One game Saturday, despite their best efforts. I had Ryan Gusto, actually. I thought he did solid in a tough spot. Like, it's a tough spot, man. You come in as a piggyback in the out of relief. You get used for an out, and then you're supposed to be the bulk guy. That was kind of a weird way to use a bulk guy, by the way, where you come in to get an out of the inning. 1 out, you're out of the inning. sit down, and then you have the bulk of the game. That's usually now how those bulk guys are used. Usually they're used at the start of an inning. So I thought that was kind of weird. But no, I thought he did a decent job in a very, very tough spot. Saved the bullpen a little bit. So I tip my cap to Gusto. Any other goods? Or we're good? Good.
Taylor Trammell's sliding catch. I think it was Saturday. Robbed. I think it was Smith of a hit.
Is that with the ball flip?
He did flip it.
After he caught it,
Yeah.
he flipped it, and I was like, "Oh!"
Well, his hat came off. I remember that part.
Well, but he flipped the ball, and I'm like, "Don't get caught wondering if that was taking it out of the glove or not." But yeah,
I'd be interested to see what the catch odds were on that because he had to go a pretty good way. I don't know if you have it handy, Jeremy, but
I don't have it handy. No, I forgot to look. Fromber to the Tigers, says a texter. Tyler and Conroe says Dodgers don't have Dominican pitchers. Fromber is a Met or Yankee next year. It's kind of messed up.
Why can't a Dominican go to the Dodgers?
Yeah. Plus the weather's nice.
They got the La Playa there.
LA's a nice. I mean, it's beautiful in
afford
LA,
it,
but because they're going to defer it, and they have bankers, and they're LA. Like they'll figure out a way. It was away. My good was Adolis Garcia celebrated that hit like he walked it off. That was I would not have been happy about that if I was Bruce Bochy, because like he still got to second base because they made that terrible throw. Was it Trammell that made the terrible throw where he threw it over the cutoff man and allowed Garcia to get the extra bag? Turned out it didn't matter because the Astros won anyways.
Yeah, and left. Yeah.
But I mean, that's a spot where if you're not at second base, I'm a manager.
No
I'm
doubt.
pulling you out of the game.
Yep, that was bad.
That was not. I mean, obviously in the bigs you do things a little differently, but all right. 713-780-ESPN. Major League Baseball draft is going on right now as we speak at this moment. They're in the 16th round of the 20-round Major League Baseball draft. They had 3 rounds yesterday. The Astros going with a high school bat, surprisingly enough, in the first round. Can we look at Cam's quick rise to the majors as an expectation for this year's pick? And what are the expectations for this year's pick? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to the break, let me talk to you about Old Humble Distilling Company. We've spent the last, several segments, really the whole show, talking about the good and the bad and the ugly from the Astros weekend. Well, what makes any weekend good is a nice drink from Old Humble Distilling Company. Their award-winning small batch Texas whiskeys are the real deal and unique to the Gulf Coast. They're not like the other big brands that you get from the other parts of the country. This is a drink unique to this area, and it's an approachable, premium, handcrafted whiskey, unlike the big factory whiskeys that you've had before. Their legendary Boomtown Bourbon is bourbon that started it all, and it's my personal favorite. It's a traditional bourbon, but with a sweeter profile and smoother taste, because sipping whiskey should be about relaxing, not something you have to fight to finish. Why is this so good, you might ask? Because it's a better process involved in making the whiskey, and that better process makes for a better result. They age it in barrels as small as 5 gallons to give each bottle an added complexity and deeper character. You can grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or find retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their Humble Tasting Room, open Tuesday through Saturday till 6 and Fridays till 9 for date night, where every Friday from 5 to 9 p.m. you can get 2 whiskey flights, 2 premium cocktails, and a charcuterie board for 2, all for just $50. That's Old Humble Distilling Company, the official whiskey of campfires, cookouts, good stories, and great friends. Go visit their distillery and tasting room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960 in Humble, and check out their selection of premium whiskeys at oldhumbledistilling.com. Try Old Humble Distilling Company, because life's too short for factory whiskey.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston for free on YouTube.
Hey guys, this is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers with a hot tip on how to keep your lady happy. Visit the Zadok Bridal Shop, a modern bride's dream. We work with our global network to source GIA certified ethical diamonds for you at a fair price. Not only do we carry a selection of the finest diamond settings, we also have a full custom design team ready to turn any ring dream into a ring reality. Zadok Jewelers, where Houston gets engaged.
If the reason you haven't bought a heritage film for your loved one is because of money, there are so many options, like drug dealing. You can deal drugs on the side to make money, or sell things that you currently own. Another good option is theft. Okay, I'm kidding about the drug dealing. YourHeritageFilm.com. We'll make a feature-length documentary film of your loved ones, or yourself, or your drug dealer. We don't care. Capture your stories for generations to come. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health, too.
with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce,
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
The Killer Bees, weekday afternoons from 3 to 6.
With the 21st pick of the 2025 MLB draft, the Houston Astros select Xavier Nayens, a shortstop from Mount Vernon High School, Mount Vernon, Washington.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
So the Astros go with the kid, the X-Man, Xavier Nayens, first pick of the 21st pick of the first round, first Astros pick. Didn't have a second round pick. Thank you, Christian Walker. Didn't have a compensation fourth round pick. Thank you, Christian Walker. That was the conversation going on the internet yesterday. Where's the Astros compensation pick for Bregman? That's where I forgot that the Astros lost 2 picks on Christian Walker. Whenever the Astros signed Christian Walker, they lost their second best selection and their 5th best selection. Their second best selection, the second rounder. Their 5th best selection, the 4th round compensation round. Thank you, Christian Walker. But Nayens was the pick in the first. Then they drafted Ethan Frey, the big DH from LSU in the 3rd round, and then the rest of it, not really worth discussing. This Frey kid's 6'6", 225. I saw Jeremy Booth, who goes on with Paul a lot.
Yep.
Did you see his comp on Ethan Frey? Hold on to your britches. Mark McGwire.
Oh, wow. Okay.
This is my favorite part of any draft.
500 home run potential.
My favorite part of any draft is we look at the guy and we're like, we give him the best comparison that possibly exists. Oh, that guy looks a little bit like Herschel Walker. Oh, I see Josh Allen in that guy. I think he's the next Pat Mahomes. Like the comp, and it's every draft. It's not just baseball draft.
Oh yeah.
The one that I saw on Nayens, the best comp, like in terms of actual production, was Austin Riley from the Braves. A left-handed Austin Riley.
I mean, but last night, if you watched any of the telecast at all, it was a comparison fest. It was every pick by all 4 guys, and your boy Carl was trying to give out his opinions as well too. Ravitch.
Oh, I watched MLB Network.
Oh, okay. Ravitch was
ESPN.
definitely trying because then he was quoting his expertise covering the College World Series and everything too. But overall, yeah, it was like, come on, man, don't put that on him. There were tags. I go back to when Jalen Green was first coming out, and then they started to try to say he could be Kobe-esque. No, he couldn't. But that you don't. It's not fair to put it on a kid.
Yeah.
And guys that are polished major leaguers, you just can't do that to these kids coming out. But to me, it was a little disappointing. And I know you know the college game better than me.
What was disappointing?
When with the draft, there was a guy I wanted. I wanted the A&M center fielder,
Chase Lavalette.
Yeah, Lavalette. I just wanted Lavalette because I think that he's a little older. And Dana kind of set me up for this, and I'm a sucker for this because Dana was saying leading into the draft, hey, there's a good chance of with some of the maturity and what's in the draft this year that we might be able to get a guy that within a short period of time might be ready to kind of be not just Cam Smith-esque, but be a guy that might be able to help them in some way, shape, or form. And then he took a high school kid. So he was probably trying to read the room and send out some smoke screens.
Well, I heard bad.
Yeah, that could help.
I mean, I think he helps. Okay.
He kind of
the timeline on help.
No,
I
but
guess
he
is
kind
what's
of
in question here.
And I'd have to pull the exact quotes, but he gave the impression that it was like in very short amount of time that you could have someone that could be helping the major league team. And I'm going, maybe he's going to go with an experienced college kid again that might be ready in a year or two or sooner than that if he thinks. But I'm excited about that. I think what he showed there was that he wants a kid in his system that he can start rebuilding his farm system with that might be ready in a couple of years.
Yeah. I tweeted out what he said. paraphrasing, not the exact quote, that he told Astro Radio he likes a position player bat with his first-round pick tonight. Now, his previous history of Bryce Matthews and Walker Yannick, I also thought it was going to be a college bat, but he surprised. Went with a left-handed bat. And some of the write-ups there were interesting, too. Like, The Athletic said, I didn't think Nayans would get to the Astros' first-round pick. I'm wondering if they didn't either. So that would kind of go to your point where, like, oh, it surprised them that he was still there and they couldn't pass up on the value. He's one of the top power bats in the class with some concerns over his present hit tool, swing and miss. I know some teams didn't have him in the first round because of concerns about swing and miss, while the power was probably top 10 worthy. If you believe he'll hit enough for it, he's nominally a shortstop, will end up at third base, according to The Athletic. Nayans, who met with the media yesterday, he was asked about being in the Seattle area. He's like, what does he know about the Astros? I know they whoop the Mariners every year in the AL West. That's what I know most about the Stros. I've been a Mariners fan for a while, so obviously I've been to quite a few Mariners-Astros games. I watched a bit of it on TV. I just know the Astros, always run the West. Here was the Astros head of the farm system, scouting director, or whatever his title is, Cam Pendino, on the draft pick.
We're excited to take Xavier Nayans tonight. He's an exciting left-handed high school hitter from the Pacific Northwest. I think he's going to hit for a lot of power. He's got crazy bat speed. We think he controls the zone really, really well. We think he has a chance to hit in the middle of the order one day if it all comes together. He's got some really good actions on the dirt. He's got a strong arm, and the kid's even better. Houston's going to love him. We're excited to take the X-Man tonight.
There you go.
The X-Man.
Xavier, the X-Man. I feel like all Xaviers are called the X-Man.
I think you're right.
Every
all
one of them.
because of Xavier McDaniel back in the day.
Probably before that even, but that's the one that I remember as well. Cam's quick rise to the majors. Do you think that's going to have any impact here?
No, I mean, I was again. I was kind of, I put that down when it was on before the draft started, and I was like, look, I'm intrigued, but again, like I said, I'm mad at myself because I fell into the Dana Brown trap of sometimes he just lets it all fly and doesn't, or throws stuff on the wall to see if it sticks. And maybe it was part of his positioning to get guys that he was actually targeting more so. But no, I think, the Cubs drafted him. But when I'm looking at it, I thought, look, there's a million different ways you're trying to make this team better. And yeah, you caught lightning in a bottle with Cam Smith. Is it possible you take another polished college kid at 21 and he could be a guy that, is shorter time than most, or shorter time than a lot of these kids being picked, could come in and help this team, and they didn't go that route.
What are your expectations?
I mean, I think this is a kid, if you look at what they're doing with Yannick, and Yannick was a college kid, I think this kid's probably more like the Bryce Matthews trajectory, where I think that maybe in 2 years or so, you're talking about a guy that's kind of flirting AAA, gets an invite to spring training.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can be patient with it. He's a high school kid. Matthews was out of college. He went to Nebraska.
Right? Yeah.
But I think they could be patient with him. I don't really have expectations for any drafts. Like, I just hope that they're good. Like, it's Major League Baseball draft. I saw some people, oh no, this means the end of Jeremy Pena. Probably not. There's zero influence on the current roster.
Oh, and also look at how many shortstops were drafted in the first round.
It felt like all of them.
Yeah, it was like, I think they said the all-time record, and it was blowing that out of the water, like 14, 15 shortstops. Most of those guys, I wouldn't say most of those guys, but a lot of those guys won't be playing shortstop if they're making any kind of trajectory to get to the big league level. I think some of the things that were impressive too were, like, if you look at it from Tennessee's perspective, between prospects that they had committed to come there and guys they lost off their starting team of players, like when you're talking about 8, 9, 10 guys, that's ridiculous. And then the Corona high school team that had 3 first-round picks, 2 or 3.
Was it 3? I know it was 2.
2 for sure, with third and shortstop, and I thought there might have been one more, but like,
I think one was a pitcher. That was like a 2-way in high school, though.
That's ridiculous, man. You got 3 guys on your high school. I hope they won the state title in California.
Yeah, I have no idea. They should have with that talent. Problem with taking a guy from the Northwest is that they only hit half of the year. If you want to bat, you need to get somebody out of the South. I'm sure that they're finding ways to hit year-round. Professor X, the X-Man. Branham, it's pronounced Fry. Ethan Fry. Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you for the heads up. I didn't know that. It's spelled F-R-E-Y. I didn't know it was Fry. We didn't have any LSU games this year.
Oh, that's the big LSU.
Ethan Fry, not Frey.
He's 6'6", huh?
He's a big boy, man. Yeah. They're saying he was their full-time DH. I did look at some box score stuff, but I didn't look up his pronunciation. That's on me. He was the middle-of-the-order hitter in their full-time DH. He used to catch. Like, he went before, as a high school kid, as a prep player, he was a catcher, which that's impossible size to catch from. 6'6", 225 as a catcher ain't happened. Now they said they like his athleticism. I saw some people say that probably a right fielder. I saw some report that said he could potentially play center. I don't see that, but they did say that he has underrated athleticism.
Huh.
So, but he's a big boy, can swing.
Yeah, 6'6" center fielder.
Never
really
seen a
good
6'6"
pop
catcher before. That's amazing.
It would be. I actually looked this up before because there's a tall catcher that I was calling a game of. I think the tallest ever is like 6'5".
As a regular catcher?
Yeah, it was pretty regular.
Who?
I can't remember who it was, but I remember Maurer was like on the short list too.
Oh, he played in the Tahoe golf tournament this weekend. I hadn't seen him in a while, but he is a big boy. Joe Maurer played football at Florida State, right? Or he was supposed to?
I think he was committed. Maybe he didn't play.
Yeah, he was supposed to play quarterback
because he got drafted out of high school.
Quarterback, but I don't think he actually went there to play.
No, I
think he got an offer but didn't play. Yeah.
No, I think the tallest catcher ever is 6'5". There was a catcher at Arizona who was like 6'5". I was like, I wonder who the tallest catcher ever was.
Recently?
College baseball this year.
College baseball.
Yeah, who is the tallest catcher ever, Siri? I think Maurer was like top 5 though. I want to say Maurer was like 6'4".
I thought he was like 6'2".
That tall? I didn't realize he was that tall.
The tallest catcher in Major League Baseball history is Grayson Grenier. He does stand at 6'6".
Oh, it's Brittany's brother.
One of only 3 catchers. No, they don't look alike. One of only 3 catchers in MLB history to reach this height. Larry McLean, if you know that guy, 6'5". No. Sandy Alomar was 6'5". Joe Maurer was 6'5", so he's taller than us.
I did not think he was 6'5".
And Matt Wider. Remember Matt? Was it Wieters or Widers?
I think it was Wieters.
I don't remember. I think it is Wieters. He was also 6'5". Like, there's not a lot of tall catch. It's tough to be a tall catcher,
especially today's day and age when you got to. I mean, when with all the rules kind of helped out base stealers a little bit too. Yeah, I mean, I can't see a 6'5" guy that's got great pop time that's getting out of a crouch real quick.
Texture said that he was an all-state quarterback. Fry was. No, I watched some of Fry's at bats and like. Okay. I mean, he was LSU. He put up huge numbers at LSU. SEC baseball is basically AA baseball, maybe low-level AA baseball. But no, he's got a lot of pop in the bat. I think people kind of strayed away from him because they didn't know where he could play defensively because he was their DH all year. Also, I think he had like a torn labrum, like early in his LSU career.
So if he plays a position in Major League Baseball, you say outfield? You think
they want to use him as an outfielder? Yeah, they wanted to keep this first round kid at shortstop as long as possible. I would have a tough time believing that. Now, I mean, you've seen some 6'4", 210 shortstops.
Oh yeah.
I mean, very easy to see a high school kid 6'4", 210 that you're going to grow out of that position, but you see it every now and then. I mean, Correa was pretty. Yeah, he was. I mean, I don't know exactly.
A-Rod and Cal Ripken Jr. were big shortstops.
Correa was 6'3", 6'4".
That's true. Yeah.
Correa was a big shortstop. Jonah Heim is 6'4". That's cool. That's neat. He's not 6'5". He's not 6'6". A lot of texts saying they wanted Jace Lavalette. I would have been happy with Jace Lavalette there. I would have been happy with the Aloy kid from Arkansas. But look, I trust Dana. Like I like Dana's scouting eye. So I'm not bent out of shape about it. And Lavalette had some swing and miss concerns. Aloy had some, like, does he stay at short concerns? But I trust Dana until further notice. All right, 713-780-ESPN, Mailbag Monday. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN 97.5. Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Random here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8, and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
I have spent days trying to figure out which e-bike to get. There's like 1,000 brands. Every website says theirs is the best, of course.
Yeah, that's why I just went to Power On E-Bikes. They actually walk you through everything. They let you test ride different models, explain what all the specs really mean, and help you find the right e-bike for you.
Wait, really?
Totally. They make finding the right e-bike for you quick, simple, and honestly fun.
Well, that sounds way better.
Visit Power On E-Bikes, Houston's trusted e-bike experts. Located just south of 99 on Cypress Rose Hill Road. Stop in today.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Everybody knows I'm a numbers guy, but I don't know plumbing. That's the one thing I don't know that Aqueduct Plumbing does know. That's why I put my trust in Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I've had them do so much work, whether it's the first sign of a minor problem or if you're doing a kitchen or bathroom remodel, why don't you reach out to Aqueduct Plumbing Company? Make my plumber your plumber. I trust them, and you can find them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. No matter how big the job or how small the job, you're going to get great work every single time from aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Mail call!
It's a Mailbag Monday with the Killer Bees.
You've got mail.
We're your favorite. Mailbag Monday. I was reading a question. 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. What are your questions for the Bees? Mailbag Monday. Texter, would you consider picking up Verlander if the Dodgers DFA him?
Dodgers?
Texter got it wrong. Giants. Actually, I got it wrong. I don't know why I said Dodgers.
I know he's pitched better this year. I think unless the only way I consider Justin Verlander is if none of these guys that you've got close to coming back are close to coming back. And even still, I think there's probably other options out there. What I saw last year of Justin Verlander was enough for me to say I'm done with Justin Verlander.
Yeah. He's making $15 a year. If he cleared waivers or whatever and was like a free agent, hey, I'll come pitch for you for $1 million. Okay, let's talk. But I'm mostly out. I'm 99.9% out on that.
4.70 ERA with a negative WAR. Like, I don't.
Better than McCullers.
The only one that is staunchly defending him right now is his brother. Other than that, you won't find many people that think Justin Verlander's got a whole lot left.
He's had some decent outings. Like, I think his win-loss record's worse than
0-7.
But that doesn't tell the whole story. Like, his last outing, 6 innings, 2 earned runs, 4 earned, or 4 runs, 2 earned. 2 outings ago, 6 innings, 1 run. Against Miami, 3 runs, 5 innings. Like, he's kind of been McCullers-y, where he's got some decent starts, and then he'll have a blow-up. Like, 2 starts ago, 6 runs, 3 innings. 5 starts ago, 4 2/3, 4 runs, 7 hits. Like, he's been pretty much Lance McCullers with a more decorated resume, I guess.
Yeah, you've already done enough to see what Lance has done for you. I don't think Verlander's a guy that kind of fills a void and fits the bill for you.
Nah, mostly out on that. Certainly not on his contract. He would have to.
Oh my God.
He'd have to be released, and then let's see what the dire straits the Astros are in. Texter Bo, do you guys think that Dana Brown, or do you think that Hunter Brown is not an ace yet, but a solid number 2? And should the Astros look for an ace in a trade if a deal can be made?
Look, I know you love that term. I just think that you've got 2 frontline guys on the same team, and I think that going forward, Hunter Brown is going to be the guy for you. I just think that you can try and say he's asked the question. I just think he's your best pitcher starting next year.
So yeah, he's gone. Fromber's gone.
Yeah, I think Fromber's
gone. I hate the term ace. I really do. Like, they're making a start every 5th time. No, I think Hunter Brown's one of the best pitchers in baseball. I think he's had a rough couple of starts, and even his rough couple of starts aren't that rough compared to rough standards. I think Hunter Brown is one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. I believe Hunter Brown's one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. And I think the price to trade for an ace, if there are any available at the deadline, which is few and far between, is going to be much higher than the Astros can pay.
Yeah, for sure. And when you look at it from the standpoint of 2 games is going to make your entire season with how hot this guy has been, and the fact that he's been 1-2 in discussions about the Cy Young with Skubal and maybe one other guy. When you look at it, it's way too soon to suddenly just try and turn the page on Hunter Brown or start questioning who he's going to be for you.
Yeah, I'm good. And the Astros aren't going to win bidding wars for top of the trade deadline players. There's a lot of players out there that can help, that are attainable, that might be a tough deal to swallow. But in terms of like top of the market trade deadline players, Astros aren't going to win these wars against other teams that have much better farm systems.
Plus, you got to believe Crane's leery of the tax for how much you're going to spend.
I mean, Jeff Bagwell, who I think is a representative of the Astros front office, was talking about how they have a budget this year. Which, is that news? Probably not. Like we all think that's the case. But then you have who I consider a member of the front office, a representative of the front office, doubling down on that stance. I think it could be a quiet deadline.
Yeah, I think that depending on what you have to take the tone in which he was saying a budget. If it's a budget to like go over but not that far, as opposed to a budget means stay under it or just as close as you can. Those are 2 different things. I don't expect them to go swinging big in the trade market.
The context was about the deadline though, so it's like pretty sure that's what he meant. Y'all have any news on any of our other pitchers who are injured, mainly Javier and Luis Garcia?
Yeah, there was plenty. Dana said it on the flagship yesterday. He said that Javier's ahead of Garcia, that Javier's throwing 95-ish, and are they both down in Florida now?
So they're both in Florida. They both started their rehab. Javier started his rehab, was it Saturday? So over the weekend. What's interesting about him saying that Javier's ahead of Garcia is that Garcia was ahead of Javier in their rehabs. So like Garcia started his rehab before Javier did, yet Dana said that Javier's ahead of Garcia. I believe putting 2 and 2 together, they're not liking what they're seeing from Luis Garcia, but they like what they see from Christian Javier. Because whenever you hear Dana talk about guys who are going to help, he's like, yeah, Javier's going to help us. And he's like, maybe Garcia too. And then, like you said, he said that Javier's ahead of Garcia. Okay, well, timeline-wise, he's not. Garcia started his rehab before Javier. So why is he saying he's ahead of him? I don't think they like the stuff they're seeing from Luis Garcia. Total, me putting 2 and 2 together. I haven't seen their stuff, obviously. Line score, don't really care. So I think that by them saying that thinking that based on what Dana Brown said, we think Javier is ahead of Luis Garcia, despite Luis Garcia starting ahead of Javier. I don't have a whole lot of faith in Luis. Javier, different story.
I mean, especially since Garcia had like a year head start on Javier.
But he had setbacks.
I know, but I mean, I don't have any hope for Luis Garcia until he's actually on the field on the major league level.
I'm like that with everybody, but it's weird to me, the phrasing of that. Javier is ahead of Garcia, even though Garcia started his rehab like 5 days sooner. Well, how is he ahead of him? What must be in terms of stuff and like their confidence in helping the big league team. And look, rehab assignments for pitchers are 30 days. Mm-hmm. So like they have 30 days to be on this team or get placed on the IL again. I'm not sure Javier's option situation. I'm assuming that Luis Garcia has options. How could he not? So it wouldn't shock me if Luis Garcia finishes his rehab and then gets optioned down to the minors. Just to
your point, if they're each within a mile an hour of each other with their fastballs, and he says that Javier is going to help us this year, Garcia, it's probably going to take him a little bit longer. It ain't about the strength of his arm right now. It's about how he's pitching.
Yeah, are they within a mile per hour?
That's what he said. I mean, his direct quote was, they asked about Javier, and he said he was up to 95 miles an hour yesterday in his rehab. He's going to help us this year. Garcia was up to 94, but Dana's quote was, it's probably going to take him a little bit longer.
Even though he started sooner.
Yeah.
And they both have 30 days.
And they're both throwing within a mile an hour of each other.
It was weird. The phrasing there was weird. My take based on the phrasing is they don't like the stuff they're seeing from Luis Garcia. Maybe it's movement, maybe it's location, who knows. Texture, you taking the 08 Rockets, Battier, Brooks, Artest, T-Mac, Yao, Scola, Mutombo, or the 17 Rockets, Harden, Paul, Ariza, Capella, Gordon, Tucker?
Oh, I'm going to take the first one with Yao and T-Mac and that supporting cast versus Harden and the Hardenettes along with Chris Paul.
Now, the 17 team went deeper.
Yeah, but I think based on competition and everything else, but I like the depth of that team and the ability of that overall team in 08.
I'm biased towards Yao and T-Mac, so I'm going to go towards my bias of Yao and T-Mac and take the earlier team.
And Scola's on that Yao T-Mac team, right? Is that team still there?
Uh-huh.
I mean, yeah, I'll take that. And Battier for defense, yeah, I'll take that.
Who wins the home run derby? Ask a texter.
Big dumper.
So you got Cal Raleigh, James Wood, Junior Caminero, Byron Buxton, Brent Rooker, Matt Olson, hometown favorite, Jazz Chisholm, O'Neill Cruz. What are the dimensions of that part?
I don't know, but I would say it comes down the big kid from the Nationals, Wood.
James Wood.
Yeah, he's pretty damn powerful. But I would say the dumper, and if not, sleeper pick, maybe not a sleeper pick, but I'd say Buxton.
See, I was going to go dumper or Matt Olson. I mean, Matt Olson was, 2 years removed from a 50 home run season. He knows the ballpark. I think Matt Olson's the sleeper pick.
Does knowing the ballpark help in a home run derby? And if it does, how does one not learn the ballpark in 5 minutes?
But if you look at track record, didn't
ballpark.
Berkman either win it or get to the final here?
He lost to Tejada in the final.
Yeah.
That's one track record. Do we have cases of other people in home run?
At least I remembered that one.
Maybe I should have phrased it as has a little extra motivation. I don't know. A little juice going into it. I don't know.
So do we know which way Cal Raleigh's hitting?
You can do what Atlee Rushman did and hit both ways.
You can save gas.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm out on the home run derby.
I'm not watching it live.
I don't think I'm going to watch it. The dimensions, don't they have a big left center? It's 315 down the line and right, Wikipedia says.
Favors lefty like Matt Olson.
It does favor a lefty like Matt Olson. But if the big dumper's hitting left-handed, I imagine, I remember there being a big left center there. So I'll go with a lefty. That eliminates the righties. Buxton's gone. Brent
Is
Rooker's
the dumper
gone.
better power-wise, left
gone.
side or right side? It's not an easy question to answer. I get it.
I don't know. I think he's pretty balanced if I just had to go off the dome, but I've never looked it up, never studied it. James Wood's young. It would help his stardom. He's a big boy too. Like he's gonna have effortless swings. You know what I mean? Like a Jazz Chisholm, I think could have like a hot first round, but I think he would have trouble maintaining home run power. O'Neill Cruz is a freak though. Like O'Neill Cruz has like the biggest exit velocities. You know what?
You're going O'Neill Cruz.
I'm going to go O'Neill Cruz just because he's a freak. James Wood's not bad, though. I'm going to look up odds here. I might be intrigued to.
Who you got, Brian? Dumper?
I'm going to go Matt Olson.
You're going to go Matt Olson?
Because I'm just going to lean into it. Yeah, I'm just going to lean into it at this point.
I'll go Dumper.
He knows the park.
He knows the park. He knows the jet streams. He knows where to put it in the air. Knows the park. I've never heard that ever in my life with the home run derby.
The park's going to throw you a curveball.
Knows the park.
If you're not from there.
That's how you should be betting these guys. Who's Lance McCullers pitching to? I'm take that guy.
Ooh, maybe that's his future career.
Take that guy. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Mailbag Monday. Love the show. I'm picking Caminero tonight to win the home run derby. No one's talking about him. He's having an unbelievable year. My question for you guys is if you could take one player from Japan to add to the Astros, Franmil Reyes or Luke Voigt, he's hitting bombs.
Who? Who was the first one? Who was the first guy?
Reyes?
I don't know
Who the
that guy was.
that guy?
I know who Luke Voigt is.
Luke Voigt used to play.
I should have noticed something random from
Who was the first guy?
I didn't
Text
catch
us,
it.
Keith. Text us.
We're not going to wait around for
the
his
second
text,
name.
though.
Or put it in the chat.
I'm not going to wait for him. Would Taj Bradley be worth pursuing? I like Taj a little bit. His numbers aren't great, but he's got some stuff. Now, the Rays have good pitching stuff, like good pitching coaches and development too, and they haven't gotten the most out of them, so that made me a little leery. But if Bradley was the starter the Astros traded for, I'd be okay with it.
I mean, look, if you believe that anybody is capable of finding something, look what Neris has done in a small sample size since he's come back. They said they immediately started working with him on pitches and pitch sequencing. Neris has been better than he's been all year. Yeah, if any pitching coaches can do something with him, I would believe the Astros guys can.
Has he had enough outings for us to make that determination?
I said small sample size. You said, what, 3 outings?
Yeah, I think something like that, right? 2 outings, maybe? 2 or 3?
I think it's 3 now.
So he said Franmil Reyes. I don't want either one of those.
That guy.
Big righty. Has a bunch of power, but never been able to hit in the bigs. I guess Luke Voigt, man. If I had to pick between the two. Luke Voigt's at least left-handed, but I think I don't think he's a better version than John Singleton.
No. And by the way, John Singleton is still leery.
I wonder if they call him up.
I was just going to say, I think sooner rather than later, he gets one more look.
I think Chaz is up Friday. I think he'll
Is
be
he
back.
hitting any better?
Luke Voigt's been better as a big leaguer. He had a home run, and then he had another hit the next day. I think he'll be back. I think at least
Chaz?
he's a platoon lefty. Yeah, I think he'll be up.
Okay,
I think he'll be
good.
up Friday. And they'll send down Kennedy Corona.
Yep.
who they brought into the game for Jose Altuve, which a lot of people were upset about that.
There's so many guys that don't look good at the plate right now. At the bottom half of that order.
No.
Cooper Hummel does not look good at all.
Oh, Voit is a righty. That's my bad. Texture says he's a righty. Put me on the list. I didn't know my Luke Voit.
You just made the list.
It's my bad. I didn't know his handedness. How did I not know Luke Voigt's handedness?
Yeah, but does he know the ballpark?
I thought he was a big fat lefty. I'm thinking, you know who I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of that guy the Mariners released. Rowdy Tellez.
Yeah, Rowdy Tellez, who got picked up by the Mariners. The Rangers, I think.
Did he?
I think he's playing AAA with the Rangers.
That's who I was thinking of. I was thinking of Rowdy Tellez.
What's the other guy that was the big dude that played with Seattle and played with Pittsburgh? That looks like he's just,
there was a guy that played for the Mets that was huge.
Yeah, Mets, Pittsburgh. I think he had a stint with the Brewers. He literally bounced around with a lot of teams.
Was that not Luke Voit?
No.
There's a
no. You know who I'm talking about.
It's another guy that kind of, I think, same body shape as Rowdy Tellez. I can't remember his name, though.
Bigger than Rowdy Tellez.
Yeah, he might have been. I know he played for the Mets. I don't remember where he went after that.
Like 2 years ago.
I'm thinking of all these fat guys run together to me.
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
What's the difference between Luke Voit, Rowdy Tellez, and this fat guy you are talking about?
I don't know. Nothing.
They're all 4A fat guys. I Googled who's the fat first baseman who played for the Mets. You know who came up?
Who?
Lance Berkman.
Oh,
He didn't play for the Mets?
I know. The player you're likely thinking of is Lance Berkman. Played for the Yankees and the Astros, not the Mets.
I got it
for his size.
Okay, so I put in.
Oh, I found it.
I put in fat guy home run hitter Mets Pirates and got the right answer. Daniel Vogelbach.
Yep.
Oh, that's right, Vogelbach.
That's it.
Yeah.
Voit, Vogelbach. That's pretty similar.
And then Bartolo Colon catches a stray
Also with the
on
Mets?
Google AI. It says you can watch this video to see Bartolo Colon, another player known for his physique, who also hit a home run.
I got Voit and Vogelbach confused. I was thinking whenever he asked Voit, I was convinced it was Vogelbach. I got him confused. That's why I thought he was left-handed. Who's the best coach in Houston? Ime, D'Amico, or Jose? It's not Jose.
I'm going to say Ime.
Jose Altuve is the best coach.
I'm going to go. Who'd you go?
Ime.
Interesting. I'm going to go Kelvin Sampson.
He wasn't one of your choices, Jeremy.
The question was who's the best coach in Houston?
He gave you 3 options.
Yeah, but
he gave you 3 options.
The answer's Kelvin Sampson. But if I have to answer one of these 3, give me. I'll take Ime. I'll take Ime as well. Texture, does U of H hang on to the big-time quarterback recruit? I think he's talking about Keyshawn Henderson. I don't have inside knowledge, but I heard and read that he shut down his recruitment. So
that's the 5-star kid?
Yeah.
He's having a good recruiting class, isn't he, Willie?
I saw after yesterday they're like second in the Big 12 for next year.
That's great.
Yeah. Texture, Google AI is about as smart as a killer bee's twitcher.
Oh!
There's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
I would say he's smarter, Google AI. Google AI, I think, is the worst AI, though. I have come to know that. Have y'all noticed that?
That's the one that goes. Is that Grok or is that the Twitter X? The one on X.
Grok's on X.
No, Grok's Twitter.
Grok's on X. Okay.
Y'all still say X? Y'all say X now?
I go back and forth. I go back and forth.
Literally.
I say Twitter. I don't think I'll ever say X. I'm stubborn, though. Key from LA, what's your favorite place to eat in Midtown? I'd have to look and do some research.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd have to find what
restaurants are in Midtown. Is. I used to live there, and there were some good ones, but they're probably not open anymore.
Is Nico's Midtown?
No, that's Montrose.
Montrose?
I'd have to know it. I mean, Midtown's right there by. They have a sign.
I know, but I don't know what the
oh, you know,
where
you can find
begins and ends.
You can find a good cheeseburger in Midtown at.
That's the
Christian's Tailgate.
Christian's Tailgate is
right
good,
there at the beginning.
But then
Midtown.
it's the one that we say it's a market and a burger joint is right there, kind of Midtown E.
Langford?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they close early, so you have to go early.
Yeah.
Have you ever eaten lunch at? I've heard people do this. I haven't done it. Breakfast Club is good. That's Midtown, but you have to go early. Breakfast Club is really good.
It is Midtown. Yep.
The have you ever done lunch at that Specs down there? I've heard people do that.
People
they
talk
rave
about
it.
They do rave about it.
I've never done it.
I have not either.
What do they serve there?
They've got like a They do like specialty sandwiches and things like that people really like.
I have wanted to try that steak place in Midtown now that it's called Medium Rare.
Haven't heard of it.
I haven't been there, but that's in Midtown. I've really wanted to try it, and we're going to go soon, but we haven't done it yet. They give you like a, I don't know what they call it, but they put like a gravy on top of it. It's just steak and frites. That's all they serve. That's all they serve at this place. Steak and frites and like a salad before your meal.
I want to say,
but they give you a second steak. Yeah.
Wow.
They give you a second helping.
Okay.
And if there's two, it's for your boo.
Do they bring them out at the same time, or is it like you finish the first one, they bring out the second one?
Out to you at the same time.
It's like the Calvin Murphy.
How do seconds work? You don't get first and seconds at the same time. You get first.
You just said they bring you. Well, you just said they bring you 2 steaks.
Whenever you're done, if you'd like it, they bring you a second steak.
That's pretty generous.
It's huge on TikTok. Like there's so many people that talk about this place. I know exactly where it's at.
I think where is it? Is it up more towards the 59 side of Elgin
it's
and
kind of close to Breakfast Club. I'm bad with like street names.
I think Sandler did a piece on it.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah, that it's between 59 and Elgin. I think I know what you're talking about too.
Is that Pub place still down there?
That was the late night place.
I thought that it burned down.
They rebuilt it.
Did they rebuild it?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Foos Kitchen, I think it is, or something like that.
I think it's Pho Saigon. Mize was down there too, right?
Mize. Didn't Mize have a fire?
I thought they did.
Yeah.
There's some pretty good spots down there, but I really want to get to that medium rare place. Streets are saying Nick Saban may come back and coach in 26. What team makes the best fit? I doubt it.
I don't think it's good.
College or NFL, Texter?
He's very comfortable in broadcasting, making good enough money. He doesn't need to make a ton.
Yeah, but I mean, it's for the fun of the game. I have a good one.
Okay, go.
A place. You know, some people call it Red Stick. Some people talk about the family that you have to have at a place like that.
Oh, okay.
Some people like to call it the
down
by the bayou.
Before?
Oh, I was going to say
Garth Brooks calls for it from time to time.
Baton Rouge.
Yeah, I was going to say return to LSU.
I think it'd be a
Brian
great
Kelly
spot.
craps the bed.
It'd be a great spot for him.
I thought you were going to say Auburn. That would be hilarious.
Oh, yeah,
I think they could be obviously a need for a coach pretty soon, and stay in the conference you want to be in.
Jethro's Midtown, $7 smash burger before 7. Cocktail bar though. What's the dress code at Jethro's? $7 smash burger has my attention. Happy hour has my attention.
What's an average price of a smash burger then? If it's a single.
What?
A single patty for $7?
Sounds pretty good deal.
I know, but why is that a good deal? As a regular, how much is a regular average smash
Midtown?
burger?
Probably $15.
Really?
I would guess. Midtown?
At least 12.
At least $15.
Yeah.
Sauerkraut or onion in your hot dog?
Oh, it's easy for me, onion.
Easy for me, sauerkraut.
I don't like sauerkraut at all.
I like sauerkraut. It's also good for your gut.
Smell of it.
Yeah, it's got like the probiotics that are good for your gut. And I know all about, excellent health.
That's an awful smell.
All about gut health?
I disagree. Raw onions are way worse smell than sauerkraut.
No. And I love the way it tastes. I can't stand the taste of sauerkraut either.
Sauerkraut's got such a bad smell, you cry when you smell it.
No, it doesn't. There's more of a stench. There's more of a stench with sauerkraut than just regular.
I like the smell of sauerkraut. You know what other smell I like? Rubbing alcohol. I love the smell of rubbing alcohol.
I'll throw another one there. Bleach.
You like the smell of bleach?
I like the smell of bleach.
You've been smelling a lot of bleach.
It's very clean.
What's the dress code at Jethro's? Insane thing to say on the radio on a Monday. How about on a Thursday or a Friday?
I think it is kind of in the name.
Joe, not Jose, LOL. I will accept Samson as an answer. See, there you go, Blankers. You gave me all that grief. And the guy, the originator of the question.
He accepted it, which he had to consider because you went off the board.
Didn't have to consider it. Could have said no, these three. Could have held my feet to the fire.
You said you're moving the goalpost. That's not what he said. Answer the question with the selections that are there.
You're right. I would have said that. You have me pegged. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Coming up next, we're going to play a game, right, Brian?
Yeah, we're going to play Man of the People. It makes its returns because we have some tickets to give away.
Man of the People. We're giving away tickets.
I always do so well at this.
We're giving away tickets to the Fantastic Four. First Steps introduces Marvel's first family as they face their most daunting challenge yet. So we need two callers. 713-780-3776. you're going to win a 4-pack. Whoever wins is going to win you a 4-pack of tickets to the advanced screening on July 23rd. It's a little over a week away at Regal Edwards Marquee, along with a $100 Visa gift card.
That's big.
So you're going to win a 4-pack of tickets and a $100 Visa gift card.
Get Jeremy.
Brought to you by Marvel Studios, The Fantastic Four, First Steps. Welcome to the family, July 25th, only in theaters. So 713-780-3776. Men of the People next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys say that you have 100 colors or so. Actually, you've got thousands of colors, don't you?
Yes, so just in stock, we have over 100 colors, which is the rainbow. But if you need that specific fuchsia pink, we'll find it for you and we'll coat it for you.
You can combine any colors, right?
You can dream of a color and we can find it for you.
What if I want the colors of my favorite team? Are you guys going to do it?
You should come see our Houston Astros chairs.
I saw them. You brought them out to our golf tournament.
Yes.
And they are awesome. A lot of people will tailgate, mostly Texans or University of Houston or Texas A&M. Hey, if you've got a favorite team, you guys will color code them that color of your team.
Even if you like the Saints and you need some sun gold in your life, we got you.
What about the Cougs?
I'm a Coug. Of course we got to have Cougar colors.
They're the biggest. They're the best. They're expanding. Houston Powder Coaters doesn't get any better. Call Robin. You probably deal with Robin when you call Houston Powder Coaters. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Explore wildlife and nature just 90 minutes from Houston at Two Creeks Crossing Resort.com.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Join ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 this Friday at East River 9 for an Open Championship watch party. Eat, drink, play golf or pickleball, and catch all of our shows live from East River 9. For more, visit eastriver9.com.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granado here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light. It's just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time for Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, I'm your guy. Call me at 832-779-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the Houston area. I'm a local real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? That's fantastic, because I love buying junk houses too. Skip all the hassle and headache of listing, dealing with agents, showings, and who knows what else. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
The summer circuit continues. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Plus, each week you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. This week we'll be hanging out, enjoying great food and drinks at McCormick and Schmick's. Come out and join us this Thursday from noon to 6 at McCormick and Schmick's at Town and Country. Find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com.
Listen to Texas Radio Hall of Famers John and Lance weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
The Killer Bees are back, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play Man of the People.
4 pair of tickets. Brought to you by Marvel Studios, the Fantastic Four, First Steps. Welcome to the family. Also, a $100 Visa gift card. We play Men of the People, which you can get an idea of what that is. So you do the question and then we yell?
We can do that. We have just been alternating. What would you prefer to do?
I think we should probably do the buzz in.
All right, yeah, yell your first name. That's fine. So there'll be 7 of these. If you get the most popular answer, the number one answer is worth 3 points. Second answer is worth 2. Any other answer on the board is worth 1. And then obviously most points win.
All right.
All right. First question.
Want to say who's paired up with who?
Oh yeah, of course.
That's a good idea.
Go ahead.
No, you can do it.
All right, so we have Mike on hold. He will be teamed up with Joel.
Sorry,
and then
Mike.
Dustin will be teamed up with Jeremy.
You have a very loser mentality to this game, Lakers.
I do, because it annoys me.
You're very defeatist
I
here.
should be better at this game, but it annoys me.
Yeah, so good luck, Dustin.
Chance for redemption here.
Come
All
on, Mike.
Chance for redemption. All right, question number 1. Name something you might eat with crackers.
Joel.
All right.
Cheese.
Cheese is the number 2 answer.
Oh!
Jeremy? Name something you might eat with crackers.
Spinach artichoke dip.
Not on the board, no. Number 1 answer was soup.
Oh, yeah.
Peanut butter, chili, and sliced meats were the other
I
answers.
almost went with sliced meats.
Yeah. Soup I think makes sense, but yeah. No,
All right,
spinach
moving
artichoke dip not on the board. All right, question number 2. Name something people often do at night.
Jeremy.
Sleep. Not on the board.
What? Oh, sweet. Watch TV.
Watch TV.
That's a crime.
Also, actually not on their board.
What? Your list sucks. How is sleep not the number 1 answer?
Well, I think this is, they probably
How's watch
worded it.
TV not on the list if people watch TV before they go to bed?
No, I agree with you. I'm in complete agreement. I think for Jeremy's answer, though, I think they should have phrased it better. They meant like what you do before bed. But the answers were read a book, use their phone, play board games, play video games, or, for Jeremy, meditate.
Play board games?
I know. I don't know. It's the 1820s. I don't know.
How many questions do we
That's
have?
ridiculous.
Seven. So we've got 2 down, so 5 more to go, and Joel is up 2-0. All right, question number 3. Name things, or one thing in this case, name something that is hot.
Joel.
Okay.
Houston. The weather.
No. What Houston and the weather, neither one are on the board.
I'll go fire.
Fire is the number 1 answer. So Jeremy now has 3 points, and it has a 3-2 lead going into question number 4.
What else? Where were 2 and 3?
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. The rest of the answers were coffee, tea, a stove, and a fireplace.
Coffee's a good one.
Yeah. All right, question number 4. Name something many kids seem hooked on.
Joel.
Okay.
Video games.
Video games is... Oh, sorry, wrong button.
Brian's the worst game host.
Seriously.
Video games is the number 1 answer.
Oh, dang, that's good.
Sorry, Mike. I felt bad about the last one.
Sugar.
I'll accept that candy junk food was the number 2 answer. So Joel got 3 points for that one, and Jeremy got 2. That gives Joel a 5. Actually, that's tied 5-5. Yeah.
That was
question 4.
He's doing better on the ad stuff. The game show host.
So we got 3 more?
Put it together, yeah.
Yeah, 3 more. All right. Here we go. Question number 5. Name something people are scared to ride.
Joel.
Okay.
Motorcycle.
Motorcycle is the number 2 answer, so 2 points.
You say people?
Name something some people are scared to ride.
I guess I'll say planes.
Airplane was the number 1 answer. So Jeremy takes a 1-point lead. It is 8-7. 8-7.
2 questions left?
Yeah.
2 questions left. All right. Next to last one. Name a place with long lines for the bathroom.
Blank.
Does that mean I get to go first?
I mean, I guess. You said
no,
you said
go ahead.
Joel's
It's
name.
yours.
Go ahead.
Concerts.
Concert is the number 2 answer. So you have 2 points for that round.
Sporting event.
I'll give that to you. Stadium is the number 1 answer. So
That's
Joel,
weak.
You were tied.
No, I'm up 1.
No, I got 2.
No, you got 2 for the last one.
That's
yeah.
weak that you gave that one to him.
I mean, what else?
Stadiums, concerts.
Yeah, but concerts already on the board, though. They
Hot
already
wheel
specified-
races, monster trucks. That's very vague of you.
All right, last question. Name something you own that might be possessed.
Jeremy.
Okay.
My house.
That is the number 3 answer, so you get 1 point. Joel?
All rides on
You
this.
need either the number 2 or number 1 answer.
Clock.
That's something that,
5.
Repeat the question, please.
Name something you own that might be possessed.
Clock.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Car?
Car is the number 2 answer at the buzzer.
Dustin got screwed.
Way to go, Mike. I got you, baby.
Joel wins
Dustin
by
got
1
so
point.
Screwed. You got so slow count. Stadiums.
Bro, you got to play. You got to work the system.
That was
if it ain't against the
weak.
rules, you work the system.
And he knew the question. He was resetting the count.
Damn right I was.
Yeah, that was weak.
It's just like the pitch count when you step off the rubber. I'm just telling you.
I don't think you
Dustin
gave your
got robbed.
answer right away for any of them, Jeremy.
Dustin got robbed.
Nah.
I was within 5 seconds every single time.
I mean, we didn't
From
time
when
any
I
of them.
called
You said
clock,
blank.
from when I called clock to him answering that last question was not 5 seconds.
And you did say blank for one of them. We still gave let you
Well,
go
I said he
first.
could have went, but I said go first. Dustin got robbed. I don't even care about myself. I feel bad for
I
Dustin.
feel good for Mike. So that's good.
Joel, I feel good that Joel got his first one.
I did too.
Very controversial fashion.
In your mind.
He's the man
Sports
of the people.
equals
In your
stadium.
mind.
How many?
It does.
10
Where do you
seconds
go
to
watch
answer the
concert?
last
Where do you
one.
go watch sports at? A
Concert is a
stadium.
standalone on the list, so therefore it wouldn't qualify.
Which is why sports shouldn't be a standalone. Like concert
Well,
should have
sports
covered
should be.
stadium. How does concert not cover stadium?
Because concerts on the list separately.
That's ridiculous.
And where do you go watch sports at? A stadium.
Where do you go to a concert at times?
Could be at a bar.
Could be at a park.
Where do you? I said at times. Stadium. Where do you go watch Monster Jam?
A stadium.
Where do you go watch the rodeo?
Parking lot.
That could be smaller venues.
Giving stadium there was criminal to Dustin, and giving 10 seconds on the last answer was criminal to Dustin too.
Oh, it wasn't.
Dustin got robbed.
It wasn't 10.
Your key from LA is showing right now.
Dustin got robbed. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Summer Circuit continues this week. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. This week, 2 opportunities Going to be hanging out at McCormick and Schmick's on Thursday, Town and Country location. And then come out on Friday as we're going to be at East River 9 all day. All shows will be out there, East River 9, 12 to 6 in McCormick and Schmick. Town and Country location. You can find the entire summer circuit schedule, ESPN975.com. Car wreck of the day coming up next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Houston's independent voice for sports, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. Despite a weekend threat of 30% tariffs on EU and Mexican imports, the market managed to eke out small gains today, and the NASDAQ closed at an all-time high with just a modest move to the upside. The market got a little encouragement after President Trump, despite what he said yesterday, suggested there's still room to negotiate before those tariffs go into effect on August 1st. The market advanced modestly with the Dow up 88 points at 44,459, S&P up nearly 9 points at 6268, and the NASDAQ, again, at record highs, 20,640, up nearly 55 points on the day. Long-term interest rates edged higher to 4.43% ahead of tomorrow's consumer inflation report. Dollar also firmed modestly. Oil slipped $1.51 to 66.94. And while President Trump is threatening sanctions on Russia would likely exclude energy, gold dropped $960 to 33.54, while Bitcoin hit a new intraday all-time high of $120,000, pulling back from that level at the end of the day. Tomorrow, all eyes on inflation, tariffs, and trade.
It starts with a simple order, a cold Dos Equis dressed with salt and lime. But for the salt clinging to the bottle and the lime perched on top, this is the luckiest of unions. As if the universe has swiped right, pairing flavors together with a crisp Dos Equis. This is refreshment designed by fate, blessed by destiny, and served by bartenders. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
My name's John Clay Wolf. I'm the founder of GiveMeTheVin.com. Every month, for the next 10 months, everyone that sells us their car to GiveMeTheVin.com will get put in a drawing for a $25,000 winner. We're going to pull one of you out of a hat, and somebody's going to win $25,000. So we're paying more, and you might win $25,000. GiveMeTheVin.com. They don't call us America's best car buyer for nothing.
No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, what about bikes?
Bring us your bike frames, your forks, your handles. We got you.
So if you see a beautiful bike out there, chances are Houston Powder Coaters did that.
We probably signed off on that.
What do I need to do with trailers?
We need you to bring us the bare bones of that trailer, and we will make it like new for you. We can even do welding repair if needed.
How do you get an entire trailer to get Houston Powder Coaters?
We have the largest ovens in the region. That's Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas. So bring us your big trailers, and we have you covered.
We talked before about boat parts. Tell me what's going on there.
Summer's coming up. We like to be on the water here in the Houston area. So bring us your boat parts. We do have marine coating that will help protect it from all the elements that you have in the Gulf and all these lakes.
One thing is anchors for sure. What else on a boat?
Ton of railings, ladders, the T-tops. We do have accessories that you put around the edges of the boat. So if it's metal, we got you.
Call Robin and get your stuff Houston Powder Coater. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Your home for Texas A&M Athletics. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You all right? My leg is broken. The bone's coming through. I'll give you all money, you prick. Where's my money?
This is the car wreck of the day.
Sports can be watched anywhere. I'm with Branham. That's robbery, Brian. Another texter, Dustin should call Daspit Law. Another texter, Dustin lost when Branham threw out spinach artichoke tip.
Yes.
There's a little backstory to that. I blanked on cracker. I had no idea what to say. And my wife bought spinach artichoke dip yesterday, so it was like front of mind.
Did you eat some with a cracker?
No, I didn't. But I couldn't think of anything. I drew a blank, and the only thing that came to mind was spinach artichoke because it's in my refrigerator right now.
And then you said blank when you chimed in.
I did say blank. I was just trying to blurt out a name. Joel is the man of people, said Mike.
You're welcome, Mike. Glad you won.
He's the reigning, defending, undisputed champion.
No, it's disputed.
No, undisputed.
It's definitely disputed.
I'm going to have to. I mean, he's
definitely
right.
disputed.
He is disputing.
Alex says, I think BMAC was on the take on that one. He said concerts can be in stadiums. I'm going to nominate that for the car wreck of the day. How Dustin got robbed.
Concerts was separate. Joel had already named it. It was clearly established as being separate.
Robbery. All right, car wrecks of the day. What you got, Blinkers?
First one is Teddy Bridgewater. Not because he got
cheated,
dinged because of the fact that the Florida high school football commissioner, whatever, decided to suspend him for 6 or 7 games because he went out and admitted that he was paying for his players to have Uber rides, food, and other things. It's because you opened your mouth and said to people, Teddy, that you were doing this. If you just shut up and just played it like you've been playing it, you'd probably be just fine. But when you decided to put it on Facebook and other social media, of course they're going to ding you.
Broke the rules, Teddy Bridgewater. Did you see some of the money on this?
No, I did not.
$14,000 for training camp, which is a lot of money for like a high
lot
school.
of money for high school.
Personally covered that. Personally covered $9,500 for team pride sets. I don't know what that means.
That'd be like uniforms for pride.
I don't know what that means. $2,200 a week for pregame meals. What a bit. $1,300 a week for recovery. $700 a week for Ubers. A lot of people were upset that he's just taking care of the kid, which I totally get that. But you knew Teddy Bridgewater knew this was against the rules.
Yeah, but just shut up and let it play out, because then they got another high school along the way for doing similar stuff. Another private high school in the area.
So they did get somebody else too?
They got somebody else. But then all he did was, after the season was over, they won the state championship. He got picked up as a backup quarterback for the Lions and probably covered all expenses.
So do you think he's ever going to coach again?
He says he is, but he also kind of implied that he wasn't getting paid in the first place, that he was doing it at his alma mater.
Well, I thought that was the case, yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I think he'll coach again. I think he'll probably coach in college, too, if he wants.
I wonder if he'll coach at Florida, though, if he's been banned. Maybe he has to go to a different state.
He hasn't been banned. He's been suspended for 6 or 7 games.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought he got banned. That's not too bad, then. No. I would do this every time. If I had all the money in the world and all I do is get a 6-game suspension. Now, I'm sure that the next time it happens, it'll be like a year and then furthermore and furthermore. But, yeah, interesting. I didn't realize that he ratted himself out.
Yeah, he did it. The reason why they found out and got onto it was people were complaining after he put it on social media. Just shut up, Teddy. You're fine.
Yeah. I'm going to nominate the controversial ending of Men of the People.
There was a controversy?
Of course. We just talked about the controversy.
No controversy.
You might think that you're on the right side of it, but there's certainly controversy.
I mean, saying there's controversy doesn't mean there's controversy.
I'm not the only person that's saying there's controversy. There's multiple people.
So
half a dozen people.
Okay.
Half a dozen people are saying that
The
Dustin
masses.
got robbed.
Yeah, Dodger fans complained a lot.
Yeah,
too.
I
That's
know.
the way it goes.
Also want to nominate the Astros starting the All-Star break a week early.
Sure.
Yeah.
They went 1-5 this week.
I had
Swept by
another
the
one.
Guards. What you got?
FS1. FS1 about the debacle about Joy Taylor and who was sleeping with who, and the head of programming and talent that was sleeping with people too, and then how those rumors were just kind of out there, but no one was suspended. No one wanted to talk about it. Now FS1 today has let Joy Taylor go.
Guess it didn't work.
And has pulled the plug on 3 shows. Speak with Joy Taylor, Keyshawn Johnson, and Paul Pierce, as well as The Breakfast Ball and The Facility. The only shows they're keeping right now in their day lineup, Colin Cowherd, and then Nick Wright's show with Chris Broussard and others.
Was the best ball the one with that guy from Chicago?
Yes.
That sucks.
Yeah,
He just
him-
took that job.
Him and the New York radio guy?
Oh, Craig Carton.
Craig Carton.
Yeah.
That Danny guy, and then Schlereth. Stink.
Mark
That
Schlereth,
stinks,
yeah.
man. At least Schlereth has the NFL job.
Yeah.
Schlereth. The other guys, they quit radio to go do the show.
Keyshawn left ESPN to go to FS1.
But he'd been there for a while, though, right?
Not that long. I mean,
thought he'd been there for a
year
while.
or two, maybe.
I
Because
feel
he was
bad.
here representing ESPN not that long ago.
It was like 3 years ago.
Was it?
Yeah. I feel bad for Danny Parkins in this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, a guy like Keyshawn will bounce back
Yeah.
way easier than some of the other guys.
And then the last show was all the ex-NFL guys. What's the back? Emmanuel Acho, Chase Daniel, James Jones, LaShawn McCoy. The Facility.
I never heard of that show.
Yeah,
I
I've
haven't
seen
either.
it on at the gym, but I've never watched it.
I'll be honest with you. I've never watched a single one of these shows.
Same.
I
take
try
that
not
back.
to. The only
I've
reason
seen a
why-
little. Well, not Cowherd didn't get canceled, so never mind.
The guy that's the co-host with Cowherd is awful.
Oh, Jason McIntyre?
he's
Yeah, he
awful.
sucks.
How do you know if you don't watch?
No, I said I have watched that
We
one.
see his quotes on social media all the time for dumb things he said.
He didn't show up on my Twitter.
And he ran I think it was he that ran the big lead, right?
I think that's right.
I have no idea. I just know I see him every now and then, like a bad take that pops up.
Yeah, you're right. Danny Parkins moved from Chicago, and I thought this was his big break.
Yeah, it stinks. Less than a year ago.
Mm-hmm. It's true. They said Carton might get rehired by WFAN in New York.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's better suited for WFAN than he is LA FS1. They're in LA, right? FS1?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Man, they laid off a lot. I wonder if they're going to do new shows or what.
I mean, I think I don't think they go under. I think they got to keep it alive with the guys that they have employed, like Coward and Wright.
But all the other hours, though.
Yeah, but I mean,
I think it's a bad business model.
Just a bad look too. When your director of
period.
programming is sleeping with one of the hosts, who was sleeping with another one of the hosts, and you.
Allegedly.
Okay.
Allegedly. Do you think that's why? You think that's why they got rid of?
I think Fox just decided.
Do you think they got rid of Craig Carton and Danny
No.
Parkins because they didn't do that stuff?
No, I think for those two shows, with Acho's show and Joy Taylor's show, I think they just cleared house. I honestly, I don't think it was a great show, but I feel bad for the guys on the other show.
Brian, what do you got?
I'll nominate Lance McCullers Jr. for obviously the bad outing the other night, and also if you've read the details on the Quinshon Judkins detail or a case, I'm going to nominate Burger King for showing up in the news for the way I'm sure they don't want to be in the news.
I didn't see anything other than the domestic violence.
Part of it happened in a Burger King parking lot, so I'm sure they were thrilled to have their name in the news for what it was in the news for.
You rule.
Yeah. I don't think. Well, no, I'm not gonna make that joke. That's inappropriate.
Good for you to show some
I had the joke in my head. I was like, no, not gonna make it.
Texture, don't realize FS1 had talk shows. Alex wants to nominate Paul for belling.
Oh yeah,
That's a good call.
Perfect voice. Josh from Seabrook, Pittsburgh Pirates owner Bob Nutting, for being too cheap to field a decent roster for several seasons, results in the Pirates being at or below 500 for the first time since 1903.
That's a long text.
Yeah,
I nominate that person.
Ryan Reynolds was given a contract extension. He hadn't worked out all that well. What wins?
I think Teddy. Well, I'm going to say
I
Teddy
say Paul.
Bridgewater.
Paul.
Oh yeah, Paul's right.
Paul's
Yeah,
the
that's
winner.
fine.
Congratulations, Paul. I hope your throat gets better. That does it all for us. Coming up a little bit later, ESPN National. Brian, for hard work and the controversy, thank you. He's Blank on Branham. Talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Houston. But before we say goodbye, I want to tell you about my good friends of HR&P. Mike Hawley. I shook Mike Hawley's hand over the weekend, and I shook a hand. I go, you know what? That's a hand I want protecting my business. Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, has been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. And HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HR&P is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. They're going to sit you down, come up with something that is in the best interest of your business. Nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P will create a plan for whatever you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to nobody. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Quick response, easy to understand. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525 or visit them online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
ESPN 97.5.
Hello.